Dobson.
Arrow will catch.
Still set up there. Is it enough to take him out though? He's got the shield crash and the swashbuckle off, and now the backup comes in. Skeeter jumps forward on the Thompson, but the shackle shots in play. Holds him back. Rolling thunders there though from Amar. They take out Thompson.
A lot of damage.
Yuma turns though with the focus fire. Destroys the Sven. Also takes out Snaking. Amar and Marin trying to finish off the job, but he's got the Aegis. He's going to be back for round 2, but he's completely on his own. The Cog pushed back into the Light Strike array.
You've got the Glacier. Oh, for aggressive force-staff telekinesis, the Drought dies immediately. Can they bail you out? Crush is not going to connect to jump in aggressively. Force-staff back, but a Hex back the other way. They're going to try and get the kill on a Satanic. He dies to the double cookie. Oh, no. And now they got to try and get back to the base, but the mortar for Kiss is just raining in. The Magnetized doing so much work. Resilience will take game number 2.
BKB commits, and he is dicing up the Viper as well. That is not a tanky hero anymore. XM went in, and with this BKB, does some damage. Shiro's not going to commit, trying to go for Ace. Ace, he will get that kill, but Shiro, oh god, this Kez is just too much damage, an ultra kill, and XM will be run down by Nisha. GG is called. Vici Gaming have been drained from this game 1.
Meanwhile, T4 Towers under siege again, I do believe, by our creeps. They've got to get back in defend the Ancients exposed. Meanwhile, Ghost cowering on the Ancient. Cowrie's trying to end the game.
The right clicks.
He's trying to end the game. Meanwhile, Fade trying to run. Fade will go down, surely. He will die. No buyback available. Ghost trying to save this game. The Ancient, though, going down. Ghost will drop. Oh, no buyback. That's a dieback on him. They'll get him. And there's the GG call. The Aurora, they've done it.
Nothing to say. He's thinking about coming in to help out. He will not. They have to just let the Spirit Breaker die.
They
don't know. They want to try and make this fight happen. They come in the corner. Arme jumps over towards Shatora, but the fear from not me catching onto XXS, and Arme pushes them back, allows Shatora to bail out of this one. Kill off the Wyvern.
In the Tombstone.
If they can get the chance to finish off FY, they can. Yatora ready to turn for more. Looks over towards Arme. Arme trying to close back in on towards Yatora, but he's gone the once. That's the Aegis pop. They're trying to kill off Yatora. XXS in on towards him. He'll slide over the pit. The Soul Reveal comes in. Yatora survives, turns, shoots down Arme a second time. Triple kill for Yatora. Everybody dead on XG.
AoE Doom again. 2 cores dead. Kiritich gonna get gone on now. Popping the BKB finally is 33. Kiritich does get back to the fountain. A triple buyback for Boom Boys. Serpent Wards doing their work though, as the Echo Slash doing its own work against Kiritich. And gets silenced up. Fjord's gonna have to use his Aegis here, but he gets the kill first onto Kiritich. Does have the buyback, and that's another one expended for Boom Boys. Avalanche 33 gets the kill onto the Largo. That's a dieback for the Frogman. Avatos back, and now the Kiritich Drow left to his own devices. Gets a really good gust off, but BZM with the Avalanche, one more right click will do it. Dies in the fountain, and that should do it.
OG at high ground. Aegis on Gyrocopter, and Nigma Galaxy trying to defend. In the back, Sven has gone for a move. Got a black hole at the front though. Gyro and DK both stuck inside. Dragon Knight down. I've got another go here with a black hole on the Gyrocopter, and this damage just comes through from Lorinov. Meanwhile, Stamel has managed to get in the back lines, stay alive for long enough, and survive. The onslaught has ended from OG. They don't have anything left to give.
Interesting ward, jump forward, vacuum wall, onto 3, a big follow-up stun from New Collins. Is it enough for 2 dead? Yes! Can they get any more? That's already Aegis down. Oh, but Viper under control, he's in trouble, but now Reen, he's stuck over to the side, the bear chewing him up. You're in the woods, mister! Get out of there! A satanic triple kill, looking for a little bit more. Skinner has got to get out of there. Oh, Rose, he got him! Rose, he got him!
Wait,
Save is right there for the moment, but can they go back in for another salvo? He's
not
got to be
healing.
careful. He's not healing at all.
His Satanic was put away.
Fire to follow more is right there.
He's
They
down.
got him. 2 down, no buyback. Roche did all of the damage and they came in for the cleanup. Nine Class is looking right now for a backline punch, but they're able to keep himself alive on Malrine for a moment. Nullified, now dying though, rolls out, gets some separation, but the turnaround and the kill is there. Buybacks come out. How much do they have left in the tank? Malrine is low, but not quite low enough, and now
he's hitting
Control.
throne.
A moment, Satanic, they're hitting onto the throne, trying to focus it, but there is going to be the cliff. Can they take down Satanic? Can they take down any of these heroes? Malrine doing good damage, but not enough. He's gonna be dead 2 minutes.
Buyback from
It's still open. 9 Class, eyes on the prize.
Satanic.
BKB taking it down and getting the GG. Team Vision come away with the victory.
Welcome back to the TI 2026 group stage, everybody. It is day number 2, and we've got ourselves a lot more Dota ahead. Zach, I'm super excited, man. Day 1 packed, a lot of cool games, some long games. If you're an LGD fan, maybe you've come to expect that at this point. But overall, a pretty interesting series from them. But I'm excited for what we've got planned today. And we're going to start seeing the kind of separation between the tops and the bottoms of this Swiss stage.
Yeah, I think that I think some of the teams are like where you expect it, right? Like, you know, Vision's near the top. We can actually see some of those results. But because that some teams look maybe worse than you might expect, for example, Team Resilience had to play Team Vision, you know, and that's the top seed. So I think that's like a pretty respectable loss that they even brought to a 2-1. So I think this day 2 will really then, I mean, it's the way Swiss stage works, right? It's like you show, okay, you know, maybe I lost that first series, but now I beat the other teams that lost the first series or not. So like you said, truly seeing the separation, which I don't know. What have people predicted? Let's see if they're accurate or not. A lot of fantasy points have been the talk of a lot of people going on.
Yeah, there's a lot still to play for. You know, for all the people whose fantasy maybe didn't work out for them yesterday, there's still a lot of the group stage left. So let's take a look at the current group stage standings. We can kind of see how everything is shaken up. So obviously the 0-0 at the start of the day, a lot of 2-0s, a few 2-1s in there though. But the real talk of the night was that upper bracket kind of 1-0, right? Both those series going the distance. Falcons and Vision was an absolute banger of a series. But we've still got a few more in there to still be played, right? Spirit, Aurora, Yandex, and Liquid, all the winners from their first series are going to be going head-to-head later today. And you and I, we're going to be kicking things off with HULIGANI and Vici Gaming, which you and I actually have had a lot of Vici Gaming series recently.
Yeah, I think they're a very fun team. They have been improving, but they still will have games and series where it just kind of like falls flat sometimes. And we can say like, yeah, those are learning moments, but I mean, this is TI, you know, this is the time to pull all the learning in. So they have to really kick it into gear here. Their series versus Liquid, like it wasn't too bad of a showing. Liquid is a strong team as well, so I think there's no shame in that loss. But to make sure they don't end up on the lower half of that Swiss stage, right, they better get this win here. HULIGANI feeling the same, right? They want to prove themselves. I think their first loss also pretty understandable versus Yandex. And I know a lot of people putting them, like Team Resilience, these like lesser known teams down at the bottom of their predictions. That's like extra motivation, right? Like you want to show them up. You don't want to just win. You want to show the haters out there like, hey, we're better than you think.
And boy, oh boy, does OG have a lot of haters. This org is so polarizing. I feel so bad for them because it's like they have like such diehard fans and then they're just as equally diehard haters. And it's so frustrating. I don't understand why that's the case. But hey, you know, anytime you find success, there's going to be a lot of people that come for you, right? So a team that, you know, an org rather, that won TI a couple of times is going to have a target on their back, it seems. But I'm excited for that second series. I think the OG roster is fun, resilient, even though they had an 0-2 on that first day. I think they have potential to do really well still and kind of bounce back in this group stage, but there's not many chances left, like you said.
Yeah, once you get to 4 losses, you are done. So pick up the wins when you can, and when you can is today. You got some games to be played, and I want to see them do well, but I mean, someone's got to lose. It's just how the tournaments go. So players better be locking in. Hope they had some good breakfast, some good sleep, got some new ideas. The patch isn't too different from before 7.41e, but we are seeing some heroes get a little bit more popular, which we should get into our draft in a moment. We'll see some of those. For example, Undying has regained a lot of popularity. Krella's Crozier got buffed, also gaining a lot of popularity.
Dude, this item is cracked. I said it day one yesterday. I was like, I'm pretty sure this item is going to take over the games, and I think people have been sleeping on it, but it seems very good. You mentioned there's not a lot of answers to healing currently in the game, but Krella's might just be that. Might be the essential answer to healing. So we'll see what ends up there. I think with some of the other heroes and stuff that are becoming popular, I think Ember Spirit is probably the most dominant mid laner that I have seen. It's not making it through a ton, but when it does make it through, it seems absolutely insane.
I think it helps that he's one of the few mid laners that didn't build Kaya consistently. You could, especially later on, but for example, Spirit Vessel and Mage Slayer are very common openers for him compared to many of the other mid laners who wanted that Kaya as a kind of a starting mana regen item. You will still see people do it, but it is just strictly worse than it was last patch, which is part of the reason why I think Coddle has also gone up in stocks. He was kind of popular before, but he's your mana source. I think Chakra Magic level 1 is equivalent to like 5 mana per second, something like that if you're using it off cooldown. So if you're not getting it from a Kaya, make your support player give it to you instead.
Yep, I think right now, like, there's a couple of pairings that seem really strong, but we'll kind of see what they decide to do with them here. Like, we're going to see the Shadow Fiend overall as that first pick. It's not super surprising. Like, we see Shadow Fiend, I think, in the first phase quite often, especially if it's left in. And a lot of times it gets paired with heavy minus armor, right? Things like Slardar. We've seen, Tide Hunters. We've seen, what was the other one we saw yesterday in the offlane? Lycan. Didn't quite work, right? They lost that game, but I don't think it was necessarily the fault of the combination of heroes that they came up with.
5 seconds.
Yeah, there's like pros and cons to any hero combo, right? But a lot of it for Shadow Fiend is often relying on that negative armor synergy, which there are still many options to go forward with here.
I'm curious to see how Bach is going to be, I'm kind of curious to see how Bach is going to approach the offlane, because
do I care how he's doing the offlane?
I was thinking about the heroes that were banned and what he's been playing, right? Like he has been kind of dominating on a select couple of heroes, I would say, even ones that haven't been super meta, but Beastmasters, the Centaur, which has already been taken away. Those kind of Helm of the Dominator micro heroes, I think he's looked really good on. So I am curious to see if he goes that route. The Darkseer was already removed, kind of preemptively, if you're going to go for the first pick Shadow Fiend, which is smart.
Yeah, Largo has been one he's been playing a lot for the team. I think that one works quite well with the Shadow Fiend too.
Okay.
Centaur Hoodwink, very classic combo, pretty strong. Undying is available. We've been seeing that. Not a typical pairing like with Shadow Fiend in terms of setting up the raises, kind of like the Marcies and Tusks, but he's just such a strong hero in general, especially when you already know you're playing against that melee Centaur. You'll be able to chase him out. A couple decays into then the raises. You don't even need to set up. Now you only need to land one raise because I stole all his strength. So it does work. And then later on, you just got to protect Shadow Fiend. And people are just going straight shard in most of their games on Undying support to have that save. It's kind of the same it was in the past when people were doing it. It's just become popular again. It's strong. So it works with Shadow Fiend. In the same way Centaur kind of likes to do it for his ranged carries with the workhorse. Tombstone worked a little differently, but it's still another save for Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe you can just steal workhorse.
Yeah. I was going to say, I really like the Undying because right now they don't have a good hit for the Tombstone, right? Like Hoodwink has like the lowest, some of the worst attack speed in the game. And Centaur, you don't really want to be a melee hero having to hit Tombstone, right? That never really feels super good. So they don't, there's like, you know, some options of going for like a Snapfire if you want to pick that up, but being that it's not in the Undying lane, it does make the Undying pick a little bit more like valuable. They could still pick it up for the mid lane on Huligani if they wanted, but we'll have to see. I do like the Rubik though. This is something that they're very comfortable playing. They still haven't really revealed their off lane. There's a lot of things that they could go for, but we'll kind of see. For Huligani, what are you thinking? You see your carry matchup. Mid lane is available, but you have 18 pick for Vici, so like picking Ember Spirit and then getting like Huskard feels pretty rough.
It would feel a little rough, but having a playmaker from that mid lane would be nice to pair with the Hoodwink. And on the side of Vici, Shadow Fiend Undying, not a lot of crowd control. So if you do pick someone pretty mobile, Rubik, you know, he's got lift. That one's good, but they would need more crowd control. For now, they're going to go with their own safe lane combo, a very strong one at that, Nature's and Tusk. A lot of right-click power there, especially the tag team with the Treants. The Treants are already kind of cracked on their own, and now it's even stronger. A lot of setup as well for the teleport. This is really good whenever you have these global heroes. It could be Centaur finding a stomp. It could be his creep, honestly, right? The creep somewhere. It's a Centaur stomp something. Nature shows up. You got bushwhacks. You got punches. And now you got a hero who can go catch that Nature. So good response from Vici Gaming. And a lot of these stuns are not that fast. Tusk Punch is probably the fastest, but he might want to play more as a save depending on how the game goes. So this Storm should be able to zip out of like Centaur Stomps and Bushwhacks.
Yeah, I do think the Storm is a good pick. I was curious if they were just going to go for something like the Slardar here because it is something that flexes between the mid and the off lane. I don't think it's actually that bad into Nature's Prophet, but maybe with the Tusk it's a little bit too difficult. So understandable. They'll go for the Storm. They'll get rid of like the really rough matchups. So Puck's already removed. They can get rid of the Ember Spirit now, which is, you know, obviously the next most dangerous. After that, I'm wondering if they want to try and do a little bit of like respect ban to some of the hero pools instead of doing something like super meta. I know Mirage does have like a couple comfort. Okay, so they go for Leshrac. Not super common right now in the tournament, but we have seen a couple bans. I don't think it's been picked though.
I think it does lane well versus Storm though, and he is a Crozier buyer, which has been becoming increasingly popular.
Especially
Shadow Fiend does not like to buy Nullifier, which is one of the ways you would deal with the Krellas. So it's kind of a cool idea. They're gonna go back for the Slardar you mentioned. They do want to get it in the end.
I think they got rid of
it's a little.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was going to say the lane will be a little annoying. Like, you will kill Natures as time goes on, especially as you find a blink and you can jump him. But the lane, dealing with the Treants when you don't have that much AoE is pretty annoying for Slardar. They're just going to have to survive that window. But later on, it's got good synergy with the Shadow Fiend, a lot of objective pressure, and a lot of fast tempo gameplay once you start working with the Storm and these very active supports.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm coming to on the Slardar here is like the Storm Spirit needs someone to play around, and the Storm Spirit can be the one that initiates and your Slardar can follow it up, right? Like it can be one or the other. But I think a lot of times in this one, you're letting your Storm Spirit go first and maybe like draw some people in because he can get in and get out. It's like go in Vortex, find the hero, and then you have your Slardar to follow it up, which will be pretty interesting. The lane's going to be rough, so I'm curious to see how Bach's going to approach it. But overall, a good pick. They got rid of his kind of staple heroes, though, which are the ones that I was kind of expecting, the Beastmaster and the Underlord, both really good into those lanes. Really good at globally, like, responding and, you know, with Fiend's Gate, or just being the kind of absolute menace that Beastmaster is and shoving down the lanes. Queen of Pain, cool.
Time was ticking. I was wondering what they were going to go with, but you do need somebody that can lane decently into Storm. Don't want to give him a free time, so you want to punish him a little bit, which the Queen of Pain can not easily kill him, but you know, you spam the daggers a little bit. You're a ranged hero, you can avoid his remnant, so you'll put a bit of pressure on at the least. Not the active playmaker that I think would help the natures a little bit more when your mid can, for example, just zip in and start. But you do have Bushwhack, and Bushwhack has pretty long range AoE, so I think Respect gonna have to do some heavy lifting at the start of the game just to make sure that both Queen of Pain and Nature's Prophet can find kills in the early game like they want to. But as long as they're doing that, eventually it'll all come together. It's just a little awkward in that like 10-15 minute window.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I think overall, I'm always a fan of like a Slardar Shadow Fiend lineup, but I do kind of feel like Huligani's draft just feels a little bit easier to play to me. I am definitely interested to see how this mid lane matchup is going to go between XM and Mirage, because like Queen of Pain is an incredibly good scaling hero. Once she gets, you know, her Aghanim Scepter, the Octarine, like all of her other stuff, it ends up becoming a pretty massive issue. You just don't have a lot of catch for the Storm is my main concern. Like a lot of it is just going to be on the Centaur and that Hoodwink to do it all.
Now, I did kind of forget, and I will mention now, her refresher used to not really stack her ultimate, but it does now. And so there have been some builds that work the refresher in earlier. I think that's a little bit more on the meme side, but eventually you get it, right? Third Roche, or you buy your own. And Shadow Fiend is not the tankiest hero for a lot of the game. So if you're getting hit by double Sonic Wave, you're just gone at that point. And I actually think wrapping back around then, Tombstone Save will be very important. Like when you see that refresher double ult coming out, the damage, you know, it's not completely instant. It's fairly fast, but there is like that ticking process. If you can throw someone into the Tombstone, you could save them from like 1,000 damage, which is huge to survive just the instant kill attempt from this Queen of Pain.
Yeah, I think they're like that level 25 talent for the Sonic Wave damage is pretty nuts. Like that's what a lot of people play for. You get your Scream damage as well, or the Sonic Wave cooldown. You can do either. Like Queen of Pain has some really strong talents to play for, but it's going to come down to whether or not like you actually connect on those spells. Like we said, like they don't have the best catch, and you're playing against pretty mobile heroes with like a Rubik and Undying for saves. So it's not going to be the easiest, but they may be able to make it work.
Yeah, which I also think something I want to keep an eye on is that Shadow Fiend Undying lane for Vici is playing into Centaur. Ignoring the support for a second, just Centaur will not have a good time there, right? Because like it's the Shadow Fiend plus the Undying. So then the support's gonna have to do a lot for like the initial creep dragging, and then as that lane gets messy and like we're running here, we're running there, I would love to see them either try to bring the other support over, or the Nature's Prophet, right? I think that's where you have to try to help out your off lane for the side of Huligani with these early rotations, find the kills there, and that would really break what the Undying SF lane is supposed to get for you, right? Which is like you lock those heroes in pretty early saying, yes, we can reveal these because what are you going to do about it? Like we're going to win our lane. Maybe Nature's can change that. And I think he kind of needs to change that.
Yeah. Well, let's find out as we get ready to jump into game number 1 here in this first series. It is Vici Gaming versus Huligani. And, you know, both these teams kind of struggling at 0-1 at the moment, but this is going to be their time to show up and see which team actually comes out the victor here. A smoke deep here by the twin gate. Interesting.
This is a deep wrap round, but Vici actually went top to cut some trees.
30 seconds.
Now let's see if anyone wanders down here on their own. For now, the 4 of them are together, which means they would be fine into this smoke. There's only 3 people in this smoke, so as long as they stay as 4, they're good. But Shiro starting to break away. All right, runs into them in a relatively safe spot, so he should be okay.
The battle begins.
Well, looks like no real contest over these runes, so just a quick 2 for 2.
Back.
I'm curious what the Nature's Prophet build is going to be versus a Shadow Fiend, right? Because I feel like Shadow Fiend's not that bad into Nature's Prophet because they have decent range still, and he just typically has more raw damage. But Nature's Prophet can get involved a lot earlier, so I think that's kind of like a conceptual game plan difference. And if you're not, you got to get use out of that Nature's Prophet early. Otherwise, I do worry about the eventual late game scaling from it.
Yeah, the laning is pretty good, and we already kind of talked about the fact that Slardar should do fine there. Or, sorry, that Slardar should struggle into the nature, so the natures will be doing fine. But like you said, having this global rotation feels like a waste if you're not able to find some early kills.
They've cut so many trees top. Rubik and Slardar both having Quelling Blaze to just remove any potential bushwhack trees here from Respect.
They will start to regrow, and you do have Sprout to work with, which is kind of cool. Like, you can cut your tree, you can cut a tree and Sprout to walk out of there, but you will still get stunned if they throw the bushwhack on top of that. I wonder if that's some of the idea of pairing these 2 together. I think also down bottom, you're going to creep drag even if it was Hoodwink, so Tusk will have a better time creep dragging than Hoodwink will.
Yeah, it's very odd. We don't really see the Hoodwink position 5, right? It's not that common, but
it's becoming more common, I will say. I think it just offers so much. Like, I don't think it's strictly even that she's the greatest 5. I think she's just such a strong hero position 4 that you want to pick her as early as possible, but it limits your draft. And I think a lot of teams have eventually said, like, hey, I mean, if you could play this hero 5, right, then like we get this really solid hero. Maybe it's not the strongest position 5 out there, but it gives us a lot more flexibility in the draft. And at the end of the day, you will throw bushwhack. Right, like whatever lane you go in, you will use bushwhack, which is super strong. So it's fine if you don't strictly win your lane. If maybe we win another lane super hard because we do a flex pick.
Shadow Fiend just been tanking this wave and so much damage, but he's CSing really well, which is expected.
Yeah, it's due to them. There's kind of a new trick. Not that it wasn't done before, but it wasn't as necessary, which is level 1. You're seeing offlaners kill the range creep right away and then creep aggro the first wave. And it's just throwing the equilibrium into disarray. You could do it before, but it wasn't as necessary because the creeps meant a little bit differently. So you could just do different tricks. But now that those tricks got removed, now you're doing this trick. And it's leading to stuff like this, which is that they wanted to crush the lane with the Undying SF, but they are not really playing an honest lane.
Mid lane, XM definitely taking quite a bit of damage here from the Queen of Pain. It is expected. Does have the bottle, looking for the water rune here in about 15 seconds. I am curious to see what Mirage is going to do here. If he wants to try and like play aggressively into the Storm Spirit and prevent him from doing this, but no, I'm just going to give it up. Well,
we should be careful. Rubik's on the way. If he overcommits, he'll run some trouble, but he senses it. He's just going to keep his way bottom. Spam Q a little bit.
Some more harassment from the dagger. Top lane, there's that Sprout Bushwhack you were talking about, but Not enough damage to kill the Slardar. He'll pop a salve. He'll be just fine. Does have his
so many
boots
stat
coming out
items.
too. Yeah.
He's doing some backpack tricks, so he's pretty much full health after all of that.
Nice snag there from Xingqiu getting the Centaur creep. Overall, lane stage kind of quiet. Like you have a couple heroes sitting, you know, relatively low on HP, but Corrupted isn't in too much danger unless he, you know, plays too close to the Shadow Fiend. You catch the double raise or something, which we just aren't really seeing. You know, I think overall, like both the side lanes, at least kind of happy with how things have gone.
HULIGANI been playing this lane
Why?
well, and here's that
trouble.
rotation.
We mentioned it early. You got to get this Nature's Prophet active. Wise going to drop the Tombstone, but that is first blood for the Nature's Prophet. He will try to grab the last hit onto the Tombstone, and he does, but he's got to run. Shiro, a lot of damage around the Shadow Fiend Snowball to make a little bit of space, but instead he just catches a melee raise instead. It's going to be a 3-for-1 at the end of the day. That's a big win for the safe lane Shadow Fiend.
It was the rotation we were hoping to see, but Undying is actually a pretty strong hero to kill, especially when you bring 3 heroes. That's just 3 decay targets to Undying.
Yeah.
So he actually lives quite a while, which gives time for the Shadow Fiend, the Rubik, and even the Storm to actually all rotate over. So their rotation's a little slower, but it ends up being a 4 versus 3, working out heavily into their favor. And Storm, did he get how many Galvanized stacks? He's at 4 now.
Yeah,
Pretty nice
mid lane.
boost to get.
Why gonna get chased down here? Both supports coming mid here to try and contest this 6-minute power rune. We'll go the way of Mirage. The other thing too is we mentioned in the draft, there's not a lot of good people to hit Tombstone. It's really just the Nature's Prophet. So really sick place Tombstone there to kind of delay that fight and force the Nature's Prophet to stick around.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Can't let it dissuade
Quick
you
keyword.
though.
Nice.
You gotta,
Yeah.
you still gotta try. Actually, you're still gonna have to look for rotations. Not that their late game is terrible by any means, but
Yeah, I agree.
it's just part of the hero, right? Like you want to make things happen, or you want your team to make things happen, and then you want to show up and reap the benefits.
Well, are they just gonna get
You need to
uncontested
contest.
double rune? They are, and they're gonna kill Centaur as well. That is a communication error, it seems like, because they saw like both of the like the side lanes making the movement over for this, but Tusk as well as your mid lane Queen of Pain just not in range for any sort of contest here.
I want to say that's where Vici's experience is showing a little bit compared to HULIGANI's, which is, you know, they just don't have as much playtime on the international stage. So being able to navigate these movements and, you know, clear communication, this is what we want, all the players are on the same page. It's just little moments like that, right? You don't win off of one, but you win off of many of them adding up.
Yeah.
And the double Wisdom Shrine can be that first start, where now your supports should be higher level, which is a real shame because we were saying Respect's got to do a lot with that Bushwhack. You want those levels to get Bushwhack into Sharpshooter to set up those early plays. Now you're going to be dealing with Rubik stealing those from you.
He is securing a haste rune for the lads, which is quite nice. XM, that's a lot of mana. Mirage is going to pop the
Mirage
haste. Does
going.
he have the ult? Yeah. Sonic Wave comes out. He dodges the rest of the damage. So he's going to be just fine. Yep. One of the benefits of the Storm matchup, you can just press ult and ignore the entire Queen of Pain ult.
I actually thought Mirage was going to run for a support because of that, since
Yeah.
Storm was going to zip out. But maybe he didn't think Storm had enough mana to do it. But Storm's back, full mana.
Oh, Tusk
Mirage
in
is
trouble.
nothing. Yeah, they'll take Seiyu here. Not much you can do about this. You were just trying to provide safety to let your queen push mid, and, you know, I guess
Deny?
he did that.
Oh, he
And,
got it.
okay, you know what? Deny, let's go. That's worth it then. I mean, they mostly killed mid tower, and
Yeah.
Queen of Pain gets out safely because Tusk is there risking his life. Unlucky for Vici, the troll camp is like the strongest hard camp. It was one of the
A
others.
lot of damage to heroes. All right, Helm of the Dominator about to be done. He should get it off this, like, next wave, which this will start helping the kind of recovery arc for the Centaur, who is definitely struggling, like very low on the net worth right now, has not gotten much CS at all. But the Helm of the Dominator speeds up his farm a ton. You know, you just use it, pull waves constantly, farm in the jungle.
It will give a lot of space to the Shadow Fiend, though, who's already quite rich, especially off that fight earlier.
I'm surprised by the Nature's Prophet build. How many points in Nature's Call does he have? I feel like we don't really see... Yeah, he maxed it. Okay. I was like, that was a lot of trains. I feel like I don't actually see Nature's Prophet put, like, any points in this. But he's maxed the Nature's Call.
I think it's fine. The treants are pretty strong right now, and you can just use them to help you win your lane or to farm.
And, like, stack and stuff, too.
Yeah, you can often do both. So I think it's fine. The enemy doesn't have... Well, okay, they kind of do have heroes who can farm it to a degree, so you do have to be a little careful. But at least for the lane, they didn't quite have the damage to easily kill the treants.
Great shard block, but this tombstone is perfectly placed, and you are not getting out of this on the Centaur until you pop that Stampede, which might be too late. He's got like 10 zombies on him. Someone's got to kill that tombstone. Big Sonic Wave does come through. Mirage unable to find a kill, and instead XM's going to go in, get a nice Vortex. Snowball save, though, from the Tusk. Looks like, despite everything, nobody dies.
There were a lot of zombies chasing the Centaur, but he got some help from the creeps to clear them out, so he does barely get to live. All right, lots of movements. Doesn't really lead to much, which I want to say typically favors a Nature's Prophet team, because you can, as part of having that global rotation, you can make the plays and farm the map still. But actually, he didn't even bother coming over, so
yeah,
I guess it doesn't matter.
He just threw ult and was like, if it helps, it helps, you know?
Yeah, good enough, yeah.
I mean, he's got his Maelstrom done, so he's going to start picking up his farm speed. I mean, the thing is you don't really do anything as a carry Nature's Prophet with max Nature's Call in team fights, right? Like, otherwise, having the barrier and the, like, sprout damage is what actually can get you kills earlier in the game, but he doesn't really have it, so he's full farm mode with this. If your team wins the fight, Nature's Call is great, right? You just TP to the lane, you push the tower, but I don't think we're going to be seeing him kind of opt for team fight contribution for a little while.
No, speaking of pushing the towers, too, it's Vici leading the way. Coming to claim his top tower, which will start to restrict the map for the Natures, who is a bit more farm focused, like you said. Do they have the blink close? Just a little bit more to go for Bach. He's been maintaining pretty well
close, yeah.
in what was a bit of an annoying lane for him, but thanks to some of those fights happening bottom, it gave some space back to him. So I don't think they'll try to force too much on Vici right now. They want that blink on the Slardar, and then they will play around that. Probably like the 4 heroes while Shiro finishes up farming, though he'll join for like some easy stuff.
Seeing a Mage Slayer queued up on Mirage here. A little bit of an... No, it's Witchblade. Okay, never mind. I was like, did I see a Mage Slayer? Telekinesis, the damage. They got him. Goes for the blink into the Stampede. Wow, that was very close. Mirage nearly dying there.
There's a lot of close moments for everybody. I think like 10 different heroes have dropped down to that final 100 health without dying.
And Storm almost died to the dagger in the base, right? Like, very, very, very close.
Shira's almost at Yashikaya.
Dude, the farm difference between the Storm and the Queen of Pain is kind of wild, considering, like, I feel like the Storm's been the one involved in some actual kills and coming out ahead. Like 6 Galvanized stacks, 1, 0, and 1, but he is almost 2,000 gold behind the Queen of Pain.
I think he had to buy more regen in the laning stage to survive the harass from the Queen of Pain. And some of the moves he made didn't really lead to a kill, right? Like that very first one did, but these other ones he's ran around and just not gotten much.
Shadow Fiend went Kaya Yasha with a Slardar.
I think it's still okay because you can get to that. I know it's a little far off, but 25 is honestly pretty common nowadays, you know, especially when you're farming this fast. So I think you can still do the Yashikaya. You'll get that increased farming speed with the raises. Your regular right clicks will still do well with the Slardar, and then eventually you'll hit 25, and the Shadow Raises, which are easier to land, will now also apply your attack damage and then benefit again from the
Dude, I feel like
Corrosive Haze.
I feel like he saw Max Nature's call on Nature's Prophet. He's like, screw this, man. I'm farming too. He just goes Kayayasha at us just to accelerate his farm.
Is under attack.
Mid lane, smoked up, looking for Mirage, the blink reveal to get the stun, the vortex to follow. Bushwhack came through, but it's not in time. The burst damage there. They will take down that Queen of Pain and the tier 1 tower. Very nicely done here from Vici Gaming.
It's a good blink reveal, Queen of Pain kill plus a tower, but also a little sneaky play on top of that. So they had him and the support smoked, and then Shadow Fiend and Storm are showing in the lane, kind of moving in, and so you're thinking like, okay, maybe if there's smokes, they're somewhere else, right? Like these heroes are here and they're in the middle, right? They're not getting smoked, so the smoked players must not be nearby. But actually they were just like on opposite ends of each other in that mid lane, so that they just didn't smoke the other hero, so that caught Mirage off guard.
Well, the damage for the Slardar, it's a lot. Nice dodge on the crush there, but it's so close. Almost gets the kill, but that Slardar is a tanky boy.
There's like 11 heroes now, 12 heroes. I don't know what we're at. How do they keep getting away?
It is 5-2 overall, but this could very well be like 10-10.
Could be even more than that, I swear. It's like 15-15 if everybody would just die.
All right.
Now they're gonna go for the Roche. Do you have an Undying so you can do this? The Tombstone helps tank a lot. You have the ult to amplify it.
I still feel like this is one of those
joining in now too.
This is one of the things that should have been nerfed a long time ago, similar to the Serpent Wards. I don't know how this one like evaded the nerf. Like that same kind of idea where it's like Pugna Ward also could tank like 24 hits from Roshan or something. It's kind of weird. Bottom lane, Bach comes through. The team's starting to show up, but the numbers are here from Vici if they want to try and collapse, but nah. They can tell the kill far too fast. Mirage will clean that one up. Looking for Y now. That's going to be 2 kills for the Queen of Pain. All right. I mean, despite getting Roshan, momentum for the side of HULIGANI as they continue to push the net worth advantage.
I don't know if you can get Roche and also protect your tier 1 since you're missing some ults. You've taken some damage. Maybe not as much damage because you have the Tombstone tanking for you, but might have been a little greedy to go for all of it.
I think you also showed in like 2 other lanes. Like I'm pretty sure they saw XM and the Rubik in other lanes. And well, there it is. Rubik's going to die one more time. So 3 kills, staggering the deaths here on the side of Vici Gaming.
I was going to say XM was hiding his Orchid, but will now be spotted by the Helm Dom.
Really nice amplify damage there for him as well, if they can put that to good use. So you've got yourself a couple answers to the physical damage, right? Crimson Guard picked up on the Centaur will help the team quite a bit. But what else can you do here? Because you're gonna need like armor and auras and saves for like the eventual burst damage that just comes out from Slardar, Storm, and Shadow Fiend.
I guess they're hoping to match this early pressure. We've been seeing a lot of Centaurs go for Heart first, well, after the Helm Dom, for more farming, and hit the timings a little bit later. Crimson plus a Blink queued up means they're planning to fight coming up here pretty early, which I don't know. I'm like undecided on if I like that or not. I think to a degree you could just continue to outmaneuver them between Helm of the Dominator and Nature's Prophet. Like just keep avoiding and farm. But they want to take the fighting approach.
Well, they're going to find a really big kill bottom potentially as, Shadow Feed and Slaughter get it done, and they even find the kill onto the Hoodwink top thanks to that Storm Spirit. I mean, that's a really costly death and kind of surprising. You have no one around you to really keep you alive.
Tusk was sort of in the area, but I think he was moving into ward or like scout around. And I suppose they were thinking the blink would help, like the Tusk blink could help save, but honestly, you'll pop out of the snowball and die right after. So
yeah, that's the thing is like this Nature's Prophet needs to be very careful to not get found by that Slardar.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Are scanning.
Smoke up. HULIGANI.
Anyone try to use this blink Tusk to get something. The Centaur also went that Crimson Guard. We were saying this means you have to fight early. Shiro showing mid. Has a Hurricane Pike though too. He's so rich. If you don't kill him in that first go, he's getting out of there.
I mean, maybe you can get X. Oh, they do manage to take the Arcane Rune, but yeah, quickly killed. XM does not let that go. And, well, still got a minute and a half on the Aegis. He's very happy with how things are going. That is a Manta style for Mirage, by the way.
This is where it feels a little bad that you got the Crimson Guard, because a Heart would help you farm faster in all this time you can't find a fight. This is your fighting item, and you've tried to find a fight a couple times, but you just haven't been able to. Now you're going to lose your Tusk, so it is HULIGANI's turn to start staggering some deaths here at a very unfortunate time, because here's the Tormentor.
There's no way. They're going up?
Dirty. They're going top. They're looking for Corrupted. You think they're just going to do Tormentor, so he was trying to push top. He's still pretty far up, though.
Crimson Guard's making a lot of space for him. I don't know. Marat? Yeah, he's just going to give it up. Okay. Nice stolen hoof stomp there from the Rubik. Dude, this Aegis has been so value. XM has gotten, what, like 5 more stacks? He's up to 12 now.
Yeah, they've got their eyes on the Queen of Pain, who couldn't help top, so she heads bottom. She could have maybe popped the Aegis if she uses her ult, but it's not like there's that much time on the Aegis left, so she just left to go bottom.
Yeah, they just need the Tormentor. I'm surprised they didn't grab it first, but they'll grab it now. Super easy for the Slardar team, especially with a Shadow Fiend, right? So Xingqiu gets himself a free shard for the Rubik, and combine that with the Tombstone shard that Undying already bought right at 15 minutes. You have double save on the board at 21 minutes.
Yeah, we've actually been, we've seen this combo several times now.
Yeah.
Which is that the Tombstone save is, hold on, they're running into him. Tombstone save yourself, maybe?
Yeah, not this time. He is dead.
Too much chain stun. The Tombstone save is a way to dodge quite a lot, right? Because you like disappear into the little Tombstone hut. There's a little massage chair in there for you to, you know, just relax in. And then the Telekinesis shard is a way to just reposition like a Force Staff, but it doesn't matter where they're looking. So even when they're stunned, you can like pull them away. So it's 2 different forms of saves, and then you can combo them together. Wow, fast blinks. But it works really well when you have these tart heroes like SF who, oh, okay, maybe I need to save him from getting chain stunned. I could reposition him, or I could throw him in the Tombstone, or I could do both, and allows you to invest a lot of power into your Shadow Fiend. He is top net worth for the team, and then just protect him. With that said, the Natures has passed him, actually, as Nature's Prophets tend to do, but we haven't really seen them be able to make use of that the way that Vici has with their Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, I mean, he's 1, 2, and 2, right? Not a super involved score line by any means. But my concern with Nature's Prophet carry is always, if it gets caught once in the late game, it just dies, right? And you actually have pretty good ways of catching it. Storm Spirit as well as Slardar, like these are 2 fantastic heroes at actually dealing with Nature's Prophet. So I do worry for HULIGANI. Vici, they've got that Shadow Fiend smoked up with the team now, looking for an opening. They're gonna get a little bit of a glimpse of the Hoodwink north of them. Glimmer Cape does come out. Respect Smoke does pop, but they find a bigger target here in the Queen of Pain. They get the Requiem to continue the lockdown, and Shiro will find the kill.
Xinq's got people-wide hoof stomp. Curiosity stacks increase the AoE.
Is under attack.
That is a big one.
Oh, he's got Glimmer too. It's not a super common item on Rubik, but it's just further investing in protecting Shiro.
Nice find there from XM. Perfect staggering of his spells to make sure he gets the pop there onto the Tusk. And more galvanized stacks for him.
They're rewarded with an amplified damage rune for all their efforts as well.
Dude, they have all their BKBs.
I was wondering if they would give it to SF actually, because it feels like they have a big enough lead. You can get the second Roche if it spawns early. You'd have the amplify and a banner actually, so you could even go for a really early high ground push if you wanted to. Most teams don't want to do that nowadays, so it seems like they are happy to just continue finding these pickoffs.
Yeah. Storm's BKB is going to be coming soon, but you have it on both Shiro and Bach, right? Like your Slardar can go in with that BKB initiation, know that he's going to be safe. As Roshan number 2 is going to spawn the Aegis, and of course the banner now available. We're going to see Queen of Pain queue up the Shiva's Guard after the Manta now being completed.
Dire are scanning.
Dire scan, it's right on the money. Shiro would be a massive target, but who's gonna start the fight? He goes in the BKB out from Shiro though, just in time. Does manage to find Xinqiu. They'll look to try and get the kill first onto the Rubik, then see if they can turn around for this Shadow Fiend, but XM comes in with that amplified damage, takes down the Hoodwink. It's a 4v4 now. BKBs are spent on the Shadow Fiend, so you need to be careful. XM, they just go right in, get the stun. Is there follow-up though? There's the Walrus Punch. Bach goes in, gets the stun onto the Centaur, he pops the Stampede, but he's low now, stuck inside the Sprout. Roshan says, get out of my neighborhood, takes down Bach instead. They're looking for more aggressive TP up onto the high ground. A Vortex from the Storm Spirit. Shiro holding down that Requiem. See if he finds an opening. They'll clean up the Tombstone. So they will make some space with this to disengage on the side of Vici. So a 2-for-1. But Roche, you know, being the one that gets the Slaughter kill, denying a lot of gold over to HULIGANI.
A little bit annoying for them to finally have a smoke that connects and then Roche steals some of it away from them. But it is allowing them to try to reestablish position down here, get some wards down that they didn't have before. Will they feel confident doing Roche? Okay, they are. I was wondering, they just wanted to push out their lanes before they go in. Vici, I think do you have to teleport? They're trying, yeah, they're teleporting everyone in. They're trying to get over as fast as possible. And this is not the fastest Roche. I mean, but you have multiple tools to get past it. If you just send the zip.
They see the storm. They know it's here.
Sense it in your heart.
Someone's gotta go. Oh no, instead Corrupted just blinks by himself onto the high ground, instantly dies. The other hero's kind of stuck in the pit as well. They're gonna lose the Tusk now. Well, that's not how you're supposed to take Roche.
I guess they were on different pages of whether you can continue to fight there, or maybe he meant to die and let his team get out, right? Maybe he's worried they're all about to jump in as they finish Aegis, and you have Natures who, you know, he teleported in, so he didn't have a way out. Maybe that was the idea.
Pop Stampede, right? I mean, you've got like Hurricane Pike and Stampede. You just pop Stampede if you're that worried, I think, but that is painful. That is a lot of gold going the way of Vici Gaming, and we'll see what they can do with the Aegis, right? You still have 4 minutes left on it. You got the banner. This can be a opportunity to threaten high ground if you get there. The support net worth difference is really starting to add up here. Corrupted goes in, Blink Stomp onto 2, huge Sonic Wave onto 4. Tombstone is down, but can they finish off the Shadow Fiend in time? Walrus punches there and gets the BKB, Force Staff to the side, pops the Requiem, tries to TP him, he's out, baby. He will make it. You get the Aegis at the end of the day, and the rest of the team gets out. It's HULIGANI just can't find anything.
Which is surprising, because actually they found everything to start. I feel like there's been a couple momentary lapses on Vici in the way they position that is allowing these catches to find both the target and the save. Like, for example, when the SF gets jumped, you're supposed to Tombstone and like telekinesis him out, but A couple minutes ago, we saw the Rubik get caught the same time with a Shadow Fiend, and this time it's the Undying that gets caught at the same time. So partly unlucky, but partly they need to passively position in a better way to make sure they can respond faster. They might be able to turn the fight. I'm critiquing this. They still managed to get away, only losing support, so they're going to be happy with that. But if it keeps happening, HULIGANI will eventually find multiple kills.
Yeah. Well, now your Aegis is burned. Like that, you had so much time left on it, and with this, I mean, Nature's Prophet needs to play very defensive. We saw, even though he's the highest net worth, he just instantly died when he went in.
It's the hard thing about Nature's, right? Like, where you choose to teleport is super important, because that's it. Like, once you go in, you're in. So if you go in too far, you're in trouble. And it's tough here because you have the Blink Slardar, you have the Storm Spirit. So it's a wide range that they can cover.
I mean, I really like the idea that he went for this Butterfly early, because you're against a Slardar. So, like, Slardar cannot deal with Butterfly. It's just, you're not getting True Strike. It's very difficult for him to, like, constantly bash you. And now that you have BKB on the Nature's Prophet, see, this is where I think previously, if you just waited for your BKB timing, this fight's way different. But bottom lane, XM gets a regen rune mid lane, crushes and stomps off the mark, but Box gonna try and just hold down this Centaur and place that Orchid, the Bloodthorn. Oh, great snowball, buying a lot of time for them as they're gonna get their hands onto them. The Stampede does come out, Tusk falling low, but the Nature's Prophet started to just rack up the damage. Walrus Punch down as well. A nice telekinesis pulls him back in, goes back into the Tombstone. They're trying to take places, but he just kicks them out instead. Undying. Ceaseless Dirge will bring him back from the grave, but very funny interaction. Get out of my Tombstone, says Rubik.
It's my Tombstone. That is too funny. I mean, it works. It gets him out, right? He is able to get away. I can't get over that. That's so funny. I've been seeing a lot of pros pretty much simultaneously blink. I don't know if it's like TI, everyone's in top form for the tournament, but there's so many cases where someone blinks in to initiate, the other guy blinks away. Or in this case, both teams see each other at the same time and they both blink to try to initiate, but because of that, they both end up missing because they're going for each other. I think that's where it helps for Vici, because they have more sources of quick follow-up.
Mm-hmm. Dire are scanning.
Let's see, Satanic
will
close.
be the next item.
So it'll be a little harder to kill him. I think they also will need the Ags on the Centaur, but he's working on the heart, so the Ags is nowhere close in mind.
Oh, nice snowball save. They turn around onto the Storm. He's just dead. Oh boy, bait
that was his
this
gem
time
too.
Instead. Yeah, and they're gonna find why. It tries to save him as best as possible, but the chase is there. Mirage gets a double kill. A massive death on the Storm Spirit into the gem and Undying. I mean, that's like a 4K swing immediately.
Got baited by the Hoodwink.
Tower is under attack.
I mean, what a save by the Tusk.
Structures are fortified.
They were ready for that. That's going to get them to tier 2. Roche is still a while away, but you can maybe get the Tormentor off of this as well, which would be nice. You could use that extra amplification on the supports. They're not really... Okay, they're just gonna like farm up, I guess. I think Tormentor's actually the place to go for.
It's a little bit more difficult to get to because it's on the Radiant side, but I do agree. I think getting a Tormentor would be huge. In terms of heroes that have their Aghanim Shard, right, it's just the Queen of Pain, but both Tusk and Hoodwink's shards are really strong. So if I'm HULIGANI, yeah, definitely making a play for that would be really strong.
They are pretty close to the Satanic on Nature's, and he's been burned before, that fight right before BKB. So maybe this time he's saying, I insist that you let me get this Satanic before we make another team play. I will be farming this. Observe, I am teleporting to our triangle. I will not risk my life till I have this Satanic.
All right, lines are being drawn. They're starting to circle this bottom area of the map, and heroes migrating over. I think they are going to go for it. Like, Respect's in a good position to kind of scout this one out. You don't really have a lot of minus armor, so this is not going to be the easiest, but tag team, a pretty good resource.
The Nature's plenty farmed to do this at this point.
Okay, goes to Sage. I think you'd rather have the boomerang, but it's still not terrible on the Tusk, right? Drinking Buddies, another great avenue for trying to save heroes if you can't get close enough, or if if your blink is broken or something.
I think having another mobility option for Nature's is not the not the most repositioned, but it's a little bit. I think that can be a big deal. Get you out of Shadow Fiend's attack range. Storm zips in. You're gonna force him to zip again. He had a Force Staff. He must have just used it.
That is BKB expired now. They're gonna be able to chase. Shivas is out. They even commit the Stampede. Well,
he keeps getting
no
baited
way out of
top.
Sprout.
They keep losing heroes there. They got to be careful. This is a danger zone up there.
I mean, you've got the global teleport of the Natures, which is huge, but even Queen of Pain, like, very mobile, able to get around the map. How do you feel about this build from Mirage? Going Scotty. He's just going right-click damage, right? Like, he's not actually playing into the kind of like Kaya Sange, like refresher double ult build, or like the Aghanim Scepter.
Mm-hmm.
He's relying a lot on his auto attacks.
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess they did need a source of anti-heal, and Scotty will be that.
Centaur
Krella's would have also been that, but yeah. I feel like Queen could actually get a Krella's even.
Yeah,
it feels good this game,
really
doesn't it? It's like 3 right-clicking cores. So
I think any hero that... Go ahead, sorry, my bad.
No, I am surprised. I'm with you. I'm like, huh. It also feels like it would boost her healing from spell lifesteal and everything, so...
I was saying, I think any hero that builds like Blink and has Shivas can like benefit from a Krella's, and you don't have to buy Blink on Queen of Pain, right? It's just built into your kit. You now have Satanic online. You've got this Undying, right? There's a lot of healing, and if you just like blink into a Shivas and pop Krella's, like what does Shadow Fiend do to you? Ooh, quick blink from the Tusk. Nicely done.
Maybe some of the idea is that these are becoming very drawn-out fights, and if you're not getting the instant burst, which we did mention Tombstone is a partial counter to, maybe you need more consistent damage, and that's often right clicks. Though actually Queen of Pain spells are pretty low cooldown, so like I don't know, I'm kind of wrapping around both ways, but maybe he already got the Manta for the Dispel due to the like Storm was getting Orchid, and then you got the Slardar, so you're like, I'm already partially into right click, like maybe I just keep going into it. We'll see if it pays off. I mean, he's doing pretty well so far, 10, 2, and 1. So I can't really, the build has been working up to this point.
It is a cool build. I don't mind it, and I think part of this is the recognition that there are the Tombstone saves and the Rubik telekinesis saves. So, like double ult, like we mentioned, or just like relying on Sonic Wave or Scream of Pain isn't as reliable as just hitting heroes, right?
Or maybe he's saying, hey, if I get Refresher, that's just 2 chances for Rubik to steal my ult. So, joke's on him. I'm only going to right-click and cast Blink, and I will not use the other abilities.
Smoke up Huligani. Roshan in 5 seconds. They're going to start scouting a little bit with the Treants. See what they can find up onto the high ground, and they're going to find XM.
This is a big one.
Looks like they're going to wait out these next items, right? Mirage very close to that Eye of Scotty. And third Roche, I mean, that is a lot of times like a game-deciding fight. The AC picked up on the Nature's Prophet as well. I like his itemization in this game, right? That butterfly AC, he's got a lot of extra armor, which is necessary. They're gonna jump in. Oh, they did go Krellas. Look at that. Centaur picks up the stun here. Walrus, is Storm just dead?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. There's no healing. They couldn't actually save him. The Sorip did absolutely nothing. They find the Rubik in mid. They're just getting picked off one by one. Centaur now jumping in, or rather the Walrus Punch comes through. They will turn around with a buyback here from XN. They get their hands onto the Nature's Prophet. He's going to get his BKB. The turnaround. Centaur stuck on a high ground here. Will force them away. But double buyback comes through from the side of Vici Gaming, knowing that Roshan is on the line here. But he did get some big BKBs out.
Well, they found the Hoodwink.
Hoodwink. She does have buyback as well. The outpost is there. They can TP right in. This game is on a knife's edge.
The reason they couldn't kill Nature's
down to the
before
initiation
is because he had the BKB. This time, no BKB. Sonic Wave back up thanks to that talent, which was a big part of this.
Scary.
Spooky.
Oh, hold on. The jumping, great telekinesis saves. Sonic Wave doesn't quite do it. Falling a little bit low, though, on the Slardar. Bach might not be able to jump back in as confidently. A nice to corrupt it as the Alpha Wolf aura. There's so much damage. Silence here onto the Storm. Telekinesis again, pulls him up to the high ground. Good movements here. Roche, very low, blink in. Stuns back the other way. There's going to be the Krellas. They can't do anything.
It's still down. Respect
the
on
A
it.
just goes to respect of all heroes. They didn't have the slots. That is a dieback on your Storm.
Okay. You have some of the fattest heroes in the game all standing on the pit here. There is a setting in Dota that essentially means you can't click heroes and things in the way that Collapse uses to steal Aegis, and other players have to get on this tech because there were 4 cores in there all trying to pick up Aegis and just whacking each other because they're all blocking it. And I don't know how, maybe Respect's got the setting on because you end up having this Aegis on the Hoodwink. She did use buyback earlier. So did the Storm, and he is dead. So even though the Aegis did not go to a core, they immediately clean up mid. Nature's now TPing bottom. They're going to go for 2. Honestly, you might be able to go for 3 if you really push it.
I think you definitely just go for Mega Creeps. You have an Amplify damage and a Refresher on your Queen of Pain. Nature's Prophet can do this, right? He has so much damage. And you have a right-click. Yeah, I mean, you have a right-click Queen of Pain build, right? Like, she does a lot of building damage. Jumps in, goes for the Silence onto the Shadow Fiend, trying to just bait something out of him. Final fortification from Vici. I don't think they're stopping. Bottom racks starting to fall. They really want this last tier 3 top. Bach gets caught from the Walrus Punch. The big Sonic Wave does come through. Wind Waker, but Yule's plus the Tombstone. Second Sonic Wave just pushes the Shadow Fiend into dangerous territory. He's trying to BKB, heal himself up, gets the nice Requiem. Will they finish the kill onto the Queen of Pain? They don't. He gets the blink out and he dies instead. Crush comes out from Bach, gets the kill, but a Walrus Punch returns the damage. Force stab to the other side, but the Mega Creeps are secured from Huligani. And they TP out. Can they get more? Trying to find the heroes. They're all in the trees. They don't have it. They get Shiro's buyback, and all you lose is the Queen of Pain.
Is Huligani doing it? I think they've done it, actually. They have the Megas. They have buybacks are used up. Their cores all have it. They're in a really good position here. And it's only 40 minutes into the game, right? So, like, even if you want to hold on and hope for, like, the tier 5 craziness, that's still a long way away. Like, you're going to have to survive 2 more Roche pushes before that.
Oh, dude, he does not have a lot of mana.
Bro, they cannot keep dying up here.
I mean, this is what's so scary, right? Like, this Nature's Prophet being level 26, he can show up anytime the Tusk can.
Okay, in this fight, Bach kicked him out of the Tombstone at a very inopportune time. Barely lives with the Satanic, and actually it kind of worked out because it baited the rest of the fight in, except that they don't have the Storm. If Storm was alive during all of this, and they clean this fight easily, right? They have the crowd control to finish the QoP. Sooner than that, right? They have the ability to jump the back lines. But that that series of events leading up to the Roche, and then none of the cores having the setting to actually grab the Aegis. Oh, it's just been a series of disasters for Vici.
Oh, respect actually misses the combo there, maybe panicking a little bit.
I think we're winning. We gotta keep cool. Gotta close it out still. These heroes are not the best at holding megas, but Shadow Fiend is one of the best heroes in terms of, like, you throw a fight in his base, he runs it straight down and clears out some buildings, right? So you do have to be a little careful here, but you should just be able to play the map until you find a pickoff. This is where nature shines. You should just farm your own half of the map. The rest of your heroes just stay together on the Radiant side of the map. And if you find someone scattered off, you bring the natures in. And if not, you're just like tripling Vici in terms of farm. So it's a 20k gold lead now. We'll keep an eye on that because it should shoot up.
Are scanned.
Yeah, here's them clearing out the wards, or trying to. They're looking everywhere with the gems.
Yeah, I just don't see like the avenue for Vici Gaming at this point, right? Like, you have these saves, but I think the damage from HULIGANI is just way too high.
I'm trying to think through it too. It's tough because you have to.
Well, that's
so
a divine
obviously
rapier. That's one way.
That's one way. You have to address the natures. You have to take out the Tusk. There's now an Aghanims on Centaur. You got to take him out too. So it's pretty tricky. There's only so many heroes you can find, unless HULIGANI messes up and you get some, you know, AoE crush, Requiem, whatever. Then that's a different story. But as long as they are careful, you put natures or Queen on the front. Make sure Tusk is standing like back left, Centaur's back right, right? So you have this like triangle formation. You won't be able to catch all of them, and somebody will save the natures or Queen, whichever one you're putting forward. I think it should probably be the Queen. Well, he's got the Satanic, and Queen did not go for that. The like spell lifestealer for Roche. Really leaning into the right because you got a butterfly next, which
that's what I'm saying. She's going all right click damage.
It's pretty sick.
Smoke up. They're looking for the option. Blink in, hoof stomp. They do manage to get the tombstone right away. He's got to get out of here. Krellis is out. There's no healing unless he pops that BKB. Undying is low. Does get the blink to safety. Nature's Prophet TP's in aggressively. Just wants to get to work here as they drop a banner really far back to protect these catapults. And they're getting to work on the tier 4 towers. Vici Gaming, your hand's being forced. You got to do something, and quickly. Who do you go on? Storm Spirit goes in, tries to get some vision, doesn't quite find the vortex there, onto the Nature's Prophet, but nothing quite yet. Telekinesis, pulls in the Centaur quick, the workhorse is there, he's just healing through it all,
Stolen
man.
workhorse.
I mean, yeah, stolen workhorse, but that was the Shadow Fiend's BKB.
Oh, the banner is like one pixel short.
Bach doesn't really care, gets pulled for the bushwhack. Big Sonic Wave, the damage is enough to get him, and now they're trying to find any opening on the backline, but it's so secure. They're slowly chipping away at the throne. They've got one fortification left. Blink in, Shiva's more daggers onto Bach. They want to try and get the dieback here on the Slardar, but your throne, it's about to explode. You've got to find something. Blink in, hoof stomp. He gets a nice save, but a snowball is going to keep this hero alive. And just like that, you've got to get on the run here for the side of Vici Gaming. The tombstone cleaned up once again. The fortification comes out, but the stampede, it's found Bach. Snowball back the other way from the Rubik. It's just a mess of a fight. The side of Vici Gaming just don't have it. The throne's gonna go down, and HULIGANI are gonna take game number 1.
That was a hectic end. Vici throwing everything to try to stall that one out, but you could not stop HULIGANI and the bannered catapult. Just the one, because the other one barely stepped out of range. I don't know how that happened. A pretty crazy game. I really thought Vici was outmaneuvering HULIGANI for the first half of that. It felt like they were just a step ahead in terms of reading the map, making the moves. and then they stopped doing that. I feel like they just made a series of mistakes, and HULIGANI realized they were being given another shot, and they're like, okay, you know what? Let's just clean up what we've been doing. And they win a couple fights in a row, especially this Roshan fight. Absolutely outplayed Vici here. Maybe Vici outplayed themselves. I'm not 100% sure, but either way, HULIGANI does not slip up and close it out for themselves.
There's a couple of moments from HULIGANI where it's like, obviously it didn't quite go as planned. Like this was immediately the Aegis gets tossed, right? They don't manage to find their kills. They get the TP out on the Shadow Fiend, but these were the series events top where it just completely fell apart for them, right? The Storm Spirit getting caught into, you know, the Undying, who doesn't have Ceaseless Dirge up. He had just died a few moments ago. And then I think they catch Bach up here shortly after as well.
Yeah, reaching this point too, this Krella's, they just didn't have that same. They just didn't have that same level of utility.
This item's insane. This item is actually broken. There's no way that this is balanced.
The thing, on its own, kind of, but I feel like if you have your own Krella's or like a nullifier, right, then you have your own version, which is like Centaur's jumping in and using Krella's. So he's getting information, he's baiting that initiation, but he's not really at risk of dying, and he's not committing that much because Krella's is so low cooldown. But they don't have an answer to the Krella's, and they don't have their own version of that. So every time they want to poke, it's like BKB, or you just don't commit anything, and you're like, I hope they don't stun me, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like that's the strength of having this Krella's. But you could just get your own Krella's as well, and then you can do the same thing. Or like you pick up an answer to Krella's. Which makes me this AC that Spardar ended up picking up, I feel like that has to be a nullifier.
It has to be a nullifier. I agree, 100%. Spardar is a hero that naturally needs to build nullifier, right? Like that's kind of like his way of scaling past that early like mid game of that like blink shard timing. It's like after that, it's pretty much this hero gets BKB and nullifier, and that's typically how you like find your next power spike. So I was a little bit surprised not to see that, but. I mean, going at this point, you can just see Vici, they struggle to get their hands on anything. And when they finally look like they're going to get a grab, it's a Wind Waker or a Snowball. And then you have the Krella's stopping any form of healing that you're doing in these fights. Like, it is a really, really, really good performance from HULIGANI, and they get themselves a very necessary win here in Game 1.
I guess to be fair, at the time he went for the AC, I think they were still okay. That's like right at the point they started throwing fights, especially the Roche fight. So maybe if you just play a little cleaner there, you can do the AC and get that Aegis for yourself, and then you can go back for the nullifier after that. But yeah, if you make a couple of mistakes, the kill goal does so much at that point, right? Suddenly you're a full item behind because you just team wiped to them, so everyone picked up a new item, and you're like, oh, I need the nullifier now, but there's no time for it. You know, here they are knocking on the door.
Yeah, I think this one, like you can kind of see in the scoreline here, like Shiro's 7-1-6, Nature's Prophet 6-2-10. Like there's not like major differences in the kill score overall. Like this is, I mean, the final score 18-20 in a 47-minute game, right? There's not a lot of kills in this game at all, but it just came down to the team fight execution. I think itemization making a big difference here as well.
I agree. A creative build from Mirage, not one we see. Queen of Pain is a mid hero who can do more right-click builds, but haven't seen a Queen lean that far into it in quite a while, but it paid off. Though, funny enough, I think some of the moments I remember the most are just the plain old ult breaking up the fight for Nature. So maybe she could have done the regular build anyhow.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at the overall damage that she did this game, and it's like Sonic Wave is by far the most. It's not even close. She does still have like a decent chunk of damage from auto attacks, but it is yeah, almost all the Sonic Wave. So well, we'll see. I think a lot of people came into the series expecting, you know, Vici Gaming to be probably the favorites, but this is one where HULIGANI grabbed themselves an early Game 1 victory. We'll have to see what happens as we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with Game 2 in just a little bit. Everyone stay tuned. We'll see you then.
I am here with Mirage from HULIGANI. Mirage, this is your first TI. How does it feel to be here? Are you excited? Are you nervous? What are you looking forward to the most? Tell me about it.
Вообще чувствую себя просто великолепно. Я вот смотрел True Sight до этого, и, ну, я очень рад быть частью вот этой вот истории.
Fantastic. So you guys had to go through open qualifiers. You had to play against a lot of other mids in that run to get to TI. Some very experienced ones like Topson. I know you had to play against him. He's now at the tournament anyway. What did you learn playing against those more experienced mid players?
Вообще, open-квалы для нас были, ну, довольно не прям тяжелые, потому что мы сидели на буткемпе и готовились к ним. Мы до этого прошли на Риад, и open-квалы я был уверен, что мы пройдем. А вот close-квалы уже были потяжелее. Там надо было уже реально врубиться.
Let's talk about the meta as a mid. How would you describe the current meta? What the best, most picked heroes are going to be, in your opinion, at TI from a mid player's perspective?
Мета сейчас вообще, ну, довольно много героев разных. Есть и тот же вот нестандартный Wisp мид, который вот появляется. А из классических, ну, инвокер очень сильный. Там тот же Пак, Эмбер, Шторм, все как обычно. А из нестандартных это, ну, вот Wisp мид чаще наблюдается.
What would it mean to you personally to win the international at your first attempt? What would that feel like? How would you even describe that?
Ну, я вообще верю в это. Что бы там ни говорили, типа вот у меня есть вера в самого себя, и это было бы просто, ну, супер хорошо для меня, вот, как который всю жизнь и шел к этому, и с первого раза выиграть International, это для меня было бы вообще вау.
Yeah, it'd be amazing. Talk to me about your teammates. I asked Sayush the same question. Describe your teammates. What is the play style of HULIGANI? What are the players like? Describe them to me.
Ну, вообще у меня в команде, ну, замечательные ребята, которые вот тоже впервые, некоторые из них впервые пробились на TI. Вот это для нас новый экспириенс, это для нас уже, ну, уровень выше, что было до этого. Насчет игроков, насчет плейстайла у нас, ну, мы больше любим надежность, мы больше любим верочный плей. Вот, мы стремимся к самым верочным плеям. Вот.
Okay, that makes sense. So looking at the other teams at TI, which teams do you think are the strongest? Which teams are you most looking forward to facing? Describe the field to me. What do you think of the other teams here?
Ну, самые сильные, я думаю, пару команд есть, которые выделяются. Это Yandex, ну и Liquid, которые выиграли недавно турнир. А ждать кого-то, не знаю, все равно, с кем играть. Просто надо играть, и все.
Okay, fair enough. Mirage, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me, and good luck with the tournament.
Thank you.
Welcome back to yet another TI. I have to ask the obvious question, which is, do you feel any additional pressure? We are back in China. You are the last player to lift up the Aegis from a Chinese team. Does that add anything to this TI for you?
No pressure. I feel much comfortable to play in Shanghai, play in China.
I've never seen you feel pressure in general, though. You always seem very calm. I've never seen you anxious at all. Does that happen in Dota?
Yeah, it's happened, but it happened in, you know, games or before games. It's not like showing to the public.
So you've been to quite a few TIs. I'm wondering, does this one feel any different than the previous ones you've been to, or it's just another event at this point?
I mean, in Shanghai, it's definitely very different because all the environment surrounding is very familiar, and the food is good, and everything feels like in home. So yeah, it's a very good feeling to play this TI.
Nice. I mean, I'm happy to hear that there is still that sense of pride that we're coming back to Shanghai. It's been 7 years since 2019, and you still feel that excitement being back in your home country.
Yeah, very exciting.
I'm also curious that you stepped away from Dota for a little bit. Now you're back. I know that you're doing quite well in Dota, but I want to know how you're keeping up with your hobbies. I know you were learning German, you were doing computer programming. How much are you keeping up with that these days?
For recent days, not really, because the training and tournaments is getting tense. I have to put all the energy on it. Like recently, I was trying watercolor painting. Ooh. And I actually brought it like in my luggage to abroad, but I never painted once because every day was so tired. Every day, like we play so much, play pubs and play screams and watch replays. Just no energy to do other things. Yeah, maybe after TI, we'll like keep doing my hobbies.
I usually don't know many Dota players who like work with their hands very much. How'd you get into painting in general?
I was like very bad in painting. I barely paint when I was a child, and I don't know. Just some point I saw some watercolor video, and I think it's pretty, and I just want to give a try. And it's indeed like give me a lot of pleasure.
So then, after you win this TI, you think you'll commemorate it with maybe like a watercolor of the Bund, or the river, or is there any Shanghai thing what would be a great memory for you to paint to remember this TI?
I don't know, maybe just some simple thing because I'm very beginner. Like maybe I try to paint a logo, TI or something like that.
Okay, I look forward to seeing a Bach Aegis on your portfolio one day.
Okay, thank you.
Bach, looking forward to seeing how you and Vici Gaming do this TI.
Thank you.
And we're back.
Welcome back. Group stage here, everybody. We've got ourselves game 2 of HULIGANI versus Vici Gaming about to begin. The series off to a pretty explosive start, I would say, right? Like coming into this, I think a lot of people would have looked at this and said, all right, Vici Gaming, they've done pretty decent in some of their recent tournaments, like good showings. They knocked out some strong teams. HULIGANI, a little bit of a wild card coming into this event. And right now, they're up 1-0.
Yeah, that was certainly not the way I think Vici was expecting that game to go. They were playing pretty solid, built that lead, but slipped up, and HULIGANI is certainly going to punish you for that. So they're going to get us, I feel like a sigh of relief, get a win here at TI, but you got to close out the series, right? Get the next win. I think there's a lot of comfort you can have, though, from having game 1 under your belt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it makes a huge difference, right? Getting this this game 1 victory, especially in a Swiss stage format. Like, the games matter so much. So we'll see what happens. They go for the first pick, Keeper of the Light. In terms of the bans, we'll see Centaur removed. They do not want to deal with that. The Puck and the Lina, Tree and Protector. Earth Spirit as well. I mean, this hero has been getting a lot of attention, rightfully so. I think it looked pretty dang good after day 1. And Vici Gaming will take the Shadow Fiend themselves. Really, that looked pretty good last game. Maybe try that again. Maybe, I don't think it was necessarily the Shadow Fiend's fault that, the things didn't pan out the way it did.
No, I thought he was doing well in the lane, even past HULIGANI shenanigans, right? Did well in the lane. Caudle is a hero that stacks a lot. Shadow Fiend is potentially a hero who can run in and steal some with those raises if he's already doing well in the lane. They were connecting with the Shadow Fiend. All the beginning stuff was good. It was just the mid to late game. So I think when that's the case, you don't have to fully worry about your heroes. But itemization was one thing that we brought up. And Shadow Fiend's a hero who can't really pivot his items around that much. So if they want to run him back again, they might want to consider some more utility options from the other heroes.
All right, in terms of bans, I'll get rid of the Darks here. I was kind of curious, if they were going to let it through on Vici, but I guess HULIGANI a little bit worried that Vici could take it themselves. So Hoodwink to follow, and that's Beastmaster as well. So they're trying to protect the Shadow Fiend quite a bit more this time, right? They'll take the Tusk instead. We saw the Undying last game as the pairing, but realizing, you know, maybe Tusk Snowball and the combo a little bit stronger.
A little bit more utility, I suppose, compared to Undying. Undying's got the save, and he does a lot in his own way, but there's something to be said about what Tusk can do, the saves, the playmaking. And of course, it could still, you could actually even go back for the Undying anyways. Tusk is a flexible hero.
I'm telling you, you know what Tusk isn't affected by? Krellas.
Keeper of the Light. Well, okay.
Krellas.
Can you punch a Krellas?
Well, no, but you know, you're not like sending a 700 soul rip into your Shadow Fiend that entirely gets eaten by a, you know, a Centaur instead.
Fair enough. I suppose they already knew Keeper could outmaneuver an Undying in the lane, so why bother? Might as well grab something like a Tusk instead, which can match a little bit better. It will be into Underlord though, which the roots are very annoying for Tusk.
Super annoying.
And you can spam out Firestorm now as well, thanks to that Keeper. So it'll be an annoying lane for Shadow Fiend. But if you step up too far, if you mess up, you can certainly be killed yourself.
The spectacular, the unbelievable Ringmaster.
Okay. I mean, I like the Ringmaster as well. And I feel like that's just going to be respect playing the Ringmaster.
You're going to want to Dispel. Can't have that escape act saving the targets every single time.
5 seconds remaining.
It's like you need to find a way to deal with the escape act, but also Ringmaster just does a lot of damage, right? Like Tame the Beast into Wheel of Wonder is a huge combo. Very easy to set up when you have an Underlord as well. And then on top of it, just the Impalement art spam in lane is super obnoxious. It's a hard counter to a lot of the like Helm of the Dominator heroes as well that like to be played from the offlane, which is specifically something Bach likes to do.
It does mean you really need
left.
Yeah, it does mean you really need a playmaker in the mid lane. So going back for the Rubik, you should be able to get some good steals from a potential playmaker in that mid lane. And you either are holding your final pick to counter that or just preemptively counter that mid lane now. Something like a Queen of Pain yourself, so that if they go for any of the typical playmaker mids that pair with the Coddle, you can beat them in the lane. You can just steal it away as well if you want to grab, like, I don't know, Storm seems fine again. Tiny, I think, struggles a little bit more into what HULIGANI has. Look at Pango, you can roll through the pit.
And this is like a Bach classic, I think. So a lot of times we don't really see Pango in the offlane. I think this will be offlane Pango. It could be for XM, obviously, but I think the benefit for Vici Gaming about them picking it here is that they do flex it into the offlane as well, so they have that option. So if HULIGANI decide to pick like a really strong lane counter for Mirage, you know, versus something like the Pango, they can force it into the offlane and then ban to protect the mid lane for Mirage. Which, it's a Terror Blade. Okay. It's a really good Terror Blade game, actually. That is a rough one. Pango, all physical damage. Shadow Fiend, also mostly physical damage. Obviously, you have Requiem and raises and stuff, but you typically play for your right-click damage. It's a really good Terror Blade game. I don't think you want to run Pango in the offlane now. I think you probably want to take it mid and maybe pick an offlaner that shuts down the Terror Blade, but first pick and first ban of the tournament. Yeah, he's been completely ignored. There's, I want to say, like 12 to 15 heroes that were unpicked and unbanned after the first day, which is kind of surprising. Normally, there's not that few, I would say, but I'd have to go look at the stats. Terror Blade, though, finally making his appearance.
When you make it down to an E patch, you know, you're at a decent spot in balance typically, but one of the heroes that is not so popular is this Terrorblade. That's kind of the reason we haven't seen him. I know it's only day 2, but there's a lot of other carries that tend to be a little bit stronger, it feels like, right now. But like you said, because there's so much physical damage showing right now, it gives some extra value over to that Terrorblade. He's someone who can stand his ground versus the Shadow Fiend as well. All the illusions, just like right-click him down, boosted by like Underlord protecting you, these supports.
I'm going to make a very quick correction. I was very off on the unpicked unbanned heroes number. It's 36. So quite a bit more than I thought. I was like, I feel like, yeah, there's usually more than that. But Terrorblade now getting removed from that list. So down to 35.
This is the downside of removing that Lena earlier. She would have been good.
I mean, is it Necrophos that you go for here? I feel like the options are pretty limited for Vici in terms of like heroes that you can pick that deal well with Terrorblade. If you don't want to put the like maybe you just put the Pango in that lane and you pick like the best possible mid laner that you can. But they get rid of they get rid of Storm Spirit and Ember Spirit. I mean,
any kind of playmaker. Tiny is still available. He'll do fine. You just need someone who jumps in for Terrorblade. You need to set up Underlord ults. You need to work with these supports.
They might just do Queen of Pain
If it's something
again.
too greedy, I think they're too slow. You could do Queen of Pain, but I feel like it's
like
I
Queen
don't
of
feel
Pain
you need
less-
even more damage when you have the Terrorblade.
You have Death Prophet as an option too. Like there's actually a lot of heroes here that I think you could pick in the mid lane. Lesh and Death Prophet I think are both viable. Also Snapfire. No, you go back for the Queen of Pain. I think it's just something Mirage is confident on. Like he's a Grandmaster Queen of Pain. Clearly he has multiple builds that he likes playing. And I don't think you can put Pango in this matchup. I think you have to put a different mid hero. Maybe they're going to put Shadow Fiend mid and pick a carry. Like, how do you salvage the draft here?
5 seconds remaining.
Necro. Except they have Escape Act and Sunder. Yeah, those are some good bans on that final phase for Huligani. Overall, I like their draft. I think you can protect the Terrorblade in a lot of ways. I just worry that if they make their own mistake anywhere and you need to like find pickoffs to come back, they really do not have a way to do that easily. It's the downside of Queen of Pain, who's like kind of an active hero in the sense she wants to fight, but she doesn't have the active like I stun type fight. So your opponents can always react. For example, roll up on XM and get away, who he is going to take it mid, and they're going to get the Doom and hope to just doom some of these heroes and prevent them from being able to play the game they want to play.
All right. I'm not sold on this Doom pick. I think it's okay. Obviously, like in a vacuum, if you get the Doom on certain heroes, but Terrorblade has been one of the best Doom counters like forever. Like as long as Terrorblade has been around, like Sunder is like one of the Doom saves. So if you aren't getting the Terrorblade on Doom, which is not super easy to do, you just Sunder the target, or you just throw the Doom target inside of the Escape Act. So I'm not a big fan of this pick. I'm a little worried about it.
I can kind of see some of the value. Radiance plus Scorched Earth is a lot of damage in a big AoE for the illusions, so it can help you find the real illusions. And Shadow Fiend, although a lot of it's physical, like between that and Pango, like I think you'll be able to take out the Terrorblade in the early game to mid game. As time goes on, I think it should be better for Terrorblade, and you'll have that Sunder counter. You'll have the scaling of his teammates as well. So I think Vici, they were winning the early game last time, and if they clean up some of their mid-game movements, I think you have to try to close this game out, or at least build a big lead before that Terrorblade gets scary. And that is the weakness of Terrorblade. Like, he needs a lot of time to become that threat. Like, 2 major items minimum.
Yeah, I that part I will absolutely agree with. I am worried that they don't have the answers to the illusions. We'll have to see, though, as we jump into game number 2, HULIGANI versus Vici Gaming. And with this one, I mean, a second win here from HULIGANI. They're putting Vici Gaming on the chopping block. All right, this is a very, very, very close series based off that first game. Very neck and neck, but HULIGANI pull it out. As someone who, I would say, I'm not a huge fan of Terrorblade overall. I think the hero, like it's not like one of the carries that I like to play, but it's also like not one of the carries that has been super popular in the meta. Obviously, like the first pick of the tournament for us or ban. But looking at the draft, I actually don't think they have a way of dealing with it, right? Like the 3 of the first 4 picks are 100% physical damage. And then the Doom is not, I think, a good enough answer.
Okay, bro, I've got a build for you, okay? Buckle up, buckle up.
Yeah. I'm like trying to look for answers, so hit me.
Okay, here it is. You get your phase boots, you get your radiance, you get your blink, the usuals. Krella's on Doom with the shard. You just jump in, insane healing. XM,
I like it.
Maybe XM. Diffusal, you probably can't really move
He's also
away
gonna
from.
be so fast.
Disperser versus the opponent Krellas, perhaps. Or back for the Maelstrom, back for the Ags. The Ags was one of the better illusion responses. Like, even though he's very physical damage focused, the Ags is really good to do a lot of damage on Pango.
So here's the thing I'm unsure of, right? In the past, like Radiance was like one of the items of dealing with illusion heroes, but it made illusion heroes so bad, they kind of reverted a lot of the changes, right? The evasion is not on the burn. It's only on the hero wielding the Radiance, right? So it doesn't really counter illusions as much as it used to. And I think with Terrorblade, like they get tanky enough, like with all the stat items that like Scorched Earth, Radiance, whatever you want to build, like I don't know if they actually can kill them. So I'm a little bit skeptical. That being said, it always comes down to execution and making a draft work. The lanes could have it could completely flip one way or the other, and then suddenly, your perfectly idealized game plan doesn't really work out.
Yeah, they're doing something sneaky to start, though, which is 3 heroes down bot wanted to try to find a kill onto Shiro, but it was scouted out in the nick of time. It ran very far to the left. It cost them the creep equilibrium, but at least they didn't give a kill, and top is set up in a good spot for them since Respect was spending so much time down here. Has led to some wacky laning.
I'm curious how Underlord is going to itemize for the lane, because he has the Keeper of the Light. Like, a lot of times you have to go for a very early Soul Ring, but I think you just rush your phase boots like ASAP and then maybe pick up some additional armor. You could still opt for Soul Ring because it does give you a little bit, but getting those phase boots ASAP, I think, is the game plan for him. Rely on the Coddle to give you the mana for now.
I agree. Seyush Coddle should cover it. Top side, Respect getting pretty low.
Dude, that's got to be first blood.
Should be one more kill.
Just did not respect the positioning there. He was so far forward. Didn't mean to make that, pun, that play on words, but yeah, Respect.
I mean, who expects Rubik telekinesis level 1? I think it just threw him off. Quite literally threw him out of position and got the kill even without Fade Bolt. So quick kill up here, which I will say, the hero that could provide the magic damage they need to do with a Terrorblade could be Rubik in Xinku's hand, right? You have a strong start. You have spells like Queen of Pains, a lot of magic damage. You could steal Illuminate. You could steal Firestorm. You could still Tame the Beast, right? There is so much you could take. Firestorm is the big one, and it's pretty easy to steal. And actually, even if you get the AoE route, that's also really annoying for Terrorblade.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I think if Xinku has a good game and gets to be a little greedy, like, heck, go Ags and steal 2 of these spells, and then there's your Terrorblade answer.
I actually really like that idea. I hadn't really considered the Aghanim Scepter, because it's just not something we see too much on Rubik anymore, but I think you're right. I think that is probably your best option. which isn't a great option, but it is.
How dare you suggest that Aghanim's first on support is not a great option?
Okay, Mr. Zeus player, give me out. That's a different one.
And tell me Ags first is not the best build on that hero.
It is.
Silence. You know you can't.
Hold on. Technically, Aghanim Shard first is the build, but then
Aghanim's is still in the name. It's all the same.
Yeah.
It's just a shard of the scepter.
Mr. Aghanim would like to have a word. Whatever happened to that guy? Is he still around?
I think he's still lost in the multiverse somewhere or something. He's getting the next event ready. Buckle in for 3 years, guys. It's coming. It's the final train of the Dark Carnival.
Can we just talk about how good the lore in Dark Carnival has been, by the way? It's so good.
The lore and the voice acting and everything is great. It's
You
really
need to
good.
finish this thing, dude. The last act is so sick. Bottom lane, the Razes come out. They find the kill there onto the Keeper of the Light. Grandpa, not very known for having a lot of health, typically a mobility hero.
Which is funny because grandpas are not really known for that either.
Sorry, he's got a horse. It carries him.
You know, here in China TI, the old people here do a lot of their stretches. They go to the park, they do their exercises, they're on it. They are fast.
I wouldn't know anything about that in the US.
I'll represent, don't worry. Mirage,
Xtreme's
kind of
doing
low.
really well. Yeah. He's gonna go take
Yeah,
the
this is
bounty rune.
Pango's getting what he needs. Like, there's a small CS lead for Queen of Pain, but really, in this kind of matchup, you're just playing for level 6 to have the role on Pango, so you're good. Actually,
Good
Mirage is gonna have
TP,
to TP back
actually.
here. Yeah.
And he could have taken a lot of damage there otherwise, so smart TP.
Mr. Dark Carnival himself up here trading with Xingqiu.
Dude,
It
I
is
love
hard
this.
to beat the Impalement Arts trades.
I thought you were going to say this cosmetic on the Ringmaster. So I love
that
this one.
too. It's pretty good.
So good. Well, a lot of damage here into the Terrorblade. Great body blocks from Bach as well. Xingqiu might just die to the illusions. Great whoopee cushion from Respect. It's got to give him the kill. As well as a strongman tonic, so should not be capable of dying here. Well, instead, just throw it on over to the Terrorblade. Nice little heal going his way.
Bach's doing pretty well up here.
Yeah,
and
he is.
he does have the drums queued up, so he's going for a much faster tempo gameplay. Might still do Radiance at some point, but it could just be, let's get together real early. We know Terrorblade's a slow hero. We know the enemy does not have very much crowd control at the start of the game, so let's just go run in, cause some chaos. By the way, we're killing Underlord down here. And we're losing Rubik at the rune. Action
Sonic
all
Wave,
over.
though.
Maybe the game is faster than last time.
Yeah. I mean, you do have to commit the Sonic Wave for it, so it's a little bit of a cooldown, you know, that you do pop for the Rubik, but you'd rather just get a kill with it than, you know, sit on it for a while.
I love sitting on my ultimates, though.
Yeah.
As I work to my Aghanims first.
My mid Snapfires, I'd like to have a word with you. Please rotate when you get 6. Stop sitting in the mid lane. Now, this has been a really, like you said, much faster paced game. Last game, we saw a lot of like heroes almost die, but stop playing here. Corrupted. Stuck inside the shards. Tag team. Damage stacking up. Gets another raise to find the kill. The Coddle, I think he's just been stacking, but it's costing them so heavily now.
He should be able to do it without it costing them. They just need to be a little bit more careful. Not quite on the same page for it. Now, XM actually scouts those stacks. You know he was doing it anyways, but I thought he might actually just stay there to farm it. He's actually going for a kill on Mirage.
He's going to go take him.
Didn't quite have enough time. Yeah, now it's time to do the stacks. Here come the supports. Everyone's just going to throw their spells. So here's your big time commitment, right? This is why the offlaners need to be careful. You spend all this time stacking, you end up with nothing for it, and you lost your offlane. If the offlane's at least alive, you can bring him over to contest, but that's a big swing for Vici. 1K gold lead. A lot of that, just that stack.
Yeah, I just don't quite understand like leaving the Underlord in this matchup. I understand like you want to stack, but The Underlord needs the Coddle here. Like, this is not a playable matchup. Tusk Shadow Fiend is so strong. And Underlord's not a hero that can drag the wave, right? So there's a couple of very costly deaths, and now Mirage in the mid lane stuck inside the shards. Will get a nice Sonic Wave to try and make some space. 2 seconds to the blink. It's gonna be close. They get the kill. XM with a swashbuckle to do it.
These are the early moves Vici was making in the last game, so good on them, right? Same old here. Let's see if they can keep it going, because they lost momentum as the game went. But here's another kill, this time onto Respect. Escape back, gonna buy some time. Unless he's got a secret blink in there.
They're just diving the towers like crazy.
Light shards barely off.
He's underneath the tower with almost
Buy your Iron
no
Branches
HP.
and stats. He's got double Blood Grenade for the health. That actually kept him alive there.
It did. Wow. And while all this is happening, like, Doom's kind of just chilling. He's farming up. He's neck and neck here with this Terrorblade. He's getting plenty of space, going for that Radiance instead. He said, you know what, I was thinking about drums, but my game's going decent.
Also, apparently, you guys are playing fast without it, so I don't see why I need to build it. I'm just going to go back for Radiance.
I mean, Shiro's been all over the map on the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he just thought of it. He was going to get the drums, and he was like, wait, guys. Radiance Shard Krellas? Change the build.
Well, the
I
shard
actually think
is
it would cook.
The shard is only the Devour shard now, right? Like, it got changed, so it's not. You don't get the healing and stuff and the movement speed for the Scorched Earth.
Doesn't he still have the?
He has the talents for it.
Oh, only the base ability has the increased spelling.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I thought that had the. I thought it was like increased.
All
Wait,
abilities
does he not
or
have to
something?
steal anywhere? Oh, never mind. Okay, the build sucks.
Yeah.
Forget it, guys.
Yeah. They,
okay, no, it still has health regeneration on Scorched Earth.
Yeah, it does.
It's only 6.66, but I don't know. Krellas with that could still be funny.
I just want to see more Krellas, man.
Right, message Bach.
Yeah, I'll get on it.
Hey, bro, thinking about Krellas?
There's a big ancient stack here. Corrupted. Not quite level 7, so no level 4 Firestorm, but they'll get some help from the Queen of Pain. So they'll be able to pick this stack up. And it's going to take a little bit longer, I think, than they initially expected. And, well, they are invading a little bit on the Tusk. He's just sacking some XP here.
Throw the Ice Shard, steal something.
Oh, you just steal two right in their face. Just walks in and just yoinks them.
I'm surprised they're so scared of him, but I guess they did throw all their abilities on the Ancient Camp, so they couldn't really do anything about it. But, okay, you get most of the stack. Some of the XP gets stolen. In the meantime, both lanes get pushed, though, so you lost a lot of tower damage for it. Let's see if they can protect them at the least. All right, they don't quite lose the tower, but they are low on both sides. And actually, bottom's not even done yet. They're thinking about the wraparound. You've seen this before, playing very safe on Corrupted. But it means the tower goes down bottom, and mid, Illuminate can stall it out, but here's the second tower. All right, Pango's hoarding 2,000 gold, so he's about to surprise him with a full defusal in a moment.
Yeah, I mean, this game is gonna like start to fall really far out of control here for HULIGANI unless Vici Gaming like makes some big mistakes, because they are really far ahead. And
which they kind of did last game.
Yeah, holding Rolling Thunder gets a haste rune. That's quite nice.
All right, so what do you think the odds are that Xingqiu is going Ags first? Shall we check?
He's going Aether Lens. Okay. So.
Aether Lens.
Steal Firestone from further away.
Exactly. This will let him actually steal the abilities, the Ags. We'll keep it in mind for the future. I'm sure it'll come at some point.
I mean,
all right, get the Firestorm. So steal the Firestorm, have the Aghanim Shard, put the Firestorm on your Doom, who runs in with the Krellas.
Man, how are they dodging out this gank? It is so close. Respect is just hiding behind this tree.
He is a tree.
They will find him now. Doom comes out onto the Queen of Pain. She is instantly dead. Corrupted actually coming through as well, realizing there's no way he can make this fight, but a really big Wheel of Wonder in from Respect. It's going to be able to turn around, get themselves 2 kills. And XM luckily has his haste rune to get him to safety.
They don't have a lot of crowd control, but the Wheel of Wonder and Pit combo is pretty dirty when you don't have these BKBs, you don't have these dispels, no shards to save each other. So a very nice fight for HULIGANI there. You did lose your Queen of Pain. That part's a little unfortunate. But the rest of the team, especially this Terrorblade, which seems to be the star of the show in terms of their draft.
Could have sundered her. And immediately
Then
died.
I would have died, man. Then I would have died.
Well, so the thing is, actually, if Coddle gets the Holy Locket and the Aghanim Shard, you could time, like, Sunders into, like, a massive heal from the Keeper of the Light, right? So there are some plays that they can coordinate and try and actually, like, bail out the Doom target.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Or combine it with, like, Escape Act, right? Like, they have some options.
Yeah, Corrupted building for the crowd control they're lacking. Atos should catch Bach here. Here's the pit. It should be another kill. Just wants to farm up his Radiance. Actually is scared, backing off. XM here to defend his friends.
Oh. There's that
I love the unicycle.
It's so good.
Now, I gotta say, lore-wise, it makes no sense. Unicycles are not very fast. You sacrifice a lot of speed and practicality to look like an absolute baller, but you just don't zoom very quickly.
Little late on that Requiem, allows Mirage to escape. I do agree, though. I think it's part of it is maybe just talent and skill. You know, Ringmaster.
You know what? To be fair, he's got those like mechanical legs, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, the human body can't keep up with the unicycle speed, but Ringmaster can. I'm sold. Actually, you've convinced me.
They do replant a new ward here to find XM. They're gonna look for Xingqiu instead, though. Wheel of Wonder combo just dropped right on top of them, and that should be well, surviving quite some time thanks to the fluffy hats, but. They do get the kill. Nice movement there from HULIGANI.
Vici giving up a couple kills here. I think they need to slow down a little bit because this Radiance build is ultimately, you know, a bit greedy, a bit slow. Got to make sure the Doom has time to get it and actually find the fights you want to find, because you don't have the global rotation that Corrupted does. Speaking of, might have jinxed him.
That's a deep snowball. You gotta be very careful. And yeah, Tusk just dies under the tier 2 tower. A little bit of a tip.
Tip out.
I don't really blame him for that tip. That was a deep attempt. Top lane, this tier 1 tower. Quickly being picked up here by the Terrorblade and all his illusions. Even has a catapult to offer a little bit of extra damage, so. That will go the way of HULIGANI, slowly closing the net worth gap here between the two teams. So we are seeing a very different build from Mirage this game, right? He went for the Kaya Sanj immediately this game, and now going to go back for Shiba's Aghanim Scepter, right? So a much more spell-focused build.
I think it makes sense, especially you want that Ags to be able to, one, possibly kill that SF, but two, really throw off the roll from Pango.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're trying to find the real Terrorblade. They will get some vision. He does have a Manta Style. He's pretty close to his base, but no. That's damage from Xingqiu. Was that just all of it that killed him?
I mean, it was all of them throwing everything. It was pretty evenly split, actually, between the damage he took from Pango and Rubik and Tusk. This Firestorm, how long does he have Firestorm left? Still a good amount of time, so this is a really nice spell to have. Can either use it to farm up, hold mid, but honestly, if they want to fight around with it, it's a very strong ability.
We're seeing the Rubik net worth start to skyrocket because of stuff like this, right? Like, this is why he is going to have such a great game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiance down on the Doom, looking for the BKB. The rune gets picked up. Telekinesis. Okay. Defensive Wheel of Wonder there to save the Queen of Pain, but that is a big cooldown.
HULIGANI seems content to just farm things up. We were saying it seems like Terrorblade will be able to carry this as time goes on, but he needs a couple items. So they seem content to just let that happen, right? Vici will have to come to us if they want to slow him down. And I think Vici tried maybe a little bit too soon, or at least not quite on the same page, and gave some kills. So now they're also slowing down, at least until they have... Let's see. Radiance did finish. He wants the BKB next. Do we have Blink on Pango? We do. So now it's a little easier to start these fights.
They're going to maybe make another attempt on Corrupted, or maybe not. They learned better the first time.
He's too tanky.
He's got his Aghanim Scepter as well, so now you do have that global response from that Fiend's Gate. We'll see if they can actually find anything with it. It can cause a lot of problems for XM. Oh no, he did go the early shard, my bad. So he actually went for the roll up to guarantee he can do that. That's a smart pickup for him.
I mean, if you have the shard, you can't really get killed easily because you'll always be able to roll out. So it'll allow him to be a lot more aggressive now.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise Underlord just like drops a Fiend's Gate on you with an Atos and you just never get to use any of your abilities.
It's a rough time.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower.
It's a slow time. Alright, just focused on the farm. They do see an amplified damage bottom though. Maybe that's go time. Hurricane Pike is just about done on the Shadow Fiend. Maybe you'd like a Blink from the Tusk. He could be huge in terms of saving you when all the big abilities come out, specifically Sonic Wave. You can jump in, grab everybody.
Might make a play for the Tormentor here, but do need to bring some heroes. There's a ward that can scout this rotation. They're going to see the 4 of them on the Obs ward there. And I am curious if they want to try and contest this. Like, oh, it just dies so fast thanks to the amplified damage. Wow. Smoke up immediately. Heading down the lane. They might run into Corrupted here.
They're definitely running into him.
Yep, pulling right up onto the high ground. He's just dead before anybody can respond. And they will take the Wisdom Shrine. I mean, HULIGANI kind of caught sleeping. This is not the first time this game where they are not ready to play around objectives, and instead they just smoke into the enemy triangle for what, right? There's nothing here. They're late for the enemy Wisdom Shrine. It's already been taken.
Yeah, if they wanted the shrine, they had to go a little faster. They might have been trying to double dip a little bit too much, like hang in the triangle till Terrorblade finishes taking the mid tower and then go shrine, but it just took too long, so you end up losing out on that front. But you do at least close out that tower, which if they want to try for Roche, which is a trade-off we sometimes see, Tormentor for Roche, they could in the future with a little bit more safety now. But I feel like, you know, in the interview we saw Mirage say, he's like, yeah, we like really safe plays. So they feel like forcing Roche, maybe not the safest, right? Like letting Terrorblade farm to that critical mass. I think that's the safe play for them. And it seems to be living up to that. He spilled the secrets of his team.
I like the potential for them to contest Roche, though, right? Like, I think at some point their team is very scary. Like Mirage getting to the closer and closer to the Aghanim Scepter. You have the Underlord with the Ags already done. Like they can throw a lot of damage into the pit and cause a lot of chaos. But yeah, I don't think you want to like fight inside the pit necessarily, right? Like I think you're trying to like poke and prod at them instead.
Coddle might be in some trouble.
And a very nice find here from the Tusk. Walrus punch in after the snowball, but a little bit of help here from Bach to finish the job.
Kill secure from Xingqiu, who with that gold has finished his 4-staff.
It's
great.
He doesn't have many stacks of curiosity, which is unfortunate, but the Aghanim Scepter is going to do so much work this game if he can actually get to it. Smoke up from Vici Gaming. Going to head out onto the map, see what they can find. Looking at the Dire mid lane. They had that ward scouting the Queen of Pain a little bit. Now drawing straight to the tier 2 top. Ringmaster in a decent spot to break this. We'll see what they find, though. It's going to be corrupted. They get the vision. They go in right away. Snowball even gets the grab onto the Ringmaster. He can put himself in the escape back. No, just quick raise comes through. 2 dead immediately.
Now, up to here, pretty similar to last game. Vici in control, making some good moves. Now, let's see if they learn from game 1 as they close out these maps, as they go for Roche. Don't lose a gem. I imagine they're going to buy a gem soon, right? Don't lose that too quickly. Don't stagger these deaths. And give HULIGANI the chance to start clawing this 9K gold lead back. And in particular, you can't give up Roche, which is why they're heading over to it right now.
This, I think they have the damage to do this before the Underlord respawns. It looks like it, and yeah, it doesn't even look like HULIGANI care. They have no intentions of contesting this. They're shoving bottom with an army of Terrorblade illusions. But Aegis should go to the hands of Shadow Fiend. And he's closing in on a BKB, just a couple hundred gold away. Pango finishes his Aghanim Scepter too.
Yeah, that's going to help a lot with the Terrorblade, who just finished up Butterfly, so his damage output is now really good, but he can still die pretty easily, especially with like that Pango Wags. We talked about the Rubik Spell Steal. So as he finishes his next item, which is the BKB, that'll be the damage covered, that'll be the survivability covered. So you got a couple more minutes where this Terrorblade is not too terrifying. So with this Aegis, Vici, they've got to put the pressure on.
I'm trying to think how you find this Terrorblade in the fights, right? Like, you actually have a lot of damage on the side of Vici Gaming. Like, you can pretty much burst any hero that you find as long as it's just like the Blink Walrus Punch into Snowball. I think that combo alone can kill almost anybody as long as the team is there. But they're actually kind of threatening the top tier 2 instead. They'll pop the meta. It's going to be constantly getting refreshed here thanks to the Keeper of the Light, but they really want the correct Terrorblade, and, well, they get him. Big Sonic Wave, and the damage just takes Bach out of the fight entirely. Xingqiu stuck on the side as well. Nowhere to go. So far, a double kill from Raj. They're going to force the Rolling Thunder away, and, well, Terrorblade, he's going to be just fine. Who's he gonna stun there? Get over here, Coddle. Give me my health back.
Support me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good response from Snowy, you know, the Manta delaying the Doom and everything, but I feel like Vici was not on the same page yet.
They didn't bring everybody.
He's going in before the rest of the team was there. Yeah, just the Rubik had started, and I think Pango responded, but Shadow Fiend and Tusk stayed bottom to finish up the tower. If you want to trade towers, trade towers. If you want to fight, fight. But you can't go for both. I suppose they thought maybe Terrorblade was more on his own.
Agreed.
But I don't know if you can risk that when there's an Underlord on the team, right? Like, even if he is alone, he's not alone.
Yeah, I think the fact that the Underlord can join globally and just block off the entire area of that tower with 2 Pit of Malice is just... it's too much of a gamble. So they delay a little bit of that Aegis time. There's still 2 minutes left. You're still in a pretty decent position on Vici Gaming, right? You're still 6,000 ahead. You've got some good items. I do worry that the Terrorblade is getting very strong. We saw in that fight, like, you know, 2 heroes basically just dying to illusions as the Terrorblade runs away.
You were 9,000 ahead, and now this BKB is 3/4 done on the Terrorblade, right? That's why those mistakes are very costly. And I'm having flashbacks. Game number 1.
We'll see if they can keep it going. I was going to mention that at some point, Lincoln Spears are going to start coming out, and then this game becomes very difficult for Vici. Like, your Doom will have to buy an Aghanim Scepter. Scan actually connecting here. That's quite nice from both teams, actually. Respect. Trying to get away from Bach here on the Doom as he managed to secure that Wisdom Shrine. I really like that Sage has just been following the Terrorblade around the map, like constantly dropping Chakra Magic into him, giving him tons of illusions and the meta timing.
And then just farming whatever's nearby. It's been working out quite well for them so far. Surprisingly, though, even still poorer than Rubik and Tusk. I guess that's some of the fight differences and objectives that have been taken, though.
I feel like we haven't really talked about it much, but Mirage is definitely a ticking time bomb in this game, man. This Queen of Pain, closing in on the level 20 talent, has the Aghanim Scepter, going for the Lincolns and the Shivas. Like, this hero hits level 25, you have a huge problem.
You got the ticking time bomb of Xing Q as well, though, so
yeah,
should be a hype game, but I don't know. I would love to see Vici try to do a little bit more here together, not apart.
Oh, XM gonna actually find Sage, runs right into him, gets a 4-staff away, but so much damage coming in from the Pangolier. A lot of healing there, but we'll grab the kill, TP out. But that's both supports dead. Respect does get picked off by the Doom.
Aegis gets reclaimed. I don't think they were able to get as much out of the Aegis as they would like. The staggered deaths, especially when trading the tier 2 towers, cost them that opportunity.
Queen of Pain really wants to play for this power rune, but doesn't win the trade. It's going to be an illusion spawning top. There's a ward here that is giving a lot of information, and they're going to use it to try and jump on the Queen of Pain here. Telekinesis, everything to try and hold her down, but Blink's down to the low ground. They're going to continue the chase, but we'll give it up. That'll be the Lincolns now done for the Queen of Pain.
It's a nice try. Half a second more, and you can probably get the Shadow Fiend there to Requiem, finish the chain stun.
Yeah, but now you have the Scream of Pain damage with the Aghanim Scepter, that level 20 talent. You have to be careful of this in the fight.
Don't worry, Xinq's close to his own. He's going to do the exact same thing.
Smoke up. HULIGANI. Do they know about Tormentor again? It doesn't seem like it. So, second Tormentor to Vici Gaming. This one, okay, goes for the Shadow Fiend. I guess a lot of people already had their shard. It's not the best, but hey, a little bit of movement slow on the Shadow Rays is not bad.
The reduced cooldown could help. I mean, it is AoE, so it can help you clear out these illusions. Smoke
Top
going
lane.
top.
I mean, there's
You gotta
no
be careful
tower
here.
here. Yeah, like they can find you outside the base. It's a nice invade here from HULIGANI to establish some vision. Roshan, right, is dead for a little while, but it will spawn top. So I like that they're making this movement to establish kind of dominance in this area before Roshan. A couple of good wards still here.
Trying to bait with the illusions, but they're not falling
They're
for
not
it.
defending the wards. They run in, plant the wards, and immediately run away. Okay, just giving up all position, I guess.
I don't think they want an actual full-on fight, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So even though they set up, it's more like hoping to see someone walk in on their own and you take the fight. But when they see all of Vici's heroes showing up, they don't seem as confident yet. I'm not sure what tool they want. Because I actually think if you forced it, it would be close. But again, he said they prefer safe plays, right? So maybe there's like, yeah, it's not safe enough for us.
Yeah, I mean, they were hoping to find someone, like you said, and when they don't, they're like, all right, well, just back away, I guess. The shard or the gem on Y has already paid off quite a bit. They bought their own gem now on Seyuj, so both teams will have their own gem to try and clear off the map what vision that they can. But Roche, it's respawning very quick. It was just about a 40-second respawn here. And right now, Vici Gaming are the ones that have Roche control. So you're gonna have to get out on the map here if you're HULIGANI.
Terrorblade MKB. Is that the item? He's slotted at this point.
He's huge. I mean, he's only level 18, but that is kind of the downside of Terrorblade, right? He farms a lot, but doesn't get a lot of XP. But with this smoke, they're going to see the ward, bypass it here in the mid lane. Going to hold off on clearing it. Looking for the wrap around potentially. Okay, Mirage is going to go back and kill the ward, I think. Yeah, does not want them to have this vision on Vici. And with Roshan up,
getting ready to posture.
This is a big fight.
I would just gotta walk down bottom. Okay, never mind. Actually, Pango's coming over because he's shoving in bottom. Someone's gonna have to deal with it, and it's gonna have to be Corrupted, who has the ultimate.
Vici want to force it now, I think, right? Like, anytime the Roshan is on your outpost side, you want to try and take the Roche fight because then you have the buyback potential of TPing in. I think HULIGANI, if they can stall this and wait for Roshan to move bottom, they're going to be much happier.
Vici had the shield rune active on Pango, and they were hoping the 34 would be like a huge one. Then you can double rune and go. Haste is okay, but it's not that great for Pango.
Little bit of time left on this smoke, but they're not going to find it in Roche. I mean, he's moving in 20 seconds or so, and then another smoke now coming out from HULIGANI. I think they're moving bottom, but they're going to try and snipe the Roche. There's the roar. They know they have to turn back. They do not want to give this up for free, and so here comes HULIGANI. Pit of Malice comes down. Big Wheel of Wonder. They get the 4 staffs out. Bach comes in, misses his initial initiation, but they managed to take out the Tusk. Bach looking for his Doom target, but the Lincolns! Doom just dies, and now Pangolier gets caught. Gleipnir up. Does he have any way out? He's looking for the Rolling Thunder, but the damage from the Terrorblade, it's just racking through. 3 dead! Vici crumble at the Roche pit. Uh-oh.
The pit has been doing so much work. It traps them in there. You don't want to BKB the first pit. It feels bad, but it gives them time to show up. They throw the ult. He's not able to snowball because the second pit comes out and roots him. You've lost 1 save in the Tusk. The Doom ends up getting shredded, right? That's why they were waiting for the MKB. So he shreds the Doom. He's forced to throw the Doom early, which gets eaten by the Lincolns. And then
huge play from Mirage.
Pango catches heroes in the back, but your Shadow Fiend's nowhere near at that point.
Yeah, that Lincoln's timing, it was like barely in time. Mirage waited till the last possible second to get the Lincolns out, eats the Doom, they get the BKBs, like everything goes their way. Really, really, really strong from HULIGANI. And I mean, you're 5,000 ahead now on Vici Gaming, but we're starting to see the cracks in the draft, and this Terrorblade is becoming a major problem. And, well, Mirage, with the Shiva's now done, he's got himself the Conjurer's Catalyst, the Timeless Enchantment. He's going to get that BKB, and this guy's going to be a massive problem in these fights.
They already cleared the tower. The catapults are here. There's actually a really nice timing, except for the fact that, you know, you didn't really get much time on the Aegis, but the actual push itself is a good time for it. It's tough, though.
Oh, my gosh. Look at this.
Rubik steals are really strong around this high ground. They're going to try it. They drop the banner. They're popping Metamorphosis.
These illusions die so fast to the Firestorm from this Rubik. It is ridiculous. They got a lot of healing coming through as well. They get the Doom with this Aghanim Scepter, but can they actually bail him out? They cannot. They're going to get the Aegis.
In some trouble now as well. Gonna be that Ringmaster, a big Requiem Fear, managed to catch the Terrorblade, and he is dead. The Doom Ags reveal doing so much work in this fight, but now, can you get out on HULIGANI? Because you're really starting to struggle. The TP out will be successful. Oh boy, Rubik Aghanim Scepter, baby.
I think when you see that Rubik has stolen both Pit and Firestorm, you can't be forcing that.
I think you just give it up, right?
Yeah, you have to just back out and wait for a pickoff. Pushing high ground when they're all prepared on Vici is really difficult. Rubik alone makes it really difficult, but then you're at risk of the roll hitting everybody because you all have to funnel into the high ground. The Doom AoE, now they maybe didn't expect it, but I think you have to know it's getting close. There's Tusk preventing you from getting away, right? There's like so many reasons this high ground is scary. I don't know, they got too excited about winning that last fight and felt too strong, like, oh, we got the catapults, just go. But maybe if Rubik didn't have the 2 spells he stole, but he had them, so you got to back out.
Yep, absolutely agreed. And you don't really have great saves at the moment. Like, your Ringmaster actually blinked in, I think, to try and save him with an escape act, and then just gets caught in the Pit of Malice, which is, you know, screen wide, basically. You know, absolutely enormous AoE on this thing.
The Terrorblade also pivoted to the Hydra's Breath.
Yeah, I saw that.
Did he sell? I've already forgotten. He sold his Hurricane Pike, or he just never finished it and then you got this?
I don't know.
Or did he just buy this one? Did he just go Mantha first?
I think he just went Manta. Yeah, I think he just went Manta.
But that's kind of the downside of not having Hurricane Pike, right? Is like, as you go up, you cannot get yourself out of those situations.
Yeah, I also just think more stat items is like better a lot of times in these types of matchups. So does Scotty, you know, we talk about it. You just get, you kind of need it at some point, but
I mean, to be fair, the stats on Hydras are not bad, but I think it's the loss of utility of like moving around, especially into Stolen Pit. You might be rethinking that right about now.
Nope, jump in. Stayuge gets found. Nice Pit of Malice. The Drinking Buddies to try to get them to safety, but they will trap the Tusk. Oh, hold on. He gets out somehow on a sliver of HP.
Get everybody out of here?
XM, he's in pretty deep. The Pit of Malice is coming through from the Rubik, are doing so much work. They force the BKB out of Corrupted as they're going to chase for this Terrorblade. They get a lot of this for free on Vici. They don't really spend much at all, but Raj trying to get some damage out. Big Pit of Malice out once again. There's going to be the blink in stun from the Doom, the force staff to safety, but the damage, it's coming through. They get the kill. Requiem is there, but he's got a TP out. Can he make it in time? He will. Just barely. Your Queen of Pain's going to die in the process. They're looking for more, trying to get these extra heroes. Nice save there from the Rubik.
Thank you. He's doing so much. The telekinesis saves, I think 2 in that fight. Tusk and Pango, maybe a 3rd that I missed.
Plus a force
But then
staff.
the pit and the Firestorms. It's doing so much. You're, at this point, you're almost like Corrupted. Maybe you, I don't know, maybe you don't show up to the fights. Like, you just keep taking the spells. Maybe you just throw the ult and then don't show up. I don't know. Rubik stealing these spells every time is cooking you.
Yeah, it really is. It's a big issue. I wonder if... I honestly don't even know what you do, because there's not like you can't not press your buttons, right? Like, he will always be able to steal them.
You need someone to find the Rubik, but that's really difficult. Xinkyu's been positioning really well. He has all these cast ranges, so he is so far in the back. I mean, spell steal goes off the screen at this point, right? So like, how... You're so far in the back trying to get this Rubik if you're hunting for him, which maybe you got to do, right? Maybe you wait until you find him, and once he's out of the picture, you can force the fight. That's usually what you spend the first few minutes of Aegis looking for, right? Is like take out the key hero, and I think one of the key heroes is Rubik this time.
Nicely done there on the Tusk, dodging out this gank. He actually has a BKB now after that wave. Yeah, I think Queen of Pain probably has to be the one that finds him, but it's just not easy. Like, she could just die to the Rubik control until she has her own BKB.
Plus, there's now AoE Doom, so the Lincoln she has jumping that far in the back doesn't really save her, which it's later than I was memeing, but Bach is going for his own Krellas now.
All right.
I think Underlord had one. So I thought I saw someone else have one queued up. Maybe not.
Bunch of Wind Wakers coming out for the side of HULIGANI.
Those are also very good versus the Doom.
Yeah.
But not if you land straight back into the pit.
Smoked up here. Ooh, Mirage came forward a little bit. That's his level 25, though. This is a big deal. Goes the blink cooldown. It's going to be constantly going in and out of these fights. They're going to find the Terrorblade. He walks right up onto the high ground. Can they save him? Where's the escape act? He just dies.
He can't get in there. It's such a difficult area to get to. I mean, look at all these AoE pits. Look at all the AoE damage coming in. He just could not get close enough. I think even then, I don't know if he walked into Requiem or something, but like he just couldn't get close enough.
I mean, that is a really big play here from Vici Gaming is now, well, they have to make the attempt of pushing into this Underlord.
The difference is you've killed the Terrorblade, so it's a bit safer to poke. You're not as worried about being killed. And you don't know he doesn't have buyback. Now, actually, if you look at what he bought, he just got the Scotty. If they're looking at that, they might be thinking, you know, no buyback. But it's a risky thing. Yeah, you know, there's no guarantee on that.
Okay, XM. Aggressive jump in. They're actually going to look for the side here. Doom does come out. Escape back, trying to get Mirage to safety, but the chain stuns are there. The Queen of Pain is dead without buyback. What a disaster for the side of HULIGANI on their high ground, and Corrupted forced to BKB. He's just going to die to the Shadow Fiend. Yules to buy him a moment of space, but there's just no help coming his way. Just staggering death after death. I mean, this is at least one lane of racks, but it might be more.
I think you can go for 2 pretty safely. Well, I mean, you can just full send it. The risk is you don't know the buyback statuses, and if you mess up, you know that Roche could be up.
Oh, they might just he gets the BKB. All right, he gets the BKB, but the last second, he needs a stunner. He gets it, he throws onto his own Underlord.
Sorry, Corrupted.
No. And he's still just dying to the Pit of Malice. The constant stuns out from the Pangolier. He cannot move. Gets the force step out. Walrus punches there. Snow has not been able to play the game. This game is over. Vici Gaming will take game number 2 and force the game 3.
Oh, dead in the fountain. Padding the stats for anyone that picks Shiro for their fantasy. There were some very clutch moments to close that game out. Starting with the Terrorblade kill. But that wouldn't have actually ended the game. You can probably get 1 barracks, maybe 2, and then you would have been fine. Catching the Queen of Pain is what ultimately closed that game out.
Yep.
And part of that, there was some very nice play from Vici, which is like they have the Doom on the Queen of Pain, and it's like it's synchronous. As the Queen of Pain is force-staffed out of there, they force-staff and throw Bach even further as well to just keep up with her so that she just could not get away. And I think when Terrorblade does not buy back in that sequence, you realize like, okay, yeah, like we've got this.
Yeah, I mean, there was... honestly, I think HULIGANI are going to be kicking themselves, you know, going high ground when they had the Aegis there and kind of underestimating the defense in the Rubik Aghanim Scepter. But I will say Vici played a much better early game. Everything kind of going their way. It was, you know, this fight right here that kind of gave HULIGANI a little bit of time back into this. And then, of course, the Roche attempt here where things really went south.
Yeah, so far this series, the mid game is just not Vici's friend. So a little bit of cleaning there, and this game would look simple for them. But HULIGANI, when they catch a break, they know how to like take it and go with it. But I think maybe getting caught up in that moment, maybe feeling the win here. I honestly thought they were doing it. Like once Terrorblade reached that critical mass, I was like, I think he's got it at this point. But I think that got to them, and they're like, no, we've got it now. Like, send it. Just go. But Rubik, he got his Ags just in time, holds the high ground, ultimately turns it. And the Doom AoE, I mean, that's why this hero is so popular, right? It's, like, so strong. Yeah, this right there. Just, like, throwing him in even further after the Queen of Pain.
Yeah. It's one of those things, right? Like, the Underlord, it's a great hero to maybe, like, give you some global potential, but picking this into a Rubik, you know what you're in for. And this is one of those scenarios of, you know, you're going to drag it out, let the Rubik get his Aghanim Scepter. you're going to be playing into pretty much constant roots. I mean, we can see in this fight, there's no BKB for the Terrorblade. I think he attacks like 7 times, and that's it. Like, I don't think he gets to do anything for the last like 10, 15 seconds of this fight.
Which goes back to having some control, right? Like, if you have someone who can just jump and stun, Terrorblade can pop BKB and attack. But when that Queen of Pain pick comes out last pick, it's got some strength, right? But there is nothing that really just locks down the opponent and allows your Terrorblade to do damage. I was a bit worried about that, and it's those late game situations where it shows that lack of stun.
Yeah, it definitely does. And I think, you know, they went for like comfort on this last pick Mirage potentially, as opposed to going for a little bit of a safer pick. Like, it didn't really beat the Pango either, right? Like, this is one of those things where I think you knew this was going to be a Pangolier in the mid lane, or, you know, maybe they last picked something else, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think that it should have gone as bad early as it did for them, but Vici Gaming just outplaying them in the lane stage and then relying on their support duo in the late game.
Yeah, I think shout out for XinQ. The stats don't look that crazy, 4, 4, and 14. But I'd be interested in like digging up how much damage his Firestorm and like how much time the enemy spent rooted in his pits, you know? Like, I think it was just it was a big part of it. And then the lift saves made the lack of stuns even more annoying, right? There's times that, oh, I need 3 seconds to kill on Terrorblade, but every time you start, you're just picking someone up, chucking them away, force staffing them further. So many good saves, and then just throwing down the pits.
So his Firestorm did 50% of his damage this game. So the Stolen Firestorm did a ton. It was very, very, very good.
Yeah. It's such a good ability to steal. One of the best.
Absolutely. I mean, even his Pit of Malice, like, right, the ensnare damage is not insignificant. Ended up doing almost 2,000 damage just on the constant ensnare procs. So very cool. That being said, it is going to force a game 3. We're going to be going the distance here. One of these teams will move on, maybe with breathing a sigh of relief, but the other, going to be in for a rude awakening. So we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with game number 3 of Vici Gaming versus HULIGANI. Stay tuned. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back, everybody, here to the TI 2026 group stage. We've got game 3 of HULIGANI versus Vici Gaming about to begin, or at least the draft about to begin. It's been a pretty back and forth series, I will say. Vici Gaming tightened some of the bolts from game 1 to get themselves a victory in game 2, but it still wasn't without struggle. So we'll see if, you know, which team is going to be more solid here in game number 3, right? I think this is going to be the team that makes the least mistakes or can play kind of the safest is likely the ones that are going to come out ahead.
Yeah, I would like to see for Vici a little bit of cleanup in that mid game, and for HULIGANI, it's the early game. Right? There's a couple times, you know, maybe it's Wisdom Shrines, maybe it's like the Tormentor movement. They seem a step behind in that regard versus Vici. So we'll see which team can adjust faster, because this is game 3. Whoever wins here gets their first win of the group stage. They get to move on with a bit more comfort. Otherwise, you fall down to 0-2, start sweating a little bit. 4 losses means you're out.
So some changes in the draft, though. With Shadow Feed not going to make it through for Vici Gaming this time. They saw, you know, 2 games in a row. Shiro looked pretty good on it. They got the first pick Darkseer as a result, and Vici are going to respond with what I believe is probably going to be Shiro's Tiny. Like, this is not a hero that really struggles to Darkseer in the lane. Like, getting an illusion of Tiny, like, almost doesn't matter. So I think should be carry Tiny, but it is something that is flexible and you can move it around. So we'll see what HULIGANI want to pair with the Darkseer and kind of what they want to do with this Tiny on the side of Vici Gaming now.
You may still want to ban the Keeper here for HULIGANI. Yeah, okay. That helps protect the Tiny Flex, since Tiny Mid is a lot scarier if he's working with a Keeper support. But even if you run Keeper Carry, sorry, well, that's something to run. Tiny Carry still enjoys having a Keeper on his team, so I think it was just a safe ban. They'll instead get the Mirana, which is also a pretty scary combo, since Arrow into Avalanche is really strong in the lane if you're together, but then if you're not together, that makes Mirana's life easier because she can just roam over to, let's say it's end up being mid Tiny, then he can Avalanche toss there and she can do the Arrow. So now you have plays to make across the map or in your own lane and throughout the game. Blink, Avalanche, toss into Arrow will always be a kill threat.
Absolutely. They're going to get rid of the Ember Spirit, one of the better heroes that pairs well with Darkseer. Just creates so much ability to just dive and chase down the enemies. They'll get rid of Keeper of the Light. Now, I'm curious what other pure pairings they can come up with for the Mirana, because that's one of the big points of this hero, right? Is having ways of essentially enabling it with multiple cores, not just the Tiny. So I'm sure they're going to come up with some other picks here that'll kind of fill that role. From the other supports, you could look at something like a Clockwork. I was going to say Hoodwink as well, but Hoodwink's been taken. Clockwork is an option if they want to go for it, but Tusk now to pair with their supports. It's looked good this series.
Yeah, it's another Arrow save as well. If someone gets either before the Arrow or after the Arrow, you can jump in and snowball them to protect your teammate until the stun ends. I thought they might do Ringmaster with the Escape Act, but Snowball's stronger because you can't actually do damage in the Snowball compared to the Escape Act, which you could still finish the kill. It also pairs stronger with the Darkseer, but we'll see what they grab for the carry, because you could still flex those supports around. Magnus! We've not been seeing a lot of Magnus.
Not at all.
They love the idea of vacuum. Bach really wanted to vacuum this game, so it's like, fine, give me RP.
That's pretty cool.
I think it's his too, because Dark Willow Magnus is the combo. That's the first pick of the tournament.
No, it's got one pick previously. So
one pick
it's
before.
been
Okay.
picked once. Yeah, 100% win rate. But Dark Willow Magnus, I actually just played this in a pub with Cap not that long ago.
It's so good. It's so easy.
It's a classic combo. Yeah, it's very funny. Like I just press Bramble and then you just skewer them through all the Brambles and they die and it's good stuff.
Okay, that's a good response. You need someone who doesn't get wrecked by the skewer.
Yeah. Dark Willow actually has a really high win rate too this tournament. She's looked very strong, 58% on 12 picks. Lifestealer, he doesn't have a lot of picks this tournament, but fairly strong in this matchup, I would say.
I think it'll also, you need someone who cannot be killed by Skewer, Bramble, because like Bramble is balanced around the fact that you probably only hit one Bramble, which is why it's so strong in pubs, because people mess up and they step into like 2 or 3. But with an ability like Skewer, you force the enemy through like 3 Brambles minimum. Sometimes the angle's godly and you get like 4 or more, but 3 is like triple value on a level 1 or level 2 ability, which is insane. So Lifesteal having Rage will protect him from that. You could consider a ranged hero, but then later on in the game, you're dealing with Magnus, Skewer, RP, and Tiny Avalanche Toss, which is like a ranged carry's worst nightmare. So they go for the Lifestealer. It'll also do well with the Vacuum, though eventually RP is also annoying for Lifestealer because it pierces your BKB or your Rage. Or maybe your BKB too. Sometimes we see that.
Okay. Well, with these last bans, they get rid of the Viper and the Necrophos. Super annoying heroes for the Lifestealer. I like...
Who else is there?
In terms of, like...
I'm thinking if you can now
matchups,
punish...
or-
Yeah, because the thing... You don't even need to run Magnus in the off lane, although we talked
you
about
put
that
Magnus
duo.
mid, yeah.
Yeah, you could put a mid. You could do a crazy like carry Magnus even. But I'm trying to think of maybe you do pivot it and like you just shut down this Lifestealer hard now. Like Razor? Question mark.
We don't see Razor that often, but it is one of those old school counters to the Lifestealer lane. There's also the Largo, but it's banned. Never mind. You could do something like a Timber Saw, which is pretty good. But I'll get rid of the Storm Spirit. So they really want to avoid this kind of like backline jump from the mid lane. It's like we know we're definitely looking for Mirage's hero. I don't think he's going to play Queen of Pain 3 games in a row.
Says you.
Pangolier. Okay. That's pretty good. It is actually pretty good. It's great at disrupting the team fight that Vici is coming with. You do have to be a little bit careful of the Avatos Tiny combo. But 4 picks, 100% winner. That's pretty dang good. That's pretty dang good.
5 seconds.
So what do you want to pick in the off lane here if you don't want to... If you want to run Magnus mid, I think it's perfectly fine into the Pangolier. And you could just go for an off lane hero that shuts down the Lifestealer.
I think with the current lineup, you wouldn't mind a little bit more damage. I think Magnus off lane is fine, like trade with his Lifestealer. Do you do the Queen of Pain this time around?
If this hero wasn't so terrible in Dota at the moment, this would be Bounty Hunter. Like, I would pick Bounty Hunter for off lane. Like, Bounty Hunter actually destroys Lifestealer in lane. It's, like, unplayable. But the hero is just so bad. Like, he just has, like, no scaling. His items don't really work. Let's go Monkey King for the mid lane matchup.
Or is it?
It's got to be,
It
right?
is, okay.
Like, versus Pango, like, it's so straightforward.
We've seen some crazy flexes before. But yeah, okay, mid Monkey should shut down the Pango. I mean, you just play for roll, and at that point, you're still useful, but the lane sucks. You don't die because you have the Swashbuckle, but can't get too close because of the Jingu.
They could have gone for Enigma, actually. Like, looking at this draft, like, how does Huligani deal with, you know, Bach playing Enigma off lane here? But I like the idea of something a little bit more damage-wise from the mid lane. XM, I'm curious to see what his build is going to be. I really like Diffusal here, but sometimes it doesn't pan out, like, with the ideas. You could go for the Mage Slayer, but to me, like, Diffusal and something like an Aghanim Scepter in the mid lane seems kind of nice.
Yeah, I think a bit more damage was important because the Tiny has a good chunk of damage. He's really good at killing support, but when it comes to a straight up fight, especially for someone like Lifestealer, that's where it can get a little dicey. And so a bit more help from someone like Monkey King, who actually can win the one-on-one just on his own versus the Lifestealer. That gives you a lot more comfort into the scaling of the late game, which I think you feel anyways because you have RP. That's one of the best late game abilities out there. So I quite like Vici's draft. I think they're going to feel pretty comfortable with it. I do think HULIGANI, in terms of, we were saying like, oh, the early game feels like it's been a little shaky. These are pretty early game oriented heroes, so maybe they also want to step up their early game, try to get some plays going together. If not, going into the mid-late game, I mean, I don't think they're like totally outdrafted as the game goes on, but I do think Lifestealer, he'll drop off a bit, right? I worry he'll be like chasing heroes around as like, yeah, Mirana's leaping here, Shadow Realm there, Skewer this way, I'm a tree now, right? Like, you'll be running around everywhere.
That is true, but the Lifestealer to Tiny matchup is so Lifestealer favored. It is insane. So you do not want to get to a point where Lifestealer is like surviving all of the fights and he's able to sit on top of your Tiny. That is when things get really rough. So, and I guess you have Darkseer, right? Like, I mean, if Darkseer is able to just like surge the Lifestealer around, like, it's possible he's not getting kited. I like the idea of the draft. The last pick, Monkey King, though, I think, yeah, causes a lot of issues for them eventually, because he is another major source of damage, especially if he goes like the Diffusal Aghanim Scepter build.
I think he's like actually the carry of this game, really.
I agree.
Like,
Yeah.
well, at least as time goes on, he is truly the carry, and Tiny will be more playmaker. Quick sidesteps from Respect.
Nicely done, but Boundless Strike is out. A lot of damage coming through. Blood Grenades, Connect, Respect running through the trees, has a Bushwhack in a couple of seconds, and
The battle begins.
he'll be fine. Needs to make his way back to the base, though.
Not
Will end
that
up just
Blood
being-
Grenades really need a buff, but don't you think they should stack?
Like the debuff from them, like the slows?
Yeah, like when you throw two like that, I feel... I don't... Maybe it's too strong, but...
It'd be way too strong. Do you remember when Blood Grenades were like the best item in the game?
They
At
are
level
the best
1?
item in the game.
Yeah, but they were so much stronger. I felt like the slow was like twice as powerful when they first came out, and it was just, you would buy a Blood Grenade and you would just kill the first hero you ever saw. They also had like how much health did they used to have, by the way? Wasn't it like 75 or 100 health?
I think it was always 50. I can't remember. I'm biased though. I love Blood Grenades, so maybe I'm just erasing that part from my memory. All right, top, they're trying to do some Creep Dragon. Bottom, they're trying to do some Creep Dragon. We'll see which teams come out ahead in this. This is where things can get a little messy, as everyone's trying to avoid the direct lane matchup. And Mirage probably wishing he could do the same in the mid lane as time goes on.
You feel the red hog.
I guess he sort of can, it's just hard. There's an extra tree here. That's not usually there.
Yeah, wait a minute. I feel like that's just like a weird bug.
It is just a bug. It's just a bug.
It just is there for some reason. A free tree in the lane. It's not actually there in the game. That's weird.
I don't think so.
I'm sure that'll go away at some point, right? Good old Monkey King bugs.
I like that idea, actually. Do you think our tree line should just shift? Like, okay, the map stays the same as a whole, but there's just some areas where the tree shifts a little. I think that'd be kind of hype.
I feel like everyone would be so confused. Oh, there's the skewer through the bramble. Respect nearly dying immediately. Don't find the kill. Good salve as well coming through to make sure he survives. And he gets the pull off too, so... Good stuff there from the Hoodwink. But I mean, that's this Hoodwink Magnus combo we're talking about, right? It is really scary.
Yeah, you have to keep your distance, which is, I think, one of the reasons why the Hoodwink is over here. She's a very long-ranged hero, and if you see it coming, you just try to throw the Bushwhack to break it up.
XM actually rushed the boots on the Monkey King for this lane. Makes a lot of sense, right? We see this often with these types of matchups. Like, he's gonna be able to just completely zone out this this Mirage Pangolier and prevent him from really CSing well.
You don't need a bottle either, so where Pango's investing in the bottle, you're getting the boots, and so you're not even falling behind in damage for the CS. He's doing really well so far. Starting to build up a lead, and it should mean, like, if this continues, it should only get worse from here, honestly. But Monkey King should prevent Pango from being 6 by the first rune, which then helps limit his recovery. Not getting like a haste or an amplified damage to find that first kill. We'll see what the supports can do. They're a big part of changing that mid matchup. You know you're going to face punishment there from that Monkey King.
I'm actually not a huge fan of the Orb of Frost investment, but it's okay. Bottom lane, they're just putting a little bit of damage here into this Tusk, who being very annoying, just cutting waves here with this Darkseer, kind of just avoiding playing near the Tiny. I mean, Mirana also does so much damage too in the lane.
Yeah, this here is a little ridiculous. I kind of hope she does the Ags build too, but maybe the Monkey King covers the damage enough.
I mean, he does, but why not, right? Like, why not just get it?
I mean, you could build other items, right? The downside of going Ags, because it's so expensive, could be like, say, 4-staff Yules, Blink Yules, which I think controlling up
there it is.
The Lifestealer and Darkseer are like, that's the alternative compared to just going full damage.
My goodness, looking at the damage taken from the Hoodwink, like, just 600 damage from the Dark Willow, just a ton of auto attacks, and then just straight through 2 brambles.
Seems good. That's why it's a classic combo.
Hoodwink's actually coming mid. They will scout her with the ward. That's just barely alive still, about to expire. So they're gonna know the 3 heroes, I think, are here. Bushwhack off the mark. XM. He does not seem bothered by this.
No, he's about to hit level 6 as well, whereas Mirage still a little bit to go. So minute 6. Don't think you've got the safety of roll. You might just have to give up this rune, especially as Y and Zinq are here, ready to camp him out.
He just has no mana. Like, I don't know how he contests this at all. Maybe with Hoodwink, if Hoodwink gets a lucky Bushwhack, but yeah. XM will just take an invis. It's not the best rune, so they actually kind of lucked out on Huligani that this isn't something like a haste rune, you know, to maybe pressure something elsewhere, but
I like pressuring with this catapult too. You've already brought the supports over. He kept the catapult alive, has his power treads. If they got a better rune, it would be a lot easier to take this tower. Invis not really helping with this.
yeah. But catapult is dead. They managed to clear it up. Yeah, I mean, that's a decent chunk of damage, like, you know, 40% of the tower's health, roughly.
And it's spaced to your side lanes. Sage felt he had to come over, so Tiny farming freely as Darkseer plays safe in the jungle. And the up top Lifestealer is farming well, but Bach feels comfortable to do some creep cutting in the back. Maybe can't feel too comfortable. Respect his back here. Oh, he's going to farming, Bill. He's got Mask of Madness queued up.
I was going to say, have you seen his items? This is sick. He's going to go max and power Mask of Madness.
All right, talk me through it. Why do you? What's appealing to you on this one?
So I don't think they actually plan to fight Huligani for quite some time. I think, like, Magnus is a hero that can bring a ton of damage early. Mid lane, Mirage getting chased down. Brambles come out. They got him. Tons of damage coming through for the Monkey King. That being said, Y maybe going a little bit too far here onto the side. Gonna get stuck in the trees. Sage will clean it up. I mean, a worthy trade though for Vici. They might know about the ward. I think they're gonna have a pretty good guess that there's one back here. Well, maybe not. Anyway, back on the Magnus. I mean, level 4 in power with Mask of Madness. He knows he's not going to be able to, like, take this tower top, but he also knows, I think, that Huligani's not going to take his tower anytime soon, so he's just going to farm. They've got tons of stacks in the triangle. I don't think he's going to, like, avoid going for, like, a blink by any means, but I think Mask of Madness, blink, maybe a harpoon or something eventually. It's just in terms of farming items, it's probably one of his best.
It's the cheapest, at least. Your other option is Echo Saber, which just costs a little bit more. Maybe a bit better long-term scaling, but
I thought he would
Mask
go
of
that.
Madness and just go from there.
Yeah.
It's cool too because XM's actually going for the Deso, which will amplify his teammates. So when you do get a big RP and you're popping Mask of Madness, and then they're also affected by Deso,
that's cool.
Usually you can't stand your ground and just fight a lifestealer, but this time you might actually be able to. And same with these Darkseer illusions. I guess that's another thing. Echo Saber would have benefited the illusions more, but not the Mask of Madness.
That's actually an interesting idea, yeah. XM in very deep, catches the Bushwhack, tries to get the Wukong's command off, but he's dead. He actually used the Boundless Strike to get that last tick of the Jingus, which cost him his life, and now Mirage will find a follow-up kill there on the Jin Q. So a little bit too far. A little bit of a forced play, it felt like, from that Monkey King.
I don't think he expected so many heroes there. But agreed. They could have just settled for the tower, and they likely would have cleaned it up safely.
Middle tower is under attack.
Bach is going to go for the blink next, so they will need someone to make plays at some point. And Tiny can sometimes do it, but he's at least got to finish his Echo Saber first. Something to farm with.
I actually don't think you're going to be able to push Bach out of this top lane for quite some time. You need to bring like the Diffusal Pango for this, and doesn't quite have it yet. Bottom lane, farming up this ancient stack. They're getting close. And that will get him his Diffusal. So Mirage will head back to the base. A lot of stacks being made, though.
They're trying to reach those items. They want items, and they're sacrificing the early plays. They're also sacrificing some towers as a result. None of them have fallen quite yet, but they've all taken quite a lot of damage, and it looks like top is going to be first to fall. Deviate for a Tusk, but it doesn't look like it's going to take too long. They'll actually even end up giving it to Xingqiu because of all the Bramble damage.
Dire's top tower.
Right, first tower down, and I feel like you can just create this snowball effect where you now just go tower to tower and rack up a 4K gold lead again that we've seen several times now. Like, honestly, do you even want to walk in to defend against RP? Not really.
Middle tower is under attack.
I guess he's also pretty close to his blink, though. I didn't realize he's so farmed this game.
Yeah.
So he's just going to get that, and then I imagine they'll go for the rest of the towers.
The thing is, like, just blink Skewer into like a shockwave and attacking heroes. Like, he actually can kill some of them without having to commit the RP. But obviously, looking for the lifestealer follow up, like with Monkey King and stuff like that. Arrow, like, there's a lot of options.
They're bringing 4 heroes top on Huligani, but Vici read this like a book. They're out of here. They're back. Their own jungle. So nothing for spending the time moving.
Off to a good start, though. 2,000 gold advantage. Similar to last time, like Shiro and Bach, like kind of leading the charge here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I actually thought XM would have a bigger lead too. I guess he had that one overextension, so that probably cost him a good couple hundred.
Yeah,
he's close to the Deso.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could. If you could line this Deso in the blink timing, it'll be really nice. So Bach's got the blink. You just need like 100 more for the Deso. What's Tiny? Tiny doing the Shadow Blade.
That was like the full carry build for Tiny.
Bottom tower is under Dire's structures are fortified.
Corrupted gonna deny his tower.
Yeah. Just whacking away with it.
Oh, he is going to Shivas right away on the Darkseer. I like that. It's essentially a triple right-click lineup for Vici, so that attack slow and armor is going to go a long way. But it won't be ready quite yet, so let's see what Vici can get done. The Deso is here.
They were not expecting the Magnus to show up that far bottom, but we see this, you know, in the last game as well. Vici put a lot of attention on the Wisdom Shrines, and what? It results in a kill out of the Darkseer. They get the double Shrine. That's massive. And they didn't have to commit RP. It's just that Blink Skewer.
Radiance is done for this Lifestealer, and they're trying to make a move of their own. They're coming top once more, but again, Vici's not here. We'll head back mid. Can you find anything here? You break the smoke to hold the mid tower. So yeah, these early movements from HULIGANI not panning out yet. Coming to defend, but they still got Blink RP. Do they have a ward here?
They got Bach. Gets the jump away. The wall barely clips him. Trying to chase Mirage. Needs to get the Rolling Thunder. The nice Wukong's command and the RP connects, but they've managed to find their target, and now the rest of Vici Gaming are on the run. The Rolling Thunder continue to chase, trying to get their hands on the Tiny, and now the Lifestealer here, so much damage. Terrorize as well, blocking them down. On the other side, they're looking to turn their attention on over to Corrupted, but they don't have the damage to find the kill, so a quick 2-for-1, and they get the two biggest kills, Tiny and Magnus.
That whole build-up, the whole posturing, and then at the last second, he gets found, and I guess didn't have a blink to get away fast enough.
The Swash caught him.
Yeah.
Mirage, like, got him in the tree line. But it's also, like, you didn't stop the Pangalier's Rolling Thunder. If they manage to catch him before he gets the Rolling Thunder off, I think it's a very different situation.
I think he also needs to bring Tiny a little sooner. I guess he was like just about to finish his Shadow Blade, so maybe they made the move like 30 seconds too soon.
Yeah.
I think if he's there, he can also help interrupt. Like as they're going for the Magnus, you can just avalanche toss. Maybe he'll find a return kill on his own here. Well, Darkseer pretty tanky since he does have this Splint Mail and Plate Mail. That's a lot of damage reduction.
What is this casual, like 35 armor, almost 34 armor on Darkseer this early into the game? That's pretty cool.
That's gonna be pretty hard to kill him quickly and not let him get the vacuum wall.
I love this Shiva's build for him. It's so smart.
Straight back to farming for Vici then. They're like, making that play did not pan out. Let's just farm again.
I mean, they're still really far ahead, right? Like, Bach's going to go for the BKB. They saw in this last fight, like, Rolling Thunder, as well as, you know, the control from, like, Hoodwink and stuff is just super annoying.
I really like that Respect got the Essence Distiller. This is great for finding Monkey King. It's going to be your detection versus Mirana ult, and you can also use it to find Magnus, even Tiny, really. Just these heroes that are looking for the big abilities. You can drop the Essence Distiller to cover certain angles. I think it's a great pickup. I wouldn't even mind seeing two if someone else wanted to buy one. But I think Tusk needs his blink too much.
The blink for Tusk is a big item this game. Like, he really has to greed out for it. He's not far away. Ooh, just barely off the mark top side.
It's not that they even have a bunch of wards here. I'm impressed by Vici. I feel like every time HULIGANI wants to go top, Vici knows. It's a soul read. They're constantly playing it safe every time multiple dire heroes are top.
They have this really good ward, like, deep in the lane to try and scout heroes from Vici Gaming being here. And yeah, ZQ knows. He's like, all right, I think they've had vision. Gets the D ward. But, I mean, that ward, they tried multiple times to find a kill off of it, never did, so unfortunate for HULIGANI. In the grand scheme of things, though, net worth-wise, starting to pull away a little bit more from Vici Gaming, but it's the Lifestealer that has started to catch back up, right? Like, he is now past the Magnus. He's catching up to the Tiny, thanks to this Radiance and the Armlet build. The Monkey King has started to farm quite a bit, though, as he's also going for an early BKB.
It's a little sad. His Deso... Like, you want kills with a Deso, and being able to not find anything. There's better
Definitely
farming
painful.
items. Yeah, so this was meant to find an early fight and didn't quite get anything. But there's still a chance for it to pay off, right? If you can find some kills soon, it'll help you take Tormentor, it'll help you take Roche a lot faster. But if the fights don't go their way, then it'll feel even worse. Like, you'll just keep having this Desolator with no stacks on it.
This is a really nice smoke from HULIGANI. They saw 3 heroes bottom on this Twin Gate ward. They're going to try and maybe combine with their Darkseer, who does have that Shiva's Guard done, and Lifestealer is TPing over as well. They want to look for a fight. Infest here into the Tusk, who just got his Blink Dagger. Question is, who do they find? XM in the trees. Dust is going to connect. He jumps down. They're trying to find him. He's getting away, though. The pesky Monkey King.
It's Vici reading them again. They can feel it. They're coming bottom, you know, break the smoke, get out. And now posturing to see if they want to fight. This tower's pretty healthy, and if you win this fight, you get Tormentor.
I'm surprised Vici Gaming want to take this. They
BKB just finished for Bach.
Though. Yeah, I was say the
He's a
BKB
little
is
far
done on
behind.
Bach.
You can give up the tower. It's just a Tormentor you can fight for.
Uh-oh, Lifestealer. He went all alone on the backside. Snowball's gonna save him with a huge vacuum wall into the Rolling Thunder, doing some work. Can he get out of here? For now, it looks like he will. Tiny's the only one that's dead. XM's BKB not doing a whole lot. The RP will catch the Darkseer, but that's it. Your heroes are falling low and fast. Boundless Strike's gonna do some work. They get the kill onto the Pango finally, but XM is dead, and Respect trying to chase down Bach maybe as well. 3 heroes on HULIGANI on a sliver of HP. Ends up being a 2 for 2.
A very close fight for both teams. This is where Dota is such a small game sometimes. If the BKB was done 5 seconds faster, Bach is with his team as they make that move, and it's a straight shot, one and done. But he is just a little late to the fight, or his team goes a little too early. It's hard to say which, but they were trying to go with the Lifestealer's Rage ending, so I understand the temptation, but that's where the Blink Snowball from the Tusk, he got that recently, and if he had a slightly worse game, he can't save his Lifestealer in time, and then you just lose that fight, right? This is like so many items coming in at just the right or wrong time.
And now you have Blink on the Darkseer, so he got a great vacuum wall in this last fight, grabbing the kind of interrupt on that initiation. And now it's going to be even easier. The Tiny, yeah, again, and not the best hero to get a wall illusion of, but Shiro going to be building a BKB up in a moment. They've maintained their gold advantage on Vici Gaming, right? Like, so they're still doing quite well. But my worry is the Lifestealer. It's a really good hero in this game. We'll see if he can outpace the Monkey King, because I think that is the other thing that you have to be a little worried about in terms of the damage output from Vici Gaming.
It's like a question of the Monkey King's the one who did not have the best time on his team, and he was the one who's going to directly fight the Lifestealer. But you also have him power buff. In fact, you all have him power buff. Yeah, so then maybe that tips it over. But then you have the Darkseer, right, who's got the Shivas. So it's a lot of moving parts, and it's going to come down to these fights on who finds who. Maybe you just take the Darkseer out right away. Easy fight. Maybe you lose the Magnus and you lose those Empower buffs. Then it's your free Lifestealer just running around cleaning everything up.
Easier said than done. Corrupted's item build, I love this a lot. He's going to grab himself the Aghanim Shard. Great item for kiting in these fights and just putting out a little bit more damage, but he's got Aeon Disc into Krellas as his next 2 items. He is fully here to keep his team in these fights. The Radiant, they're going to scan, come through the Twin Gate behind HULIGANI here.
This could be huge. The rest of the team.
Do they get here? They just jump right in. Xinq's in trouble. They're going to leave him to die, I believe. Does get the nice terrorize onto 2. Hold up. Do they come through? They are. Bach gets the RP onto 2. The damage isn't enough. He takes out 1. Can he get corrupted? It's going to be close. XM's going to cut him off. He drops the wall, gets the boundless strike. He's trying to get away. He's actually going to make it. Bach cannot find him. It's a 2 for 1.
And you are now in position to get the Tormentor. Should be fine with the Deso. Yeah. Okay. The fact that Dark Willow scouts it all out, and then you can't kill her because she uses Shadow Realm Terrorize, allows the rest of the team to show up and get the RP. But it was close. They were really uncertain if they should commit or not. And you could kind of tell because they staggered showing up. But they ultimately made the right call. Darkseer does get away, but you get some big kills on the Pango and the Hoodwink and allows you to get the Tormentor for Mirana, which I think you'd probably rather have Dark Willows just because it's more junk on the floor. But as long as you get the Tormentor, that's the most important thing.
I mean, this
Dark
Willow,
Roche, though?
Yeah, I would say the Dark Willow, like, CC'd Mirage 100-0. Like, it was Yule's, Curse Crown, Bramble, and he just needed to pop the roll up into the Rolling Thunder. I think he just held it maybe a little bit too long and didn't expect the RP to come through, but he probably won't make that mistake again. Roshan will go to HULIGANI. It's going to be picked up by the Lifestealer. Finishes up his Sanjin Yasha now, looking for the AC. Top lane, hold up, Dark Willow.
Has his
Gets the blink out. All right.
I guess without RP, you can't really contest Roche. Good recognition from HULIGANI. Goes ahead and grab it as a trade-off for Tormentor. I think maybe you could stall it out if you wanted to. Like, if you show up and throw abilities and you have Wukongs, you could maybe delay, but it would have been scary.
They really want Lifestealer. He is... I mean, he's just all alone here in very deep. They're going to try and bail him out, but the snowball doesn't reach. Terrorize does come through. Bach's going to help him. They've got the Wukong's command down. He's going to pop the rage. Try and get away here on the lifesteal. He's looking for that Infest target. Corrupted will find space. No! The toss into the RP. He's going to find him the arrow to follow suit. They're all dead on HULIGANI. 3 to fall. Now Respect on the run as they'll continue the chase. He finds an illusion room, but Bach will chop him down with Harpoon. Oh no, what a disaster for HULIGANI.
But what a team play from Vici. They jump the Lifestealer, right? You land the arrow combo, step 1. Tusk Snowball would have saved it. Bach prevents him from getting too close. Then Lifestealer's running away on the respawn. You toss Bach in to get the RP on 2. Right? Who was it who stopped it? Maybe it wasn't even Bach. It might have been just he blinked a little short.
He just blinked too short. He wasn't close enough.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just a misplay by the Lifestealer, right? Like, he cannot be that far forward without his team. Like, imagine if Darkseer or Tusk are nearby, right? And we have a similar situation as what we saw bottom, where it's, you know, instead of your Lifestealer immediately dying, it's a snowball into a vacuum wall, right? And then you can take the fight. So just a little overconfidence on the Lifestealer. And it's a huge punishment from Vici Gaming. They recognize it and do not let it slide.
In your mind, you're thinking, we got Roche, they didn't contest us, so they're probably not in the area, right? Let's just grab this tower. You can understand, like, the logic, but Vici was trying to get close. They were waiting for the RP, and they clearly knew they could punish if given the right opportunity, which Lifestealer stepping up a little too far on his own is just that. So we said it was a trade-off, Tormentor for Roche. I guess not really, because that Tormentor, or the Roche, is just gone instantly. Now, an 11k lead for Vici. I imagine they'll slow it down for a second, because RP is doing work. You need it in these fights. He realized that. He's actually queued up a refresher now. So you'll wait for RP to come up naturally, but at some point you'll have 2 RPs to work with, and you're going to be really strong behind that.
Have the mana for this?
That's wild. He's got the Harpoon, he's got the Power Treads, and he might end up taking a neutral item with some mana. We'll have to see when he gets there.
I mean,
it's close, but I think he can do it. You can also get the Lotuses, right? Teams have gone a lot better about making use of the healing Lotuses. Valve balanced it so it's also easier to use the Lotuses because of like the stacking and like they consolidate and stuff. So he can replace the Quelling Blade with a Lotus, and then he'll definitely have the mana.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. He's getting close to his 20 talent as well, which I'm not sure which one you take. My guess is probably shockwave damage. But I don't know. Maybe there is something funny about the skewer distance damage.
Oh, it's funny.
That's not one I've like crunched the numbers on, right? Like I don't know how. That's like such an arbitrary. It's like it doubles the distance damage, but how much is that distance damage? Like you're doing 1100 distance with
be careful here.
shard, it goes to 14. I don't know.
Top has not been good for Vici historically in this series.
Big vacuum wall, Rolling Thunder connects onto all of them. Okay, yeah, you can say that again. 2 dead right away. They've got the physical damage to take down a third. They steal a brand new gem as well. They get that big fight. They buy a gem on the Mirana, and they're like, all right, let's go clear out some wards. They clear out the ward in this lane, and then immediately get caught out of position and die on 3.
Okay. Early game, top lane is untouchable for Vici. They dodge everything. As soon as the mid game hits, top lane is a death zone for them. I swear it's where they lose all their heroes this series. And this time it's literally all of them going together 3 at once. Not good. I don't know if the pause like broke their focus, but
dude, it breaks everyone's focus. It always does.
They just kind of walked in together and got. Oh, that's so painful. The gem as well. Like when you buy it and lose it so quickly, it is so painful.
Yeah, that is gonna be very difficult to recover from. I mean, you're still 6,000 ahead. Don't get me wrong. Like you're still in the lead on Vici Gaming, but you are 11,000 gold ahead a moment ago, and
it means a lot less now. Yeah, this 6K at 28 is not that scary.
And you're dead for a minute on 2 cores, right? Like this lead is gonna shrink even more. We're gonna get down to like maybe 4,000 gold in that time frame. Like they're gonna take a lot on the map in this process. This is all like Mirage will have his Aghanim Scepter by the time they're up as well. You might lose a tier 2. Like the implications of those couple of deaths are enormous. That vac wall into Rolling Thunder is a heck of a combo.
True, I kind of joked about it, but truly these fights are coming down to the vacuum versus the RP. I was joking, Bach was like, oh, I want to do that too. That looks sick. It really is. Like, which team catches the triple melee core lineup, you know? So
Oh, man.
Oh, go ahead.
I would say I like the idea of this refresher on Magnus, but I just like the build on Corrupted more. I think he's playing much safer going for this Aeon disc. Like, he's going to be able to put himself on the front line and make sure he gets a spell combo off. And then once he gets Krellas, if there's no nullifier out by that time or no disperser or anything, I mean, what do you do to stop him? I guess Monkey King has one queued up eventually, but
I think he's got to bump it up.
Yeah,
bump it up in priority.
You're gonna need to deal with this Krellas on Darkseer, because once that's out, say like Monkey King doesn't have BKB and tries to get like a Boundless Strike heal with Jingu, it doesn't heal you at all. Like Darkseer eats the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's even an Aeon disc. I mean, I guess you don't know he's doing Krellas yet. He hasn't shown anything. Basher is also good. Like, I understand why he wants Basher and Butterfly. And we did say he's kind of the carry this game.
Yeah, he is.
So usually you'd be free to do the damage. But of the heroes who would build a nullifier, I think he makes the most sense here. Maybe Magnus is second, but I think you do want this refresher. Like, I think the utility of the double ult is very powerful, just as the nullifier is. So to make Magnus choose between both is rough. And I think if Monkey King takes one of them, then you're free to get both. And it's not like it's not like that isn't damage, right? There's damage in the nullifier, and also even if you had 5 divines, if you can't hit the guy, you're not doing any damage. So I don't know, sometimes pauses can be good for this discussion, right? Like maybe we'll see it moved up, but it will still, even with the Krellas coming on in the Dark Seer, it will still come down to like these fights. And clearly we've seen both teams find some great fights. And if you're just fighting separated targets, it doesn't really matter if they have good items or you don't have the perfect answer. You just have time to run them down. Like, okay, we wait out the Krellas because this guy's on his own.
God, it's so
I guess that should favor HULIGANI since they stole that gem.
We'll have to see when these item timings line up. I think that's going to be the scariest thing. Like we said, after... Wait. Okay, thank you. After the last, tower falls top, we're already down to that 4,000 gold advantage. You still have 20 more seconds before these 2 cores are head back out onto the map. I think with Lifestealer, his game just gets easier until Monkey King becomes the strongest hero. Actually, I'm looking at Monkey King now. He's already changed his items. He's going Nullifier MKB. So he is recognized. He's like, okay, we actually have to be able to deal with, the potential disengage of Surge constantly being thrown out, the Aeon Disc. Like, we have to be able to lock people inside the Wukong's command and kill them. And you can't entirely rely on the Magnus for that. You've got to bring a little bit of your own kind of control.
Yeah, the 4 staffs are also very annoying. Not only do they get you out of Wukong's, but again, triple melee core for both teams is actually quite rare, but the mobility and kiting in this game is king. I think all the supports will ultimately buy Wind Wakers if the game goes late enough. There's already several 4 staffs. There's going to be more. Yeah, this is all about who finds the right fight, who dodges things out. And the game's getting close. If Vici had a big lead, it just went down the dumpster. So it is now a very close game, and it's just straight up time to outplay, right? Who can do it?
Yeah, I mean, they were 12,000 gold ahead. 12,000 gold ahead.
This is the inconsistency of Vici. This is what plagues them. I think they have the skill ceiling to be a top team, and it's just the consistency that they have yet to lock down.
All right, we're going to come back from the pause here, see if the FPS issues have been fixed. Both teams have been kind of struggling with it. Now that tier 2 is... Oh. Looks like we got a DC from Shiro. Game crash.
He saw too much. FPS was too good. Unlimited FPS. That pause was too long.
Trying to look at some of the other items for, maybe any other heroes. The Tusk. His 4 staff is done, actually. So he has a... What, does he? No, he's close to the 4 staff.
It's on the way.
Is it on the courier, actually?
It's still in his stash, but it'll be delivered soon.
It'll be delivered. All right. So, yeah, his 4 staff is done. Then he has his BKB. Similar to a build that we saw last game, which is nice. Yep, Hoodwink going to go straight into the Wind Waker as her next item. Mirana is going to go the Aghanim Scepter that we've talked about, like pretty much an item that we see built every time on this hero eventually.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Zinc Q is the one who's having a great game. Part of it is getting the Cursed Crown, like Shard, right? This is going to offer a lot for them.
It's really hard to kind of feel this out, but I wonder if the Shadow Blade had been a Blink. I know Shadow Blade is the more typical carry item, but I do think Blink would have helped in some of these early fights. And I think when he ultimately gets back to it, he's going to finish his AC and then go for a Blink. I think it will help them out. Because I'm just looking at this Deso on Monkey King, and I was like, it's just so sad. 6 stacks on a first item Deso. And if you just had a little bit more help in the playmaking, yes, there's Magnus, but if Tiny can do it too, then you can boost this Monkey King further. I wonder if that would have paid off, but it's very hard to say.
Well, here's another smoke. coming out from HULIGANI. Unfortunately, Respect kind of got ditched in the back. Looking for the 30-minute power rune. Wide jumps in, gets immediately caught from the walrus punch. Dies so dang fast. Monkey King hiding in the trees for now. He's going to be okay.
He thought that was an honorable support 1v1 for the rune.
Oh no,
but it was
a life-stealer surprise.
In fact, a disgusting team play.
All right. He's got the open wounds lifesteal now on lifestealer, that 20 talent. Dude, it is impossible to kill lifestealer if he's attacking you with open wounds now.
And that's why you're gonna have to kite him out. Name of the game.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, after the nullifier MKB, this Monkey King really needs an Aghanim Scepter. Like, creating those soldiers on the spawn interval actually does give you the ability to kind of stand toe-to-toe against a lifestealer. But it is very far away.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Especially after he picks up more damage as the Deso kills rack up. You need it. You need all these little things when you're trying to stand toe-to-toe with a lifestealer. That guy's got gnarly toes.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Lifestealer went top. Bach instantly comes back. They're going to try to find something.
I kind of like that attempt, but I'm a little bit surprised they're moving away from bottom. Like, Tormentor is going to spawn down there. Not quite yet. Like, it's actually a couple minutes away. I thought it was closer, but maybe they'll make their way back down there eventually. Just try to address top wave. Lifestealer is now taken over top net worth, and he is closing in on a Basher, just 400 gold away. We've got the shockwave damage for the Magnus.
Lifestealer is getting really scary, but he is reaching his critical mass. Like, he's almost completely slotted. I think Monkey King, Magnus, Tiny, they still have a lot of room to grow. And I feel it's more room than what HULIGANI has. So I think this, stepping into the late game, I'm liking HULIGANI's odds. And then if it goes too late, I think it goes back to Vici.
Yeah, just because of the Monkey King, who does have his nullifier now. So it is done. He managed to farm it up. It's a very big pickup for them. Now, Roshan, we're going to see the timer here in about 10 seconds. They're being very careful not to reveal this nullifier on the Monkey King quite yet.
I'm impressed he finished it so quickly, actually.
Yeah. I mean, he's got Empower, right? That's the thing. Like, normally Monkey King
That's true.
need like a Battle Fury, but Max Empower is doing a lot of work. Now they're going to smoke. Refresher as well.
Oh, they're
that's
scattered.
Scary.
Now, unfortunately, if they go this way, that the Lion's drawn, they'll only find a Hoodwink kill, which is not that great.
Oh, he gets the blink to dodge the harpoon. Nicely done from Respect. They will now know about the Refresher and the Nullifier from these two.
It does allow them to invade in. Let's see what vision they set up. One onto the cliff. There is a decent chance Roche will come bottom. Like, if you stall out top, Roche will move bottom. And they'll be set up for that. Though HULIGANI kind of suspects it. I think they're pinging a little bit around there. Oh, no, actually, that was Marana's. So maybe he's just saying, like, okay, we're going to fight there when it moves.
Yeah, I don't think you want to fight Vici Gaming inside the Roche pit, right? Like, Wukong's command, double RP, that sounds pretty terrifying. I mean, both teams have good fights, right? Like, you have the Darkseer, you know, Vac Wall, BKB, Aegis, Aeon Disc. Like, there's a lot that both teams can bring, but I just worry RP Wukong's has to be the better of the two.
Corrupted left the team. Let's see if they notice. I think they see the Ion Shot on the creep. I think they might have an idea.
Well, they're coming bottom. They know Roche is going to move in 15 seconds. We'll see if they can find anything in the mid lane.
Dire are
They are smoked up. Okay, they're gonna establish vision here on the bottom side. So far, nobody from Vici Gaming coming down here.
I think you need to send the supports in the front. Bach has the refresher, but no buyback. He cannot afford to be the one who gets caught and killed. You need to send someone who can buy back.
Oh man, they are trying so hard to find them. Both teams switching
using the ward they placed earlier.
Corrupted drops the eye on Shell and just try and push that mid wave out a little bit. And I think Vici Gaming might have to give up their position and kind of show exactly where they are. Smoke, only a few seconds left on it.
The thing, like you were saying, Vici's okay. They kill a courier. Both teams will know what's going on. Vici wants to enter the pit.
They're going for the
second.
Mirana. They're going for the Mirana to blink the Walrus Punch. In comes the Lifestealer. Very quick kill. They'll just disengage. Her buyback is available. Bach does find Corrupted. They give her the Nullifier. Anda's going to come out. He tries to get some space. He gets the BKB. He's going to turn the back wall onto 3. Where's the rest of Huligani? They've got to get in here. Bach, he popped that BKB. He's got that refresher available if he still wants. He's going to pop it now, try to hold down the Penga, but a really nice snowball save. Bach goes down looking for Shiro's BKB's not going to save him. He's out of life. Tries to get force-staffed around, but it's not enough. And now XM, he's all alone here, getting chased down by Mirage. The rest of Huligani, all 3 of the melee cores are dead on Vici. All set up by Seiyush. The beautiful snowball save just completely blows this team fight apart.
And the itemization from Corrupted completely I thought that roar was going to kill him. The itemization still does kill him in the end. The itemization from Darkseer, every item played its part there. The Aeon Disc proccing, allowing him to BKB, which protects his escape out of there so that the Nullifier can't stop it. This was a great catch, but that Aeon Disc, it's just so powerful and allows the counter initiation on the triple melee core.
And you have to RP this Pango, right? Like, if you don't, you're screwed. Like, he's just gonna continue to roll right through you and do so much damage. And you're just stuck next to this Darkseer the whole time. Like, you cannot get away.
If you could have found this fight when they had the 12K lead, so easy, right? But
yeah,
because the gold lead caught up, the items got there, and Lifestealer is currently the strongest in the game. We've been saying he'll eventually get outscaled if time goes on, but that time is not now. He is the strongest. He's just walking in Wukongs. He does not care because they don't have the damage to kill him quickly. Now, let's see. I think they'll learn the lesson and be a lot safer with this Aegis.
Yeah, I would say I think part of it is because Monkey King went for this Nullifier. He felt pressured. He's like, I have to get it. Like, if we don't have a Nullifier, what do we do? And that lowers your damage a ton. If this is like an Aghanim Scepter or an MKB, it's a very different fight potentially. But now you have 2 Bashers online. Like, Mirage finishes his. You've got the Abyssal Blade on the Lifestealer. He's almost level 25. It is getting very difficult, and well, Darkseer has finished the Krellas, so it's gonna get even worse.
They found the Mirana in the back.
Yeah,
I don't think he's getting out of here, and that's his buyback. So if you want to poke high ground, Arrow is a big part of the chain stun. It is just scary because all the ultimates are back up.
Yeah, I think they might take it a little bit slower this time. Like, they have 3 minutes left on the Aegis. Maybe you get like the Dark or the Pangos like Octarine before you go for this, right? I think there's some options. Like take Tormentor or something, right? I don't know. He went for the Feast heal and damage. Very nice. I mean, you're against triple melee core. It's a very good game for it.
Yeah, they're all really tanky. I mean, as long as you take over the map, you're going to be happy. I don't think you have to force high ground, but you do need to be a little careful because they are a bit scattered now, which is freaking me out. They're just trusting that the ward they have placed down, the fact that they've had the gem longer, will allow them to Like, that Vici will be too scared to make this kind of play. They won't know that HULIGANI is actually split up.
Yeah. Ooh, that is an amplified damage for Mirage on the Pangolier, who did finish the Octarine. He's going to go back for his Abyssal Blade. This is scary. He does so much damage. Could see them look for some sort of play here with this, but they got to fix the waves in mid, get this pushed in. They've got the catapults coming. They still have a banner, right? Like they should from the Roshan. Yeah, Tusk is holding it. So maybe you try and play for the double catapult wave here. Looks like they're going to head bottom.
I think you can. They're also rounding down on the Scotty for Lifestealer, which is going to be really powerful this game. Okay, they are smoking behind him, though, so seems they want to push here with the banner. He swapped it out. Yeah, they're going to pressure here.
You can't give up the catapults. Like, you got to use them.
But this is all the ult. You got to be very careful about this.
Banner down. Oh, he gets the rage off just barely in time. Good read from the Lifestealer. Doesn't need to... I don't know if you want to risk it, though.
A Hex? Wait, why did they open with a Hex last time, then? What the heck?
No, they just bought it on Xingqiu. Xingqiu just got it. But yeah, I feel like maybe you open Hex into the Skewer or something.
Hex into the Skewer actually would have just, like... I think you just insta-kill him before the rest can show up, yeah. You, like, Hex Skewer and you terrorize the gate as people run in to help.
Yeah, I think they're very much respecting the potential Hex Skewer back, as they just let the banner die. They got, you know, a little over half of that health of the tier 3 tower, but 25 seconds left on the Aegis. They do not want to risk it, and instead, Vici are going to smoke up. Lifestealer needs to be very careful.
Round 2, Blink Hex, ready to go.
He has to know they're coming for him. You need to run, buddy.
And he's out.
All right. Arcane Rune scouted here in the river. Mirage will bottle that one up. And the Eye of Scotty is done. I was going to say, the next thing I would like to see from the Lifestealer is the Aghanim Scepter. It's a great tool to try and dodge out things like RP or even just like making it so tiny doesn't have any ability to do damage to you. It's a really good Ags game.
It's pretty good, but you do have to be a little careful because this game there are a lot of mobility options, so you got to make sure you don't get dragged too far away from your team. But you know, as long as you're smart with it, it'll be fine. All right, for now they're getting out. I actually think this is where Vici should feel okay slowing things down. I do think they'll outscale, but obviously you don't want to give up too much map control because, I mean, how are you going to outscale if you're getting no money? Why? Do the funniest thing here.
Ooh! All right, he pops the A on this. That's kind of nice.
That's pretty good, actually.
All right, all right, all right. That puts that on cooldown for a solid 2 minutes. They do get the Aghanim Shard for the Hoodwink, who was about to buy it, but was like, guys, maybe we should do Tormentor really quick. What do you think about that idea?
That means he gets to save his money for Wind Waker, which is going to be huge.
Yeah. He's actually almost got it.
In case one of his teammates do get caught, you can throw this on to save him.
I think he's 200 gold, 100 gold away from the Wind Waker if he wants to buy it out and not have buyback.
So it's scary though, or reaching the point of the game where either team could just destroy the entire base. It's, I don't know. I'll understand if he does it, but it is scary. It's scary to buy out here.
I think he can probably go buy out the Mystic Staff at least and hold buyback with that, but let's see what they do. Shield Rune top, picked up by the Tusk, just surging around the map.
He's so tanky with the Lifestealer in him, holy shit.
Yeah.
6,000 in total.
Yeah, with the Shield Rune now. That's nuts. And he's got money for his BKB if he wants to buy it. Again, holding buyback for now, but they're just hunting, the two of them. They want to try and find anything.
Mirana is going for an Ags at this point. If she gets there, the ability to drag out the game is immense, because you have 3 leap charges at this point. Arrow and Starstorm just instantly delete a creep wave, and then your drums, Force Staff, leap, leap, leap. I could be anywhere, right? It's going to be really tough if you don't get some more meaningful building damage. Like if you're able to take one of the barracks as Huligani, it simplifies your game plan because you don't have to control the entire map. You just control, say, top, because bottom is always pushing in your favor, especially when you add in some ion shells. Oh, this one's hype. This is how a game 3 should be. I really have no idea what team is going to win here. This has been so back and forth.
I think right now, Huligani have to feel pretty confident. We're going to see the Roche potentially in 20 seconds here, like what that timer is going to look like. The more and more I think about this Monkey King, I agree. It does a lot of damage in the late game, and there's always just the threat of RP, which is huge. But Pango is such a nuisance once he has the Abyssal Blade and has like just this super low cooldown spam with the Octarine core, right? Like it is rough. And he took the scaling talent for Swashbuckle instead, the 20% attack damage at 25. So his Swashbuckle actually does a ton of damage.
That's pretty cool. I guess Rolling Thunder's not that long of a cooldown anyways.
No.
Especially with an Octarine. And you're just hoping you line them all up as you go.
Trying to see, you know, like the potential for Vici Gaming is definitely there, but we just haven't seen it in any of the team fights quite yet. Tiny got his 25, so the double toss charges is always nice. It's just more CC to hold people down. At 25 for Magnus, I mean, I'm sure you take the RP stun duration, right? Like an extra 0.8 seconds on that RP is pretty massive, but he's got a ways to go.
We're also reaching the point in the game where the supports have to start doing a lot more.
Yeah.
Which is why scaling supports are very popular right now, because this is not uncommon to reach 40 minutes. And as you saw yesterday, to reach 60 plus is increasingly normal. And now they'll kind of fill different roles. I think Xingqiu is going to be the more aggressive one, looking for the blink hexes to open up fights. Mirana will start with just like dragging things around the map, causing chaos, farming up, trying to split them up, and also potentially baiting her life to open up the RPs, to open up the avalanche tosses, right? Like someone's kind of got to do it. And if Mirana, who is like a relatively tanky support at this point, can bait her life, then just buy back, ult, throw long range arrows, you can do that. You can also just throw arrows and just see, right? If you happen to hit a lucky arrow, you send it. And if you don't, no big deal. Just wait like 12 seconds, do it again.
Yeah. Oh, well, there's a DC. A lot of pauses in this game, unfortunately. Some network issues, some FPS issues, but they will be back.
Life in the pro scene. It's the work hazards, you know.
All right, Zach, you gotta tell me, man, how far are you in Dark Carnival right now? Because like the lore is so good. The storyline.
I'm in the second cart, bro. I'm in the second cart. I probably have, to be honest, I probably have the tickets to make it to towards the end. I've been.
Are you just not trading them in or something?
Yeah, I'm a hoarder.
Oh,
I'm like, well, maybe I'll need these 21 devil tickets later, you know? So like this 55 scrap, I mean, sure, right? Like I could get the tokens I need, but maybe I'm gonna play that hero later. So then like maybe I'll need to trade him for something else.
You're killing me. I gotta say the writers at Valve have absolutely outdone themselves. It is such exceptionally well-written characters, and it's hilarious. It's probably the funniest story and funniest voice acting and kind of written characters I've seen from any of their events.
I mean, I agree, but I will also say when it comes to the writing, has it ever really dropped, right? Like every time they bother to write something like this, I feel like they always hit a very high benchmark.
They do. This one's just way more tongue-in-cheek, and I think for me, I enjoy that more. I think that's like kind of been a trend for Valve, like even with their patch notes and stuff, right? They're very tongue-in-cheek with their audience, and Dark Carnival has been no exception at all. Like Cordo's Curio, obviously, right? For an example of them like literally flaming their player base because they're just people won't stop complaining about stuff, but in a fun way. So I love it. It's really good. You got to get to the end.
Also
the
not very far in that one.
The cinematic at the end of the train is so good, and it makes for a very hype potentially Act 2. Well, not potentially Act 2. It makes for a very hype Act 2.
I'm sure I'll get there. Don't worry.
You need to get there. It's so good.
I'll make it. I'll make it. Weren't there some? Where's all the automaton sets in this one? Weren't any of these characters automatons?
No.
Magnus had a set, but I think he wasn't an automaton.
No, he has the elephant. He has the elephant set from the final car, which is so good.
Spend those voice lines. See what they got.
Yeah, I think. I mean, the other thing is, in the cinematic at the end, there's a teaser of 5 more automaton characters. Lifestealer, I believe, is one of them.
Maybe it never ends. Maybe it just keeps going until we're all automatons.
Everyone's an automaton. I mean, the lore from the Oracle talks about some pretty cool stuff. Tinker basically obliterating the universe. That was nice of him. Well, the multiverse
everyone knew that was going to happen anyway. There's a reason people don't like Tinker.
Yeah. It turns out he built a machine that decided to snip every timeline and accidentally worked too well and purged every existence. Cool guy, really. And the Oracle from that is an Oracle from a different universe that managed to escape it in time before it was trimmed. And now he's here to save ours and stop Tinker.
How come you were like, no spoilers about this story, but then for this story...
that one's not a big... That one's all about the Great Confluence, right? Which everyone had been waiting on. So that one, I mean,
bro,
whatever.
My multiverse storyline's been broken.
Oh,
been scammed.
No. It's all right. The important one is the Dark Carnival. We'll learn about it later.
I'm not going to cast with you again, bro. I can't risk these spoilers.
Next pause, I'm spoiling everything for the record.
Oh, God, please, someone enter. Get me out. All right, let's see what focus the teams still have. Sometimes you lose it as the pauses happen, but I think both teams know that Roche is coming up. Or, I mean, it could be up, right? They're just kind of waiting for that, posturing down here, looking for the pickoffs. Vici going to play it safe for now.
Yeah, I don't think Vici can reliably get out onto the map. They do not have good vision placed. It is nighttime, and HULIGANI are very difficult to jump.
Why did you sell your Helm of the Dominator, Corrupted? I don't know when he did this, but I am disappointed. I feel like you're reaching the point.
He sold it for the Krellas.
Not a fan.
Ooh, they're going to connect here in the mid lane.
Big fan of this vacuum, though.
Finds why all the leaps charged to get away, but...
Oh, gem again.
Dark Willow, not as like another gem hits the deck. Respect's going to go back in for it. Yoink, more jewelry.
That's really risky to be clearing mid like that in this situation.
Immediate infest into the Tusk. Like, they just want to look for more.
Like, you can just throw shockwaves and stuff at it. I don't think they should have been up there. I mean, clearly in hindsight. But that's the risk. Like, that's why you can't. That's why going mid is so dangerous in those situations.
Yeah.
That should give a free Roche now over to HULIGANI. This is going to be third Roche. Refresher on Corrupted. Oh my god, as if he wasn't doing enough without all his abilities.
Who do you give it to? Why? Gets away this time. Shiro, Avalanche, disengage. They catch him though. Is it enough? It is. Murata goes down. Respect from downtown. And well, I was gonna say, I don't even know if you need to give the refresher to Corrupted. Give it to Mirage, dude. Double rolling thunder in these fights is gonna be a huge problem.
But double vacuum and everything. He's been doing so much.
I mean, he's just combo breaking the initiation, right? Mirage is the one who's going to be rolling through constantly.
That is fair. Well, they agree with you because it is in his hands. Vici gonna move away from that mid lane. Now play around this cliff. They're gonna find a hoodwink. Get the gem back. Darkseer.
Darkseer, caught from the nullifier, gets the BKB vacuum on to 3. Immediately the RP comes out from Bach. Much better this time around. They're going to be hitting up HULIGANI.
Found a Lifestealer too.
Dead. As Lifestealer's got to run, but will he be able to get out? He's going to lose his first life. That's Aegis. You have Tusk nearby, and that is it. They got caught sleeping, and well, Seiyu's gonna go in, gets the snowball to try and buy him some space, coming on through. RP number 2, though. They get him on the bushwhack. That's just all dead. It's a team-wide Vici Gaming. Just clean them up. They've waited all game for this.
This game's crazy. Like, let's just feed twice in mid so that they lower their guard and just walk into our jungle, and then we'll absolutely body them. Genius.
Just almost 12,000 gold immediately removed from HULIGANI. And you can go right up onto the high ground. I mean,
the skewer's so good here, right? Drag him so far from the team. Everyone is sprinting in. The vacuum was great, but BKBs, refreshers, right? You have the tool. So the first RP used there to close that out. The aggressive play from XinQ, making sure to look for more, prevent this lifestealer from getting out. Forget that. Let's get back into live. Buyback defense.
Hold up. Corrupted needs to get out of here. They're going to catch the Monkey King. Abyssal Blade, he's dead.
This is honestly fine if everyone retreats.
Yeah.
Just get out. Just get out.
3 buybacks and only losing Monkey King. The damage to the net worth, man. Look at this graph.
Look at this graph. It is telling a back and forth story here. It's a great graph. That's how you know you're having a fun game, man. I mean, the players are maybe not. We are having a fun game when the graph looks like that.
The thing is like they try to salvage that rough pickoff there with like a vacuum wall, and like Mirage earlier in the game gets this like immediate follow-up from Rolling Thunder. This time Vici Gaming don't hesitate. They all BKB and they just RP the Pango. And I think at that point HULIGANI maybe are realizing, okay, we actually cannot afford to stand inside of RP and Wukong's command. That is too much.
Part of the reason they won the earlier fight too is having the refreshers and having all the abilities. So I think as that top, as the like mid fight goes down, like just cut your losses. They ultimately did, because you can win that level of fight again later. With that said, part of the reason they won that fight was a bit of a slip up from HULIGANI, right? For that brief moment, they finally split up a bit too much, and Vici was in position to just delete heroes and find the fight they wanted. So if HULIGANI goes forward from here in like better formation, a little closer together, then they can react faster to what Vici's doing. There's no guarantee they lose that fight again, especially because all they lost were like 1 barracks. That doesn't change the map movement that much. The buybacks are what is really scary. But if you win the fight, then you don't have to buy back, right? So it really comes down to getting the right find, which is what they were setting up for, but it was too deep, right? They came under the classic cliff ward right here, and they were not ready for that.
I'm shocked that they even split up in the first place. I felt like HULIGANI had bottom lane, like pushing in pretty well. They had their banners. Like I felt like they were just ready to try and push the high ground, and
it's certainly for something for them to reflect on. Because it happened to them earlier too, right? They got that first Roche, went mid, and then immediately lost it. Yeah. So it's like they don't see Vici, so they're like, oh, the area's fine, and they move forward, but it's not fine. So I think no matter how the series goes, I think that'll be something they have to reflect on. And I mean, it would improve a lot, right? To hold the Aegis for longer than 20 seconds. It'll do wonders.
Well,
all right. Is this now the part that Vici has outscaled? Like, are we officially back in that territory?
I think the scaling now isn't even close. Your Monkey King, he finishes MKB Abyssal. Your Tiny has like Swift Blink Daedalus. Like if Tiny finds a hero in an Avatos, he does like 2,500 physical damage instantly. Ouch. So I don't think you are like going to outscale Vici here. I think you have to outplay them in the fights. That is your only hope.
Who has buyback for HULIGANI? It's the Pango. So they're putting him up front. He needs to kind of tank it, buyback. Or if he lives with cheese, great. But if he dies, he can buy back and go in.
Oh no. Life stealer. Gonna go in. He gets caught by the avalanche. The avalanche toss does come through. He gets saved. A nullifier though gets thrown over. There's the RP. Oh no! You're gonna lose the tusk, but can they get the darks here? He's terrorized. Safe for the moment. A nice Wind Waker is gonna buy him time, but the avalanche toss will get the kill. XM now in very deep, trying to get saved here from XinQ. Gets the jump away though with the Boundless Strike. They're trying to chase for another Lotus, like the third tossed into this Monkey King to keep him alive. And well, 2 dead without buyback. Vici is gonna go for it. Trying to end this game.
Okay, they can definitely get bottom. Do you just send it mid?
You gotta go.
You know there's no buybacks, right? At least, okay,
3.
you just go 3 lanes? Or do you end the game? I thought you were thinking like end the game. Because I kind of think you could. It would just be scary.
Yeah. I think play it safe, get all 3 lanes, and what do you do now? I mean, that was 2 greater Lotuses force-fed into the Monkey King there to keep him alive, by the way.
You almost need to itemize in a way as a support to have a slot open in these late games, because holding a triple stack of Lotuses is absurd. It is so much healing if you can get close.
I mean, at this point, that is
that's the Mega.
Hero finds the Life Stealer Abyssal. They take out the Hoodwink with a stray Boundless Strike. RP is there, and well, your Life Stealer is dead. That is GG. This game crumbled for HULIGANI. They were so close to snatching defeat from Vici, and instead they snatched defeat.
Oh, they did snatch defeat.
Or yeah, they were so close to snatching victory, but instead snatched defeat. Oh my goodness. What a game from Vici.
You can see some of the smiles and relief. I think they also realize there is some improvements from their end as well. That game ended up a lot harder than it needed to be going back about 30 minutes ago, right? They had like a 12K gold lead. Yeah, we'll see in these replays in a moment. So some of their own mistakes to improve on as well. For HULIGANI, post-Roche is apparently the most dangerous time for them. All their team wipes were after they secured Roche, which is not really the way it's supposed to go.
This fight right here actually was so unbelievable because there's no reason for your Lifestealer to be walking up completely alone at a mid-tier 1 tower. Like, it's a tier 1 tower, it's not that valuable. This was the situation earlier where they get this massive, you know, set up with the vacuum wall into Rolling Thunder. RP was just barely off cooldown. They did it again right here. But eventually, Vici Gaming outscaled them.
In the end, I don't even know if it was strictly outscaling at the end. It was the catches, right? There weren't really the like stand and fight your ground outscale type fights where Monkey King just like beats a Lifestealer. It's that Lifestealer is hexed and then avalanched and then RP'd. Right, they did a good job at the final moment, and I wonder if the pressure got to HULIGANI, right? Like, how many times have you been in this high pressure situation? You're playing at TI. It is do or die in these final moments, and that's where on Vici, these players have been through it, right? They're very experienced. They've done this. This is where their minds are clear. They know how to close these types of games out, and it's a little easier. I've got to imagine there is some nerves coming into play for HULIGANI.
Yeah, I mean, Bach, in my eyes, feels pretty clearly the MVP. He goes for this refresher. He had so many clutch RPs in the late game, and at this point, you can't fight into him.
I think him or XinQ grabbing that that Hex, that was also pretty big for closing it out, and as well as just generally causing chaos. We kind of saw it in like game 2 with the Rubik. It's a good understanding. I really like this. When they're playing well, right? Like, it feels like they have a good idea. The fact that XM switched over to the Nullifier, they can kind of identify what they need. There are just some slip-ups somewhere in like moving on the map that get caught. It's one of the harder things to fix, of course, right? And hearing the team talk, you know, in interviews, they know it too. They're like, yeah, we're trying to improve, like, you know, just every game and go. TI would be the perfect time to pull it all together, and at least for now they managed to grab this series, bringing them to 1-1 which is not too bad. Right, middle of the pack right now. HULIGANI, though, going to fall to 0 and 2, which is not going to feel great. But I think they did show, right? They have some good moments.
Yeah, I think there are signs of life there on this team, but you cannot make those same mistakes like over and over and over, right? Like you have the Aegis and you just get overconfident, and I don't know like if it's one specific person, if it's a team call or something, but they felt, it seemed like they were feeling invincible with a lead and Aegis, and that's just not how it works in Dota. You cannot get caught sleeping, especially against a team like Vici that is as experienced, like you said, and they have a lot of pickoff. You have this Magnus, you have this Dark Willow with a Hex, the follow-up with the Mirana arrows are always there. Yeah, very well executed from Vici Gaming in the late game. They just did what they needed to do.
Yeah, a well-earned standout player. The KDA maybe doesn't fully show it, but a lot of those RPs are why his teammates can grab so many kills to close this one out. A very fun series.
It was definitely back and forth, a lot of fun, going 55 minutes almost. So well played from Vici as they will grab themselves that win. But we have another series coming up here in just a moment, so you definitely will not want to miss it. I'd have to double check exactly who that's going to be, but for now, we're going to go to a short break and we'll be back. So don't go anywhere, everyone. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the TI 26 group stage. We've got ourselves OG versus Team Resilience coming up here in just a moment. And boy, we are just getting started today, man. We have one series in the bag, and it was a banger. Going the distance, all 3 games. Vici Gaming coming out with the win at the tail end of it. Now, both of these teams have been struggling a little bit. This is the 0-2 series, right? Both these teams have yet to pull out a win. We'll see what can happen. But talk to me a little bit about Team Resilience, because I think people may be underestimating this team.
I mean, just the name, certainly unfamiliar because they came together for the TI qualifiers. But as you're seeing the players shown here, you probably recognize a couple of them if you've been watching Dota for a bit. They're all very experienced players, so it's not too surprising to me that they qualified. They are down 0-2, but I think if you look at the series they played, first of all, they lost to Team Vision, which is most people's favorites coming into the event, and they went 1-2. So not a bad showing there. Then they lost to LGD in, I think, one of the record-breaking longest best of threes. What was it? Over 4.5 hours or something.
Yeah, it's the 4th longest best of 3 of all time.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate they did lose both series, but clearly not totally outclassed in all of them. And so I don't think 0-2 does full justice to the team. OG, kind of the same deal, where their first loss was to Boom Boys, which is also a very, very strong team right now. Their loss to Nigma is actually a little bit more concerning to me. It was an 0-2 there, but they were very long games, right? So it was a very long series that Nigma happened to clutch out in the end. But Nigma to me feels like a little bit of a weaker team compared to, like, the combination of Boom Boys Nigma is a little bit weaker than Team Vision and LGD.
I agree.
Well, maybe that's not true after like the recent switch up, but like I still kind of favor LGD over Nigma.
So I agree with you completely. But the other thing is the Resilience game series all went 3 games, right? OG has not won a game. They were 0-2-0-2. So they've got to start turning this ship around, right? They need to at least clutch out a game, get a victory here, because that's how you start building momentum, and you need to start doing that soon. If you do not, win a single game and you drop to 0-3, I mean, that's like
a mental blow if nothing else.
Exactly, right? Like that becomes a borderline impossibility to come out of.
Yeah, they're gonna have to lock in here, which they can certainly do, right? I don't think the team is bad by any means, but I know their own recent roster shuffle has kind of thrown them through a loop, and it feels like they had a really strong start to the season. They kind of set the trend on a lot of metas, but after that, it's been a slip from grace. And there are times it starts to look good again, but it's not quite come together the way that very first iteration looked. TI would be the perfect time. This is the team of dreams, OG is. So starting off 0-2 and ending up in a deep run at TI would be living up to the brand.
It really would be. It really would be.
Turn to ban.
Well, let's jump into the draft, ladies and gentlemen, as OG will have first pick. They have banned out Wyvern, Timbersaw, and Largo. Resilience will have 2 more bans here to kind of decide what they want to do, which for right now, Treant's Protector, Nature's Prophet, Keeper of the Light. We'll see what they want to do with the last ban here. There's Shadow Fiend still available. Oh my god. Okay, that's a neat stat. Treant's Protector, 2 picks, 39 bans. The 39 bans is not surprising. This hero, I cannot believe, it has not been nerfed. It has been like...
He did get nerfed is the funny thing.
I mean...
Pretty minor. Relatively minor nerfs. You're kind of forced to buy arcane boots now because of the mana nerfs, but that's a small adjustment to make relative to a lot of the other top supports. So that's why he is pretty much permabanned in most games.
I guess like the Leech Seed root duration was like a little bit better, right? Like a little bit more nerfs, but yeah, that is not good. I mean, the hero just feels so dominant in the lanes, and Overgrowth is a great ability. His Aghanim, like he's got so many good things going for him. Meanwhile, Keeper of the Light, despite having a lot of bans, really struggling on the win percentage there. We're going to see Invoker come out. I cannot wait. I've been waiting to see an Invoker game. I freaking love this hero. Into Earth Spirit could be a little bold, but I think overall, both teams pretty... I mean, we saw Echoes yesterday on the Earth Spirit absolutely cook. Even though they lost the series, he looked really good on it. So I think OG did their research. They decided to take this hero away right at the start.
OG's turn to ban.
It's a good hero for the team anyways, right? An early playmaker that actually could be flexed around for them. I think in the mid lane's pretty safe, especially once you see Invoker. The lane will not be the freest for Earth Spirit, but like you get by and you start making plays while Invoker is still farming in that mid lane. Which Invoker has also gotten a lot more popular because although there was technically a small nerf, most mid laners got nerfed from the Kaya getting nerfed. And Invoker is not a hero who... Okay, so he does build Kaya, don't get me wrong, but like the reason he builds it is different from the other mid laners, which
it's
is
for
that
Meteor Hammer.
he goes to the Meteor Hammer, so it's about the farming of the Meteor Hammer and the tower pressure compared to like the mana regen that a lot of other mid laners bought it for, which yes, did affect him too, but he's also pretty much the second highest intelligence gain hero in the game, so the mana regen elements did not affect him as much as Ether, so that's why he's kind of like gone up in value relative to his competition.
All right, I'm gonna quiz the chat here. Who is the highest intelligence gain? I know you know. I'm gonna let everyone.
It's me. That's right.
it is Zach.
That's why.
All right, you guys get a couple more seconds to type your answers. Thank you.
There is no prize. Oh, actually, there's like a bonus. We actually have fantasy points we can give out for
that is true.
Correct answers.
Yeah. I'll give you them from my fantasy point bank account, which I don't really have much of. But go ahead, Zach. Who's the best? Who's the highest in gain?
Pugna.
It is Pugna by a significant margin. It's not that close. All right, bans. We're gonna see the Doom get removed, the Drow Bane. Brazilians are gonna grab themselves the Mirana. Not really a setup for it quite yet. So we'll see what they decide to pair it with.
I was gonna say that I'm a little worried about two heroes that need setup, but as long as you pick like your next two picks have setup, then I'm on board because then you're setting up for Arrow and Sunstrike, which is really strong. But I really want to see setup heroes for two of them, if not three, honestly. Like, grab a tiny carry or something.
I was going to say tiny carry,
And then your other heroes, like, you could do Bane, you could do whatever. As long as the other heroes have some form of setup, then I think this can be really strong.
I think, well, Bane is banned, but I was going to say you could go for a Centaur in the off lane, right? Like, you go Centaur tiny, and that gives you basically a ton of setup between the two. I don't think you have to pick them right now, but I think they're both available. But you definitely need another support that brings something to the field. In terms of... Okay, there's the Undying. Yeah, he slipped through for a little bit longer than I expected.
That's the anti-setup hero. Like, once you get the shard and the arrows and the sunstrikes and everything are following, you just tombstone, save them. That's a good idea.
Played mostly as hard support. That makes sense. One off-lane game. Interesting. Okay, there's the other stun. There's some setup. You get the hoodwink. Oh, wait, sorry, no. That is other team. So they'll just grab themselves some nice damage.
Ten seconds remaining.
I'm trying to think, you know, for resilience here.
5 seconds remaining.
Could you go Snapfire?
Board for. You could do that. I'm still on board for Centaur because you don't want to play against that Undying, right? So you're just gonna bypass the lane, which Centaur is one of the best at. Okay, the Rubik. Kind of set it with telekinesis, or you can steal some stuns. And there's your tiny. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm liking it.
Yeah, I think the tiny, quite good, makes sense. I think for OG, we just saw the Lifestealer as an idea into the tiny carry. I don't think that was a problem. I think it worked out just fine. But let's see what they want to take, because you could go for something like the Monkey King, but you just don't know the offlane matchup, and that's the biggest issue I think they're running into. They will go for the Lifestealer. At this point, you just ban out the Enigma. Yep, there it is. Because you cannot let the Enigma through, like, at all. They might ban, after watching this last game, the Magnus as well.
That'd be a fun way to run it back. That's not quite the setup I was imagining, but it is for Cataclysm, like, later on. That's a good one.
5 seconds remaining.
I still think you just want to avoid the lane. I mean, I'm looking at Lifestealer Undying, right? Like, that is... If you're gonna play the lane, it needs to be a ranged offlaner, I imagine. Or someone with some kind of, like, escape. I guess that could work, too.
Yeah, Magnus. He can just...
okay.
Just zip away on that skewer.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, the other ones that is probably the most scary would be Viper, I think.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, just... You wouldn't have the setup that we've been kind of hyping up, but
interesting.
You would be able to directly compete in the lane. I mean, that is both setup and bash that Lifestealer does not like, but that would have been a very tricky lane.
Yeah, I don't think it stands a chance in that lane. I'm genuinely surprised. I think, yeah, of course, the starter is an issue over, like, later on maybe, but I'm more worried about protecting Lifestealer right now. They get rid of Enchantress. So they're expecting an Undying offlane, maybe.
It is something that is still very doable. It's dropped off a little bit. Like, yeah, it was... we just went through a window where it was, like, all offlane Undying, some support, and now we're, like, all support Undying and some offlane. So it is a potential flex now that you know, like, the tiny carry.
Let me look at OG's games and see if they were the ones who ran the offlane Undying. Because...
they were. I remember seeing Raven play it.
Yeah, it was Raven. So they ran it versus Nigma, the 74-minute game.
And I wouldn't mind it this game, because Lifestealer Undying just seems like double down on, like, we really crush a certain type of lane. But what else do you need then? Another save could be cool, because if it is offlane Undying, he's less likely to get the shard, at least quickly.
I kind of want to just see this be a regular Undying because of the Mirana potential, and then just pick a new offlane. Like, to me, that would make the most sense, but Raven does have a niche hero pool. They'll go for the Crystal Maiden, so that is an offlane Undying with a Hoodwink.
I'm not surprised to see more Crystal Maiden.
Dude, just pick Viper. How do you play this lane?
You would try to tri-lane the Viper to start, because you could actually kill the Viper with these heroes. And if that works, then you can play the lane. And if it doesn't work, then you go back to going, oh god, how do we play this lane?
I mean, it's up to New, I guess, on what he really feels comfortable with, but...
Viper does feel like a little bit of a waste of his talents.
I mean, it's just like, Lifestealer can never CS. Like, he never gets to CS the lane.
It's true. It's true.
Crystal Maiden is just becomes like a victim of the lane. Like, she can't actually play into this at all. Like, she has a little bit of slows and stuff, but the range from Viper, telekinesis, like, just puts her in danger always.
The disarm, though, is good in the lane, actually. Like, that can give you a chance to kill the Viper if you keep rotating heroes over.
Yeah.
I'm open to it if they want to go it.
Dude, Viper's so
Snapfire's
good.
Maybe another one we've seen in the past. Okay.
New Pango.
for new, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he's a Pango player.
It'll be hard to kill him, though they will have the frostbite. But otherwise, you've got 2 mobility spells to keep your distance from the lifestealer while still farming up. It's not quite the easiest setup because you're kind of like knocking heroes around with the roll, but it's still good control, right? Invoker brings a lot of damage, so you don't need as much from your off lane, and having more control from it, like with the Pango, is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I like the control from the Pango. Rolling Thunder is always pretty scary when it comes out in the fights. It can find these targets and kind of like your blink initiation is there. I think it's safer than the Viper, and I think that's what maybe the reasoning behind it. Like the Viper is one of those potential feast or famine heroes. Like you could do really well in the lane, and then you kind of snowball the mid game. He just becomes really tanky. But you would run into an issue of like who starts your fight maybe. And I think with this one, it's much more straightforward, right? You just have a blink initiating Pangolier. He's just going to look for something and your team follows it up.
Yeah, I am going to have my eyes on this mid lane for both of them. Not that the laning stage will be all that exciting, but more that we wanted setups. They kind of have some. It's not the easiest, but as long as you hit the Sunstrikes and the arrows, then you're good, right? So it really just comes down to, can you land the trickier Sunstrikes as opposed to like, thank you for nightmaring. You've given me a lot of time to land a very easy Sunstrike. You know, you just got to be like, okay, slow it a little bit, you know, like here. And as long as you can do that, you're good. On the opposite side of the lane, the Earth Spirit, I feel like he's going to have to do some early rotations here to slow down team resilience. I think I like their draft as time goes on. But if Earth Spirit is rolling into your lane, kicking you back into this Undying, into the Tombstones, finding these early kills, then you get that momentum going. That is something Undying loves to have. You're going to be able to make a lot of space for the Lifestealer. And in the last game, we did see Lifestealer ultimately lose, but we saw that moment where he hits critical mass. And how do you deal with him? You have to survive till like way later, but you know, if you have that window, you have your chance to win.
Yeah, you need double
RP.
You need a double RP to kill him twice, right? Like that is the way you do it. I think in this game, I'm mostly interested to see how Echoes is going to play the Invoker. He really impressed me yesterday, and I think he's genuinely got a lot of playmaking potential. He needs to get to that Meteor Hammer, and then of course it's like playing around the Aghanim Shard combined with like your Ice Wall DPS talent. Like you just get so much map pressure put out between just the Ghost Walk, but also like Forge Spirit spam. Yeah, you can get a lot done with this hero, and I am curious to see like how they're going to catch him, because Undying is not really like a catch hero, neither is Lifestealer, so it has to be Earth Spirit, and their role is kind of televised. Like you should see this coming a lot of the time.
Yeah, Undying offlane does get a blink at some point, but doesn't really have a stun, you know. So I guess if you're delivering the infest, you just apply a lot of slows together, and as long as you have detection, that could kind of work. But otherwise, I agree with you. It will be a bit tricky to get to this back line of team resilience, and back to the Earth Spirit, it's gonna have to be him. He's gonna have to be able to get there, do a bunch of damage with Magnetize, which I don't expect him to crush an Invoker in lane, so it has to come from early rotations, getting him gold and allowing him to be that powerhouse that can just go in on his own, maybe with an infest.
I'm trying to think about the actual lane itself. I think Earth Spirit should like out CS the. I think Earth Spirit should out CS the Invoker quite a bit the first few laves, just because of like the Stone Remnant innate, where you get so much base you get so much like passive bonus damage. And Invoker starts very low base damage, right? Like he scales very fast in terms of damage and growth rate, but starts low. Raven, big decay, big bushwhack, blood grenade is out. ZZQ's trying to leap to safety planet, not going to be as lucky. This will be first blood. 2 Tims on the Hoodwink. They're trying to give it to Yopaj, but it's not going to be enough. They force a second leap. Ooh, man. Is leap worse than dying?
If nobody had died, I would say it's fine. But having someone still lose first blood and having taken leap, then that feels bad. Steal this.
What is your Mirana? I mean, I guess Mirana does have Celestial Quiver, which is much better in terms of laning than she used to be. But yeah, Leap is not a fun ability to start your lane with.
It's not the greatest, but in this lane, she'll mostly just poke Undying anyways, so I think it won't be too bad. Well, you gotta be careful, since Tim's can fight back, and he got the first blood. He's gonna have some extra money coming in.
Okay, I really wish we would have seen this. Yopaj just did a real stylish play in mid. He echoes, you know, trying to stun strike the range creep, which is a standard. Yopaj kicked his range creep knowing it was coming into his own tower and then denied it.
That's pretty sick.
It was super
you can see the animation. You can see the animation for Sunstrike, so you know when it's going to happen. And I don't think anyone thinks to pump fake Sunstrike.
Yeah, it was pretty neat.
It's a fun play. Yopaj is an Invoker player himself. He's very familiar with it, so that's a cool one. Well, having that first blood to bottom and being an Undying into a Tiny means that bottom CS is going well. Up top, it's a Life Stealer into Pango. It won't be easy to kill him, but you are still generally stronger in the lane, especially with the Crystal Maiden, who's a very scary hero, though low on mana from that earlier fight, so I think he's going to have to bring out some mangoes. But the two of them are very strong. So the side lane should be good for OG to start. It's going to be the Earth Spirit, despite his cool tricks. Will eventually have some annoyances dealing with a ranged hero like Invoker.
Yeah.
And I'm interested to see when they're gonna bring the supports over to help him out.
Well, initially I said the early lane should go to the Earth Spirit, but Invoker's just owning. Like Echo's just winning the lane, and bottom lane we're gonna see the first kill on over to ZZQ. I was gonna say he did hit level 2, but just so much harassment damage coming through from this Hoodwink, and of course the decay spam over and over again.
And it helps that you got that arcane aura. Spam your decay just that much more.
I'll be honest, I completely forgot about that as an ability.
I think that's one of the reasons we're seeing her more, because there have been a lot of general mana regen nerfs. The most recent being the Kaya. Previously, Clarity's got more expensive. Things like this kind of add up, and so I think that's why Keeper is getting really popular. But then, of course, when he might get banned out or you don't want him, Crystal Maiden is another option with this Arcane Aura to fill in the gaps for your team.
Yeah, like our observer pointed out, Soul Ring, right, was another thing that got nerfed quite a bit. Top lane, they're trying to fight for this, but Crystal Maiden getting low. Sunstrike takes Natsumi very low. Does he hold his ground long enough? Gets the rage, but one more auto attack's gonna do it. Ooh, that is painful.
I actually feel like New could have maybe just killed Skem right there. He's got the Lotus. But, well, okay, yeah, there are creeps under his tower. That's not worth it. He's a real player. Wow. Barely living there on the Invoker. Well, I guess he had a lot of stick charges ready to go.
He's baiting them.
Man, that's what it takes to be a pro, man. When I get hit by a spell, I'm panic pressing that shit. I ain't waiting for it to go down to like 5 health.
My wand is like either 0 stick charges or it's been sitting at 20 for 10 minutes. Like, there's no in between.
There's no in between.
There's no in between. Bottom lane, great dive, taking out the Tiny. Again, using the Tombstone and just the Bushwhack to hold this hero nearby. Great combination.
Gotta block the roll.
At the river. Yep, Yopaj blocked up by Planet. The kill's gonna go to Echoes. Uh-oh, this Invoker off to a good start.
I was thinking OG would need to help their Earth Spirit, but it's Resilience double downing on shutting down the Earth Spirit. So that's a nice rotation. And like you said, Invoker getting to benefit from all of this. He's a slower farmer to start. The Meteor Hammer is like, it's to solve that. So any of these kills help a lot. He got that assist top on the Life Stealer with the Sunstrike. Now getting something from the mid lane. Let's see what else they can get.
Man. This hero, for the longest time, was like, I'm the most passive mid hero because I have to build Midas, and then I get to start doing stuff. And then Midas gets nerfed, and Invoker like disappears from the meta. And then finally Meteor Hammer comes back, and we're like, guys, Invoker's back on the menu. It's the same thing. It's the same identity, but this time now it's just Meteor Hammer instead of Midas.
Planet Deep Ward, but just a moment too late to see that Crystal Maiden actually coming down here. Let's see if that... Okay, well, she actually de-warded, so they do know this, yet they're still catching the Tiny.
The Bushwhack
Pretty tanky,
is out.
though.
The zombies doing work. They'll just try to do what damage they can, and now with the Rubik coming through, Sunstrike not going to connect because of the telekinesis. And, well, your decays, they've stacked up. You get the Crystal Maiden. Oh, the leap to try and save your Tiny. Nicely done, but now Planet caught from the Blood Grenade. Arrow off the mark. A little bit more damage there from Raven. He'll get himself his third kill of the game. He's on a killing spree, man. Dude, he's crushing. He's got phase boots done now as well on top of his soul ring. He's huge. He's like 800 gold up on the Tiny.
It's technically an even trade, but yeah, because Raven's doing so well, it's the Tiny who is getting pressured and splitting farm with nearby supports. Well, on the other side, Lifestealer is perfectly fine. So economically across the map, this is very good for OG. Which they miscommunicated on the Sunstrike.
Yeah.
What is this super defensive observer from Echoes? This is crazy. I've never seen someone put it this far back in the mid lane.
Dude, it worked.
Behind
the sentry,
his
look
tower.
at that thing. There's a sentry on the high ground. They were trying to find it.
What does it see?
Dude, it sees to the right of the lane. That's all it sees.
I guess so, man.
He's just waiting for someone to come from the right side. I don't know. That's a weird obs.
I've never seen one that deep, but if it spots a hoodwink behind him once, I guess it pays off.
The only time I ever see this get placed is like if your tower's about to die, right? Like if they're pushing your mid tower or something, and then you drop it where the mid tower is to get some vision. But yeah, that's a very odd.
Don't know if you can tell, but that tower's taken 25 damage, so it's about to go at any moment.
Excuse me, it's
Drop
more than
the observer.
One more attack there, yeah. Down to like 90.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. We'll see if it pays off. I mean, it's like massive Giga Brain, you know, if it sees the hoodwink back there just a single time. And I mean, it did part one, which is to not get caught by a sentry. So
yeah.
Now the question is, did it see anything useful?
Yeah, it has provided zero vision so far, so we'll see. I mean, Echoes is closing in on that Kaya, man. He's having a great time on the mid lane right now. Not as good a time, obviously, as the Undying bottom, but I think for this mid matchup, they're definitely relying on Echoes to kind of get things going.
Tims runs into the Tiny, farming up a stack. I don't think he was able to steal anything from the stack, maybe absorb some XP. But Tiny, pretty tanky hero on his own. Can't really kill him. Okay, Tims, dude, watch Tims. Watch Tims.
He's so high level on the hoodwink, actually. All right, I'm trying to see if the ward's going to scout him. It doesn't. It literally sees nothing. He just gets kicked into the hoodwink anyway. Magnetize comes out. They even have the Crystal Maiden with a Frostbite. Echoes is going to go down. All right, Zach, talk to me about this ward, buddy. Did it work? Did it pay off, you think?
Damn, the threat was inside the house the whole time. It literally just rolled from the front. I love the idea, though. We'll see if it pays off in attempt number 2. I don't think that'll be the last time they go for the Invoker. Didn't pay off this time.
So I was saying, like, Tim's a super high level. After that kill, he's almost level 6. Like, this hoodwink is going to have a sharpshooter pretty soon. Planet denying himself to a neutral camp there from, I'm guessing, Yopaj.
Yeah, Yopaj was kind of chasing him and investigating the area, which Resilience is going to take it as a sign that it's time to clear out the stack. Down bottom, punishing the Undying. The stun should be enough. He's pretty tanky. Okay, they still get the kill, and in fact, they'll get to farm this Tombstone potentially as well.
They denied it. Tims denies it. Here's the thing, Undying is coming back. You have to remember this. Arrow does not connect with Tims. They get the kill. Here comes Natsumi as well on the Lifestealer. They're just gonna try and control these two. Infest Raven is now Undying. Well, maybe you're gonna regret coming back. That is 2 deaths now back-to-back for Raven as Natsumi is just getting followed by the Pangolier. The Rolling Thunder will connect at the very end, and it's just a chain stun through it all. Resilient. That's like a 4-for-1.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, that was a really good series of events for Resilience. Raven, he's been given so much space. I think he's been alone up here for like 3-4 minutes, so he was just posturing so aggressively. And because Invoker died earlier, he's free to TP in, and they finally put a stop to this Undying twice, actually, because you kill him once, he respawns, comes back in, and he just was a little too confident with the lifestealer. Didn't think they could die a second time. Oh shit, I absolutely saw that with the Observer.
Yeah, that one sucks. That's rough. I mean, you have the damage with this Hoodwink. At this point, you just pop anyone. Like, you're struggling to find levels on the supports for Resilience, but you're really in a happy spot here for Echoes is now, especially like Erica on this Tiny. Like, he's doing great.
Bro, he's about to see the hell out of this Hoodwink.
Almost. I mean, it's not because she's attacking from the tree line, but
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It is certainly not that it's daytime.
All right, Echoes has the Meteor Hammer. Do they have stacks? They do not. And they actually have a ward here on OG scouting this triangle.
That's weird. There's not a tower in sight. Mid, Yopaj getting caught by the Meteor Hammer. He's pretty tanky though. Should be okay.
Good chip damage
half
though.
his health chipped off.
Oh. Roll comes in. Actually off the mark there with the sharpshooter, but they get the kill. A little bit of a trade as the Sunstrike will find a follow-up. ZZQ trying to get away here. Magnetize plus the urn. It's gonna reconnect, but into the fountain he goes. He will survive this one.
They see it. They see the Observer in the mid lane.
They're like,
They're
what
gonna
is
be
that doing there?
What the hell is that?
Guys, it's got 20 seconds left on it. Why is that there? Okay, this ward provided 0 vision, and now he just gets the D ward. Oh no.
Dang. I really wanted that to pay off. I really wanted that Observer to be like absolute genius. The kind of ward that only the second highest intelligence gain hero would be able to predict.
Well, I got some bad news for you. If it was the highest intelligence gain hero, I don't think he would have placed that ward. No, that's a rough one. I get the idea behind it. It just did not pan out. Bottom lane. We're gonna see a smoke up from OG.
All right, Resilience just gonna get out here. I mean, they did get the Undying twice last time, but that hero is still really strong, and he's been hoarding money. They know like some kind of power item should be done.
This is a really nice move
and it's in
for
fact a
Natsumi.
blink.
Well, they find him. He's hiding in the trees perfectly. He knows this Moonlight Shadow is happening. They're gonna come through the Twin Gate themselves. They're like, and maybe they're all up here. Should we just go for this Pango? What do you think? Skem hiding on the side. Really deep ward placed from ZZQ far in the lane. Roll comes in, looking for the Mirana. Doesn't quite connect. Looking for the silence. Boulder smash. Bushwhack from downtown Tim's. Barely connects the op main, gets the kill.
It is just a support Mirana though for quite a lot of heroes moving up there.
Mid lane, that's gonna be a very dead Yopaj.
That's a much bigger kill. And it'll lead straight into the mid tower. Yeah, nice moves from Resilience. Raven down bottom will be able to close out this tower, and he does have his blink, so he is now ready to join the team. We were saying the initiation might be like a little tricky if it's all in the hands of just like the Earth Spirit having to go in first, but you do have the Undying who can now kind of bait things in to make the Bushwhacks easier to land, the follow-up rolls, magnetizes a little easier.
Dire's middle tower.
Echo's gonna start skyrocketing in that worth though.
Oh, he's gonna TP top. They know they're trying to make a play here for Natsumi. He just TP's out. Instead, Tiny, with the help of the Invoker, will finish up Skem. He needs to TP out, and well, pretty simple to do against something like an Undying. New gets caught on the side, does not quite have Rolling Thunder quite yet. He needs to be able to get this one off, run away. Instead, he'll turn around, look for a Raven, but no. The rest of the team not here to follow it up, so a little bit of a skirmish. They actually forced quite a few cooldowns out of OG and get nothing out of it.
And you got the Boots of Travels on the Invoker, so as we now move into the kind of these early game movements, anytime it doesn't work out, that's better for Resilience because they're going to be able to return to farming efficiently faster with these Boots of Travels.
The Invoker is farming. It's happening.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structure.
I know this is a little preemptive, but
Dire's top tower
for our next wild patch mix-up, as you know, when TI ends and we get to the next big number, I'd like to see some camps moved around. I feel like there's a couple too many. Like, the farming is too figured out. Like, oh, cool, I'm a mid-hero farming 2 camps. Check me out. Like, yeah, let's move on from that. Let's either remove some camps or shift them around so that it's not so easy to just multi-farm everything.
I would personally like 6 camps removed from the map total. Like 6 to 8 total creep camps, I think being removed would be good for the game.
Yeah, 4 from the Radiant, 2 from the Dire.
Yeah. Not to balance. I don't want it to be balanced anymore. I want one side to have an egregious advantage.
Let's move Roche back over there as well.
Yeah, put Roche on the other side. Get one, like put Tormentor in the Dire base only.
That won't affect pub win rates at all.
No. All right. Trying to make a play maybe for the Lifestealer here. I have a lot of annoyance coming from New with this Diffusal. Natsumi has his Radiance, so he is, you know, ready to potentially fight, but this is really mostly a farming item for the Lifestealer. Like, it's going to get him closer to either Sanj and Yasha or Armlet, depending on how he wants to play this game. I kind of like just maybe going into the Armlet if he wants to fight earlier, but Mirana once again going to get found here by the supports. Very easy kill for the 2 of them. Tim's is 3-1-7, man. He is really cooking this game.
Tim's has been a solid player for ages, and Hoodwinks in his hand. That's it's a good combo. He's Grandmaster for a reason.
Oh, drive-by on the Twin Gate there. Quite funny.
Pay no mind to those stats.
Yeah, how dare you. Very good timing. Thank you, production.
All right, that's gonna go up soon, I'm sure. They have to survive this early game. They are down a little bit, but this is the time they can claw that back. These movements between Tim's and Earth Spirit, which maybe onto the Tiny, sacrifice the Crystal Maiden.
Oh boy, how many times? Skem just dying to Avatar, Sunstrike. It's so painful to play a hero like Crystal Maiden in these games.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
That's going to be support life for the rest of this game. Hoodwink and Crystal Maiden do not. I mean, they'll try to tank up, right? She'll take a health talent. They're going to pick health neutrals. But Tiny deleting them, Sunstrikes, that's the rest of the game. Apparently it's the same for Undying, also taken out very quickly.
Yeah,
they Nah, they're not going to get him in time.
He just TP's out, right? Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, I thought Tim's might make it in time for the Bushwhack, but not quite in range. Ooh, Invoker going EKB wants to start fighting as Tormentor and Roche come out. Sometimes you delay this a little bit, but I mean, if you're going to get it, it clearly means you want to fight and start doing things. It will also give him a lot of safety on the map, actually, because there's just no way to stop BKB TP for these heroes until maybe an Abyssal, right, from Lifestealer, and that's how many items away. So he can now split push to his heart's content, especially if he wants to go for the Shard. It got very, 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 very mildly nerfed. So you can still farm extremely efficiently with it.
Yep, they will find the Pango this time as he's not having that Rolling Thunder available to disengage. They will look to try and turn her around. Oh my goodness, the Avatos into Arrow. They've caught Tims as well. The chase continuing. As well, there's plenty of damage with the Tiny there. Avalanche comes through, finds the Earth Spirit. Another toss inside the Ice Wall. OG crumble. The stolen roll from Planet just destroying them.
The perfect time as Tormentor is just about to spawn as well. You take out the mid, the carry, and the very farm position 4. Was he not in range to pull the Lifestealer? I mean, I guess not, or it was on cooldown. But that was a really nice time stun. Avalanche early as the rage was ending. He tried to get out of it, but wasn't fast enough. And the telekinesis into Arrow is not an easy one to land. Their comms are online now. They missed a Sunstrike earlier. Never again.
Yeah, they're now have a pretty sizable advantage, right? 9,000 gold. And with this, Resilience looking pretty dang good. I don't think you're slowing down this Invoker, man. He's got BKB. He's on his way to an Octarine. He did go his Ice Wall DPS. He hasn't opted for the Aghanim Shard. Usually you see that pretty early, but he just, you know, he's doesn't feel like he needs it.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. I mean, I guess you would take that talent regardless, but I feel like he's mostly going to farm anyways. You might as well, almost, you know, like, and I think it's pretty safe this game to just farm aggressively with it. I really think they'll have a hard time punishing you. Worst case, you BKB, but in a lot of cases, you need both Hoodwink and Earth Spirit to actually kill him. So if you're just watching the map and you see, if you see them missing, you just start backing off.
Yeah, I agree. We're going to see OG smoke up here. Any big items completed? Well, actually, a BKB done on the Tiny is a little bit scary, but you do have your BKB on the Undying. They're not trying to connect with Natsumi, though. They're looking to just try and make a play without him. Mid lane. I mean, finding Tiny would be amazing. Who's going to find who? Bushwhack does come out right away. The blink in. There's going to go in with that Flesh Golem. Try to just stay on top of him, but BKB Glimmer, he just walks it out. And this, they'll just grab themselves a quick tombstone to clean it up. Yopaj, not quite. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I think you needed the chain stun from the roll and maybe a kickback to get him away from the tower, but it's not quite there. You do get the BKB out of him,
1,000 gold away from the BKB on Yopaj. I think that's probably why he's a little tentative. And I do think if you're trading BKBs between Undying and Tiny, that generally favors you.
Yeah.
But without that stuff, I don't know if you can contest Roshan, which is maybe not worth the trade.
Yeah,
it's a little
no Flesh Golem, no Tombstone. You aren't contesting this at all.
Yeah, they're not even. They want. If BKB were done, I think they would give it a go, but they're just gonna chill and. Oh, they'll have to fight it out post BKB or post Aegis.
I mean, I just don't feel like I've seen OG.
He doesn't have the BKB yet.
He's so close, but now even further away. I was gonna say, I don't feel like OG has really gotten what they wanted out of this offlane Undying. Like, yeah, Raven, he did okay in the lane. He's 4-3 now, but your Earth Spirit like has not really been playing with him. We haven't really seen the Spirit Vessel get used at all.
Well, they scout Raven getting back here. Can they cancel it in time?
Oh, he got it. Echo somehow finds Ravens with a cold snap, and that is going to be a dead Undying.
He used Meteor Hammer to scout and then cold. Yeah, tip that guy. Oh my God, that's such a sick play.
Meteor Hammer for vision into the cold snap, pretty sick.
That's so good. That's so good. He would not have made it to cold snap in time if he just tried to run in.
I was super impressed by Echoes yesterday, and you know, He's turning up here once again, level 17 on this Invoker. I mean, he's 5,000 gold in front of his opponent mid laner.
Is this the same guy that put the Observer under the mid tower?
I don't know who did that one. Maybe it was him. Maybe it wasn't. Who knows?
No, I'm telling you, see, that's why it's Giga Brain. Like, he's thinking about the vision, but sometimes he, like, Giga Brains too hard. Perhaps. It was so close to paying off that mid Observer. So close.
Yo, pause.
Q. Okay, they're gonna know there's a ward there, and actually will not kill him thanks to that ward giving him vision to see the roll coming in, but you will lose your ward for that.
ZZQ will also know that there's a ward here. He just doesn't happen to have a sentry at the moment.
There's only 10 seconds left. It's gonna be very sad when he places a sentry and doesn't get anything. Oh, planet! Send it, get in there.
2 seconds, 1 second.
No!
Oh no! Sharpshooter just deleting his health pool as Raven's gonna come in, look for planet. Rolling Thunder gonna do some work. Big magnetize out from Yopaj, but maybe you just baited him a little bit too far.
He doesn't have his BKB still.
Yeah, wait, what?
I can't believe he's stuck. He is stuck on the wall though.
Oh.
Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I thought Earth Spirit was gonna live because New got stuck, but he's still gonna die because he doesn't have his BKB. I thought he was farming it.
Yeah, well, turns out Earth Spirit doesn't really farm super well.
That's true.
I mean, actually, I think the hero does actually farm decently. It's just
not as well as others. Yeah.
Yeah, he's had like 5 deaths, and we haven't seen like Spirit Vessel like collect an important kill, which a lot of times in the early game, that is your kill. It's like magnetized Spirit Vessel, and the supports just die, but we just haven't seen them find any openings like that. Like, there's a Guardian Greaves on the Rubik with Glimmer Cape, you know?
Can they get this Lifestealer?
They're gonna force the rage out of him. Go for the TP, and he's out.
Oh, can easily kill the Crystal Maiden, though.
Oh, not again. Oh, no. Not the Crystal Maiden.
I mean, she's trying. She's got a Null Talisman. She's got Wand. She's got Pavis. But when you take, what is it, 1,500 damage in Avalanche Arrow, I mean, what can you do?
You just gotta dodge the arrow next time. I think that's the key. Another BKB forced out. Yeah. Echo's getting more and more out of this movement around the map. He's got his BKB, of course, so he's chilling, working towards his level 20 talent. And he's just gonna go straight into the Shivas. You know what? Maybe he's not even gonna bother with the Ghost Walk. Maybe he goes the EMP Shard.
If he goes a different shard, that's kind of cool.
I feel like at this point, he's not playing for the Ghost Walk. He doesn't even need it, it seems. And the EMP Shard is super value in fights.
I wonder how farmed he would be with the Ghost Shard, though, right? Like, because the Ice Shard is more early farming speed, and it's more overall map pressure. So you're sacrificing that for the later payoff of the team fight, and we'll see, like, if he even does that. If he wants other items first, fair enough. Though I feel like with the amount of time he's had it, he could probably pay off. Big jump in the mid lane. Invoker Tiny, you're not here yet.
Leaps away. Rolling Thunder does come through, stunning up Raven. Arrow's gonna miss it. Just barely misses Yopaj as well, but the Invoker is here. He's just cleaning up the back line. Crystal Maiden, goodbye. Once again, Sunstrike to get the kill. OG start the fight with the advantage, but they just can't find anybody. Every roll just keeps off the mark. They're gonna look for New now. Magnetize finally gonna come through. Nice telekinesis to pull him back, but a great avalanche. There's going to be the BKB from Yopaj. They're going to buy back on the Crystal Maiden. The Magnetize is doing a lot of work, but can they actually kill anyone? It's the Amplify damage on the Tiny, but Natsumi finally able to find his mark. Maybe rolling back for more. Swashbuckle to slow them down. They're going to settle for the Pango. It seems you might be the only casualty. A long fight, but OG, they get something finally.
You can see it. I mean, they're doing more damage in the fight, right? But they just can't close out the kill because you're having to deal with Pango roll and swashbuckles and all that. He's getting around everywhere. This Mirana keeps leaping everywhere. Rubik in the back is just lifting people up. This game, we've seen a lot of Rubik itemizations. This time, he's getting a Glimmer Cape and a Guardian Greaves. So just a lot of extra survivability to his teammates. Lifestealer hoping for some of that survivability here. Armlet gonna have to do the work. Like, Lifestealer is strong, as we see when he gets to do the damage. They're gonna kill the Tiny thanks to the Sharpshooter. Can he get out now, though? He's being crowd controlled. Invoker, so much damage. No pause, rolling in. Okay, okay. Finish it. Stolen Infest. What in the world? They're not getting anything. I mean, they got the Tiny, but everybody else just having to run. Everybody is dead. Not everybody, but OG not going to feel great about that. A lot of heroes came in for that, and they really did not get very much. Ricky also got taken out by that, but I will do subpar casting without him.
I'm sorry, I may or may not be back. I actually have no idea. Can you hear me?
Oh, darn. I mean, welcome back. Welcome back,
Oh,
Ricky.
okay. Nice one.
The team fight was less exciting without you. Happy to have you back.
I'm sure it's fine.
I mean, we see in that fight that, unfortunately, you missed. We see that Lifestealer can do damage when he actually gets the hit, but Tim's burning out. It's hard. Like, the roll and the bushwhack are solid stuns, but they're not always guaranteed, especially when Resilience has so many ways to move around. And as soon as you miss one, that's half your stun's gone. So a Lifestealer just has to spend the time running around after that, and it's kind of showing. He got an Ags early to try to deal with it, but that means his damage is less than what it could have been.
Yeah, I was gonna say earlier when I was looking at the itemization, and in that fight kind of in the dire jungle, I was like, Natsume's getting to a point where I can see him start winning fights for his team, because it is a good Lifestealer game into the Tiny, right? We know that's the case, but you can't really stick on the Pango, and I don't think he's ever gonna get his hands on this Invoker. Like, Echo's positioning has been way too good. So he's gonna need a lot of help and a lot of stuns to be able to actually, like, stay on top of targets. Well, Undying, Crystal Maiden, not the most reliable setup heroes.
Yeah,
Even
they're decent
Earthspear,
early.
right?
They're decent early, but as time goes on, it's not their forte. So OG needed to make that early game work. They weren't able to quite get enough, and this is now where you struggle. We'll see what they can do. At some point, you end up farming enough to pick up like Abyssals and Scythe of Ices, right? So then it kind of like wraps back around. But that's probably like 15 minutes away at least. So you're gonna have to do what you can until that point and not lose your buildings, which are starting to be chipped down by the lanes all getting pushed in. They're not making a serious push until Roche is up and you can secure that. But I mean, just pushing in lanes, Forge Spirits, Meteor Hammers, you might whittle things down.
Just oh my god, what? Smoke popped by perfect positioning on the Mirana there.
He's killing it. I mean, he got the shard. He has an extra leap charge, as if it wasn't already enough. So he's just getting up in their faces. He's pretty tanky. Solar Crest, Pipe, Drums. Leap.
Yopaj? I was like, he's going to be forced to BKB. They're going to jump in on Raven. They get their hands onto the Rubik Planet, trying to survive, but absolutely not going to happen. Rob Rolling Thunder from Cube. Bouncing back and forth in this fight, trying to chase down Yopaj. In comes Tiny, pulls back in with the Harpoon. Good force staff to safety. He's out for now, but Tiny just TPs to safety. This is what we're talking about. These longer fights with the Lifestealer. If he's able to keep his hands on these heroes, he will kill them. Nice delivery with Raven. The blink on over. Good swashbuckle up onto the high ground. They're going to buy back on the Rubik. Hold up. Have you gone too far on OG? Echoes looking for vengeance on the Invoker. Arrow not going to connect. Splits right through. He's going to pop a BKB. Drops the
the tornado into the EMP. Undying's gonna live. Another infest save, but a telekinesis pulls him back, and now the lifestealer's coming back. He's gonna BKB, tries to get a bash, doesn't get it. Wait, he did get it. What? Did he bash him in the fountain?
I guess so, or maybe there was something else there that got bashed. I'm not sure. I'd have to look back on that. But either way, you win that fight. You push out OG, steal a gem, I believe, unless that was their own that got dropped.
They stole
yeah,
it.
that was a stolen gem, which is unfortunate because you're playing against Mirana and Invoker. You could really use that gem. And now you will also lose Roche. Well, actually, okay, the timing is poor. They're gonna wait for it to go bottom, so they're just gonna push things out, and they're actually moving into the triangle. OG, you better get out of here.
Oh,
actually roll straight to an Invis Tiny.
He's like, wait a minute, that's not supposed to be there. Sunstrike comes out, Natsumi caught as well. Invoker has a scythe. He's running down the lane. Telekinesis stuns up one. They're gonna find Tim's, looking for where Natsumi's gonna be forced to BKB. What a disaster. Where were they headed with that infest play?
Okay, you're hoping they're doing Roche or like setting up for it, so you're gonna try to like go roll bottom and look for the Invoker who's pushing out that lane. So you just try to like solo kill the Invoker. Unfortunately, he was not there. He's in your mid lane, killing the lifestealer here now, trying to anyways.
Oh,
He's not even done. He's gonna keep looking.
He's like, I have this gem. I'll take those. Hex up, looking for Scam. Now comes the new Pangolier, Rolling Thunder. Will they actually get the bash is the question. Natsumi trying really hard to get out. There's going to be the avalanche. On to do the toss as well. Yopaj with a huge magnetize.
It's pretty deep.
Have you gone too far? Echoes now getting ran down by Raven on this Undying. That's 95 seconds without your Invoker, and you lose the gem. Can the rest of the team get out? It looks like they will.
Okay, you gotta go Roche. Go send Roche right now for OG.
That is your only hope at turning around this game. You're 26,000 gold behind. You need this Roshan.
Brazilians got a little too cute there with, oh, they'll think we're doing Roche. Let's go find a kill. It worked. It worked like once or twice, and then like they kept going for it, pushing top, which was honestly also okay. But then once Invoker uses BKB, you have to start slowing it down. And it's after BKBs get used that they're like, okay, let's send tier 3s. But that's a bit too deep as you've lost your defensive tool. So OG finally able to find something.
They can't Roche,
Maybe not.
dude. You know
Maybe not.
None of these heroes kill Roshan, man. You need the Undying Tombstone and the Flesh Golem to do it. It's on cooldown. CZQ, they're gonna walk right into him. They're gonna find the Mirana, but they also see this spooky Tiny, and well, your Undying gets jumped first. He's dead, has buyback. Instead, he's gonna get the Ceaseless Dirge to respawn him into this fight. And well, I guess you get Rolling Thunder in exchange for all of that.
But Invoker's back.
Invoker is back. They find the Hoodwink. Tiny in some trouble.
Oh,
Actually,
not
Tiny's in
back
way
yet.
too deep. Tiny's dead. Okay. Can they find more? New on the low ground. Do manage to connect to the boulder kick, but they're not going to do what Resilient said. They're going to go back into Roche Pit. The Tombstone is alive, and now you can go for Roshan. Well, there's an amplified
I think
damage.
Invoker can delay this. Oh, okay, yeah, okay, maybe with that now you can't. Invoker's pretty free as long as he has BKB. They were feeling too confident that he was going to be back, but there was still 10 seconds before he was back. That's enough time to just stall and wait out Roche, but not enough time to force the fight without him. So this is now... Yeah, they were hanging around like, can we do this? I don't know. Now, as long as OG backs out together, this is step one to come back into this game.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of steps since they're 27k down, but that is step one. Step 1.5 is find another kill before Tiny is up. I don't think that's going to happen. So then step 2 is to find a new kill again.
I feel like we need, like, if you're OG here, you really desperately need to make sure that Natsumi can stay on top of any target.
Like, I think that's your biggest issue in these fights. If he can stay on top of the Tiny for the whole fight, I think OG wins the fight, legitimately. And that's kind of the benefit of this Lifestealer. The other downside that I can see is that this Invoker is so farmed, it is ridiculous. Okay, well, sticking around bottom again. That being said, Tiny, he's in very deep, gonna be forced to get, well, he gets dispersed out from New, which is quite nice. Yopaj here gets the silence, maybe looking for more, but they're afraid. And well, Echoes has now found Tim's as well. Rolling Thunder comes through, bashing him up. On the other side, Undying is dead. They're just completely split on OG. You don't have Yopaj going in with you, and now he's going to be forced to BKB. Tries to roll away, but it gets blocked. Forced to pop the Magnetize instead, and they will hold him in place. Dying one by one and losing a gem instead.
You said it, if Lifestealer can stick on target, you're good to go. But Team Resilience also knows that. So they are just kiting this Lifestealer out and choosing any other target. Starting with removing the Crystal Maiden right off the bat, I think you probably just call it at that point as OG and leave. But Tiny jumps in and it sort of baits the fight. So the others start coming in. And they're like, okay, you just bash up the Tiny, or the Lifestealer. Tiny, you go somewhere else. Go look for a different target. Invoker, go look for a different target. Oh, here's the Hoodwink. We'll kill Hoodwink. New's got Lifestealer, right? Oh, just leave him, just leave him. Here's an Undying down here. Let's go get an Undying instead. All right, they're just ignoring the Lifestealer. And once you reach this point where it's a 5v2, 5v3 with the buyback, yeah, Lifestealer can't do that, right? It needs to be a 5-on-5 where he is hitting targets.
I think the fight might have actually been okay if your Undying and Earth Spirit go in together. But the moment that Undying blinks in and instantly dies, and then your Earth Spirit gets caught with, you know, by Resilience to follow it up, that is where the fight just falls apart. And you can see in the net worth, right? Mirana has passed both Yopaj and Raven in net worth. Like, that can't happen. You know, that your entire team was built around this Earth Spirit and Undying building tempo and getting you through this mid game, and instead, you just didn't farm at all.
Radiant are scared.
It was sort of the flow of the game, though. Like, OG's draft is supposed to do better early. That's like, yeah, if you pick Undying, that's the thing, right? And they kind of were, but just some of those early movements did not pan out, and Echoes especially was doing a lot.
Echoes just crushed
on the Lifestealer.
I mean, he's
they
dead.
got the Hex. Yeah, that's the Aegis.
Do they have an immediate stun? Arrow,
again?
Not quite on the mark. They're going to turn it around. On the other side, Hoodwink dies right away. Tiny still has BKB, trying to waste as much time as possible. He's going to go for the Infest. His BKB protecting him for now, but it's a lot of damage from the Lifestealer. Raven comes in. They just lose vision. Tiny runs away. Natsumi starting to fall a little bit low. They hold the Mirana in place with the Rolling Thunder. Continue to do so much work from New. The Invoker here with these Fortsters doing so much work as well, trying to TP to safety. Natsumi's just gonna leave. He wants none of this. No, Tornado cancels it. Natsumi. He's still here. The second Rolling Thunder from New, just doing so much work. Is an absolute menace on this Pangolier, but eventually it will come to an end. Blink on over. The Flesh Golem still there. Yopaj connects onto the stun. Triple kill for Raven. OG, despite everything, managed to win this fight. It cost you the buyback on the Hoodwink, but this is the difference of, you know, your Earth Spirit and your Undying committing together.
The things they didn't even have to do that, right? Like, they killed the Lifestealer the first time because they used Hex and Chain Stun him, but then those are on cooldown as he respawns, but they wanted to try to kill him a second time. The whole fights we've been breaking down are avoid the Lifestealer, and this time you are directly on top of Lifestealer as the fight starts. So it's finally his time to do damage. His team comes in and helps him out. It's a very drawn out fight, but Lifestealer survives most of it. In fact, he even tried to leave at one point. They kept him around, and that ended up backfiring.
The Invoker Tornado, yeah.
He ended up killing you because of that.
Yeah, I mean, this was absolutely necessary. They've been struggling for quite some time. Before this fight, gosh, what was it, like 36,000 gold behind or something? An absolute enormous deficit. Hey, you were talking about step 1.5. I think we're on step 2 of like 20. So we're getting some progress, trying to TP out. We'll be fine there. No one there to cancel it out.
We're at least step 3, bro. We're at least step 3.
You think? 2.5.
They stole a gem back, which, I mean, there's 3 gems in the game now. So
that's nice,
Resilient still has 1, but they have another gem back. That's the half step.
I'll give you the step 3. Okay, that's fair.
Step 2 was winning that fight at all. Step 3 is maybe Tormentor or another pickoff. They're going for a smoke right now. Shield Rune on Earth Spirit. He's got 7.5 total health to work with here, thanks to the Lifestealer Infest.
I love the Infest into the Shield Rune pop. It's always like that extra little bit of value. It can, of course, get immediately dispelled by a tornado, but we'll see. Smoke, gonna pop, roll in. Planet gets the blink out, but New. Roll up into Rolling Thunder. He's gonna make it out instead. Give it up. Nice response there from the Rubik.
If he popped Shiva's half a second sooner,
True.
I think they would get that.
This'll come in handy.
They're still looking, but it is just reducing their farm speed.
Oh no, Scam.
Now, it might be a bait. If they kill Crystal Maiden, yeah, he tries, and then he has to immediately run. So they don't actually get to kill him.
I'm surprised they don't keep looking for him, but instead they know that he can't be in this fight. Yopaj reaches for him, actually finds Echoes, drops the Magnetize, instantly dispelled. Drops the Ice Wall, looking for the Infest. The roll's gonna continue. He does a nice dodge. Good move from Echoes. Does he get the Infest into the bash? No. He has an Abyssal. Wait, what? Not still.
I don't know if he could press it fast enough. It's a short cast range. You're popping out and going for it, but
oh, it was very close.
The prize is mine.
Not doing Torment?
Get Tormentor. Step 3 done. Do they have a good shard? Who can we get this to? Undying already has his.
Hoodwink or Earth Spirit, I guess. Goes the Hoodwink. Okay.
And we're reaching the point Magnetize starts doing ridiculous amounts in fights, especially once you get to 25.
Oh my goodness.
Speaking of, maybe it does no damage.
Yeah. Sometimes you try to make the play through the Torment or through the Twin Gate, and well, they were waiting. They knew someone's gonna make that play. Takes out the Earth Spirit. They do get, Natsumi has to BKB TP home. But that is a very costly death. Yeah, no buyback at all.
And YSR opened this up earlier, so you can just whack this barracks if you want. I mean, you don't know he doesn't have buyback, so they're choosing to wait out Roche instead of attempting anything, which is fair if you don't know buyback.
I mean, they're gonna poke a little bit, see if they can find someone coming out of the base, maybe. Tiny just blink up there, go for it. All right, they force the response, maybe. Maybe too far, but we'll see if they can get the Tiny out of here. He does have that Satanic. He's healing up off of Raven. They'll finish up the Tombstone. He didn't have to pop the BKB. That was the main thing you're trying to hold. And they get the Flesh Golem out of it. So overall, pretty safe move there from Resilience. Nicely done.
Did use Roll and Refresher, which it's fine. They got out alive. But I thought that was just going to be like Tiny hit, and then you just immediately pick them up and leave with the Rubik Telekinesis. And I think if you do that, you don't need to use Roll, which the downside of is that Roche is potentially up, and you might need Roll to fight for that. But they're going to smoke and actually just keep going. They're looking mid.
They're anticipating a Roche
Infest just got used.
Move, but Infest right into Arrow. Your Lifestealer's dead immediately, and they pulls back the Crystal Maiden. They amplify damage, doing so much work. Tornado's going to crash her, and she is dead right away. 2 fall. Who needs Roche? We can just go straight for the racks now. Avalanche comes through. Nice dodge, though. Hold on, maybe into Kufar. Still has that BKB from earlier. Telekinesis save will get him out. Magnetize doing some work, but will they find him?
roll on in. Oh, quick turn with the Satanic. Full heals up on the Tiny. He's going to pop his BKB now as Natsumi's going to come in. Yopaj tries to roll away. Tombstone getting picked up by ZZQ, trying to take this down in time, but instead has to cut and run. Tiny telekinesis saved out once again. Natsumi continuing the chase. Finally gets his hands on the Tiny. Dead for 100 seconds. Can they find more? Echoes might be in trouble. Tries to get one more telekinesis save. All right, it is all Planet bailing his team out of danger once again, but this seems a little reminiscent of something we saw earlier.
Waiting for Roche play sounds a little more tempting now, but to prevent losing Roche, they immediately TP top, Echoes and New, push this in to force rotations back. That's gonna scare OG away from the pit, especially with the time changing. I always miss it. I don't know. What am I doing? I think they kind of needed to try though. I guess they have no stunts to stop it, but
well, I mean, it comes down again to like your Undying is the only way that you kill the Tombstone. Oh, that is a very good pick.
Coming in clutch when they need it the most. That was step 4 in the comeback plan.
Staggering any deaths right now is enormous. They will have buyback, and they do have the TP to the outpost here on the Radiant side, but if they get anything else with Skem, he runs in. He's going to find ZZQ. He's going to get caught from the roll. Is Raven going to jump up and help him? Absolutely. Freezing Field, everything just dropped on him to take out the Mirana. That's exactly what they needed, these staggered deaths, and now Raven gets to use this Flesh Golem to try and help bring down Roshan. It's going to be difficult, but they can do it. Tombstone now down. This is what they need.
Is this step 6?
I mean, we're past step 5. It might be. Third Roshan, Aegis Cheese Refresher, another banner. You need Yopaj to get to 25. I think this is like the big deal. If you can get to the self-magnetize on the Earth Spirit, I think you can just win fights. Like, it is such a ridiculous talent.
The crazy thing is the gold has barely shifted in all of this because a lot of these plays have required OG to buy back. So they're not really gaining ground in terms of gold, but in terms of momentum and XP and self-confidence, they're making big strides to be able to make this game feel close despite being down 30K for, I want to say 15 to 20 minutes at this point. It has been a very difficult game. I almost can't believe that they have repeatedly found working fights, which is somewhat of their doing and somewhat of Team Resilience's doing. I think getting caught up in the moment in some of these plays and going for more than they need to.
Yeah, it's been 15 minutes of 30K deficit or more. It's actually kind of wild.
Tim's is getting to his Scythe of Vice.
I mean, they're picking up items. They've been struggling on OG all game. But you now have a Bloodstone on Yopaj, which is a ton of healing. And once you have the level 25 talent, this guy can't die with Magnetize up. Oh, we've seen this before. They get their hands on Natsumi, just dies with the Aegis, and Raven's dead as well. Popped. Yopaj just chain stunned by an arrow. Has to be careful. Does have his own BKB. Does get bailed out for a moment with the Infest, but the Avatos is there. You lose another hero. Natsumi's forced the BKB to run, but the Bashers. Oh my goodness. OG's just not here on the team to help. They're gonna lose Tims as well. Aeon Disc doing what he can, but did they just lose the game? Is that everything? Dieback on the Lifestealer?
I feel like they are in position to help. Like, the Blink Tombstone, the Earth Spirit can roll in. There's
Tombstone him though.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I feel like they had
freezing
it.
field from Skem, but the damage just isn't there. They buy back the Hoodwink to do something, but Raven's already popped BKB. This is his second life. He already popped the Ceaseless Dirge, gets held a little bit with a Lotus. It's just all falling apart. Raven, nowhere to go. Hoodwink's gonna die back. OG down 4, about to be a 5th. Skem
for what feels like the millionth time this game, about to die to the Tiny. That is a full team wipe, and Resilience finishing mega creeps top lane with Echoes. Just, they struggled a little bit to close this game out, but they have been in the lead since the 10-minute mark.
Damn, OG made it to step 6, but I think there was like 40 more steps to go. I think they could have kept pushing it though. I am not sure on what happened bottom there. I think they could have kept that lifestealer alive, at least like beyond the initial attempt, right? I mean, maybe he still dies in the end, but I feel like they itemized. I thought they were positioning for it, and then it just didn't happen. I don't know what I missed that canceled blinks or something, but this is all about lifestealer. The fights where lifestealer can hit, they win those fights. When lifestealer cannot hit, they do not win those fights. So I thought the way they were itemizing and planning recognized that, but it just did not hit on that final moment. And it was a lot easier for Resilience with the Invoker split push, multiple ways to initiate. The head-to-head was not easy, Tiny to lifestealer, but you just avoid that. Handle all the other heroes, and then you can take out the lifestealer.
The other thing too is like, I was talking about this Bloodstone on Yopaj. I was like, okay, like I get the idea behind it. Once he's level 25, the Bloodstone is pretty nuts. But if this was an Aghanim Scepter, he can just roll in and save Natsumi. Like, like that is a great way of saving your allies. There's a couple other options to have kept him alive this game, but yeah, it definitely felt like either the Tombstone or something else was not coming out when they needed it. And I think twice we saw OG like die with this lifestealer when they really couldn't afford to. Is this two series in a row that like Roshan felt like a curse for the team that got it?
I think I don't know if that's Roshan passing on his curse more than like teams falling into it, right? Maybe the overconfidence of Aegis, perhaps it's the pressure of TI. You feel like you need to maximize certain opportunities, but sometimes the best play is just to keep it chill. For example, here, I think Team Resilience would have benefited from keeping it chill. Didn't really need to tower dive with Roshan available. They could have just taken that initial play outside the base, backed out, get Roche, and the game would have been cleaner. I think that's a lesson for them to take back for this. Yeah. They didn't play perfectly either, even though they were generally in the lead here. OG had their moments. I think the lanes were actually going well for them, but didn't quite connect on the early power spikes they drafted for. And if you don't do that and you don't build that early lead, then that's where a hero like Undying is just not as impressive as some of the other offlaners available.
Man, that roadblock was so sick from ZZQ. He played a great Mirana.
He did. I think he was really on point this game.
Yeah. I mean, this is the fight where we're like, okay, I mean, maybe we're back. You know, OG, they're scaling. We're seeing, you know, when they have their BKBs running, when they've got the lifestealer on the right target, do a lot of damage, but something.
To be honest, I don't need to take away from them in this fight, but like I feel like this fight was also self-inflicted. Like Resilience burned lifestealers. I think it was this one. They burned his Aegis, and then like kept going, even though they used tools to do it. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't this fight. Maybe it was one before.
No, it was. This was the wire one.
Some of the fights that OG won were Team Resilience just hanging around too long, and next time, if they like back out more and go back in, then they'll close the game out. I know that sounds funny because they never lost a 30k gold lead, so like maybe what they were doing wasn't even that bad to begin with, but it could have been maybe a little smoother.
I mean, Echoes on this Invoker played an incredible game. He's not supposed to win the lane stage this hard, but he absolutely destroyed Yopaj mid, and like it wasn't even
that Observer he plays too.
Yeah, it really was. That Observer absolutely tilted the lane in his favor. No, that's the thing that's so weird is like the lane, it's supposed to be Earth Spirit favored the first few waves at least because you have a pretty sizable like gold advantage. Yopaj did some neat tricks trying to deny some creeps, but Invoker just pulled away so quickly.
Yeah, he really, I mean, it shows why a lot of teams are banning Invoker in the first phase, right? He's a very strong hero right now. It's hard to really shut him down. It requires rotations, which is the idea behind that next level observer that just didn't happen to pay off this time. But you kind of have to punish him by rotating onto the Invoker, because if you try to play the side lanes, you kind of can, but like he'll take your mid tower and he'll still contribute to the side lanes with a Sunstrike and possibly a TP, but your execution on the side lane has to be really clean, as opposed to punishing him mid is a bit, it's more likely to succeed, though it is a pain to bring that many supports over. So I don't know, it's very tricky, and that's why a lot of times he just gets banned out, so you don't have to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, look, coming back to like the original draft, right, where you have this last pick for OG, and we're like, okay, you know, where's this Undying going? Are we going to be seeing, you know, a support Undying, or is this going to be something else, right? And then they go for the Crystal Maiden, run it as the off lane, and I saw how it worked in the lane. They actually did really well in the lane, but it didn't transition super well from there, right? Like things, they ended up taking a couple rough fights, and Resilience just, I think honestly so much of it is Echoes and the support duo just getting so much done around the map.
I agree. You had the power spike in the Undying, but you couldn't convert it. Just something to reflect on going into game number 2, because I mean the series is not done. They can easily turn this around. You just can't get tilted out, but I think this team has gone through it. I'm sure they're already in discussions right now for the next one.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go to a short break, everyone. We'll be back with Game 2 of Team Resilience versus OG. Stay tuned. We'll see you in just a bit.
YSR, welcome to Shanghai, and you're bringing a new team to the international, Team Resilience. You guys found success quite quick. You guys formed and then immediately reached the final of ESL ACL Challenger. Did you know, like, right away that this team was something special?
没有吧，就单纯大家在一起比较熟嘛，可能有点化学反应吧。
How long have you known some of your teammates?
都大概长的可能4、5年了吧，短的2、3年吧。
So you've known them for quite a while, but still, in terms of TI attendances, you're the one with the most experience. Do you feel more responsibility being the biggest veteran of coming to TI?
不好说吧，主要现在确实那个国外队的水平普遍强一点吧，就还是多学习，自己肯定要多进步才能打得好一点吧。
How are you dealing with that regional difference? Obviously, the past few years at TI has been quite Western dominated, but we're here on home turf in Shanghai. Do you feel more pressure, or is it exciting you?
能在上海办肯定是比较开心的嘛，就因为毕竟干什么都挺方便的，就差不多。
How about making it through the qualifier? I'll admit, I was surprised to see you guys take the first slot, but it seems that you're not really underdogs within China. You're quite strong.
我们算是比较有特色的那种吧，就有的时候我们也看不懂我们自己，但就是赢了。
Wait, so are you saying that even like the heroes you're picking, the strategies you're running, you don't really pay attention to the details, you're just along for the ride?
也没有吧，就是选点大家打得好的吧，就是然后组在一起发现，哎，有点像国外阵容了，那就出发吧。
Do you think part of it working out is this patch favors your team and your players especially?
也没有吧，感觉就是可能就在我和我兄弟不见得几年里面，大家的理解都进步了吧，然后就打到一起了呗。
I was gonna ask, have you filled out your predictions in the game, and if so, where did you place Team Resilience in the group stage?
我填了，我填在那个淘汰赛胜出。
Okay, why not 4-0?
哦，就是在这边被其他队虐了。
Okay, taking a realistic approach. Well, I hope your prediction comes true, at least making it through to the playoffs. Erica, YSR 04E, thanks for joining me, and good luck here in Shanghai.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, here to TI 2026 group stage. I am super excited for this series because I think a lot of people came into this tournament looking at Resilience like, who is this team? You know, what are they bringing to the main event? And well, I'm telling you, it's a beatdown on OG right now. That's what they're bringing, because game one was not perfect by any means, but they held the lead for the entire game.
Yeah. I do like this opening for OG, though. The SF has been a very popular hero, but I actually like this Lina matchup.
I do too.
I feel like she has the burst to potentially kill him. Like, you get one stun on him and you burst kill him instantly before he can respawn. But also just in a direct right-click trade, the SF probably outscales a little bit, but Lina's not that bad. Like, the carry Lina build, if she's going that, but you could just do the mid Lina if you mix things up, right? Like, you actually have the flex in the Lina with a similar style to the SF, but SF is like locked into carry. You know what you're getting with there.
Yeah, we don't really see mid SFs at all, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, there's been a couple times where we like maybe weighed the option and thought, okay, maybe a team's gonna try it, but pretty much always ends up being the carry SF. And based on the bans from Resilience, I'm kind of feeling the same way. Right, we see the Wind Ranger, we see the Enigma, and we see the Beastmaster. So to me, this pretty much reads as this is going to be Erica's Shadow Fiend, and OG, you have to come up with a way of dealing with it. The Lina, a great first start. We'll get rid of Bane, and they'll pick up the Mirana. Okay, they locked what it did last game. They will take it for themselves, and you do have a stun so far in the Lina, but you're going to need something else to pair with it.
I wouldn't mind the Tusk. It's very good with the Shadow Fiend, of course, but it's a great save to the Lina and Mirana, and so is Tombstone. So they're going to go for that route and grab the Axe themselves. So very unlikely that this is the Undying offlane flex, though we have seen Axe flexed into support. I think that's dropped off quite a lot at this point. I think this is your hero to deal with the potential Lina carry. That the lane will be annoying, but you will be able to jungle and creep cut very quickly.
You need to pick the Ember Spirit here. I think you like have to pick it, right? Okay, so they go for Tiny Tusk. So maybe with that being the case, it's safe lane Tiny and mid Lina. Carry Lina is way more susceptible to the Axe in terms of just like as the game goes, right? Like, she's a very fragile carry, goes like Maelstrom, has tons of attack speed, and Axe loves that. So I think it should be Tiny carry, but that does mean Resilience can pick something in the for like a mid lane hero here if they want. Yep, there it is, the Earth Spirit. I was like, I think something that just like dives the back line and looks for this Lina, gives vision for the Axe to find his call is fantastic. They'll go for the Earth Spirit. Echo's crushed on it yesterday. He's going to be able to do the same thing on it now.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Could you work a Necro in here for OG? Is that too greedy?
Like offlane Necro?
I guess they've already got Undying for Tombstone saves, though.
I don't even think you want to play it like offlane Necro into Shadow Fiend either. I think it's one of the reasons Shadow Fiend is kind of more popular, is this like Necro offlane is always a threat. But
I was thinking more for the Axe lane and then like finagle the others around, but then it puts you in a weird spot of like Tiny offlane, which isn't as...
Tiny offlane's actually
it's doable, but not that common.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think people are sleeping on it. I legitimately think offlane Tiny is solid. But yeah, it's, I would say right now, based on the draft, it's probably just the safe lane. Dawnbreaker ban is kind of nuts. One of the niche picks for Raven that they do like to go for, I mean, we've already seen the Undying, but Night Stalker is one. And it's pretty good at giving you vision and opening up the fights. It just doesn't give you a setup for Mirana, and you're kind of lacking another initiation tool. Go ahead and ban out the Viper.
I think Centaur is fine, honestly, because you already know you're dealing with the Undying SF lane. that's a big pain. Even if you were to like flex the axe to 5, like that lane still sucks. So I think just creep drag, you still threaten with stomp, arrow. You'll have the workhorse for Lina later. Like even if this is the mid Lina, she'll still play very much like a carry. She'll do a lot of damage in the late game, and part of Team Resilience's game plan will be to take her out. So workhorse to save her, whatever position, will still be good to have.
What is left for Planet here, right? Like they get a lot of his supports are banned. In terms of the forward position role, you definitely need a some sort of ranged control that could just be Hoodwink. There's not much left that you can kind of go for.
Hoodwink is pretty safe if they want to go that route.
Coddle's banned. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I think Hoodwink's like the most obvious. Yeah, it is going to be the Hoodwink. Okay.
It just covers your bases. It's another easy stun to throw out there.
Help great with an axe, right? Trying to find the Culling Blade kills as well. It's a little bit spooky in the lane because Tusk can do a lot of damage to this hero, and I think maybe that's why they were,
5 seconds
being skeptical. But we'll see what they want to do with this last pick. They have a lot of reserve time here to think about it.
I have a feeling it'll end up being the Centaur.
Yep, you would be correct.
A lot of the other offlaners were already banned out, and I think it will give them what they need. Just the saves, so that when axe call happens, some big kick, roll, whatever, bushwhack, the workhorse in the late game will be huge. But in the early game, you're just one of the few remaining offlaners that can deal with that oppressive safe lane, the SF Undying. So Helm, Dom, Heart. Yeah, honestly, I like the Heart. It'll slow him down, perhaps, so maybe he'll think about something else, but it'll set them up for the late game where I think I have a feeling this game will go there based on Team Resilience's last game. I don't know. They didn't seem to be able to close it out. It seemed like the game, their games go long.
Yeah, it feels like they have probably the longest average game time of the tournament so far. Like their shortest game is 32 and a half, but then they have almost 4 or 5 games that approached almost an hour or longer. So they've been playing a lot of Dota here at TI. So maybe it's good. Maybe that is exactly what they need. But in terms of the draft this time around, I like what they've got. I think it's pretty straightforward. OG. I don't know. I'm not super sold on the last pick of Centaur. It's just kind of you didn't have a lot of options, so that's just where you end up,
Yeah, but I was thinking about that, and I was looking back at their other picks, and it's but I get why they wanted the tiny response to the axe, and if you're gonna get the tiny response, you also need, I think it was the Tusk, because it was also a good Tusk game because you can grab people in the axe calls and stuff. So maybe you could have done something different, like grab the Centaur earlier and save the final pick for something different. But
well, either way, it is time for game number 2 of Team Resilience versus OG. Both these teams currently sitting at 0-2 in this Swiss stage. Desperately would like a win. You do not want to fall to 0-3, and OG has failed to win even a single game so far. They are 0-5 in this group stage. Going 0-6 would be a pretty big mental block, I imagine, for this team.
They do seem like a team that is very vibes based. Well, not that they want to be vibes based, but it feels like when things are going well, they're doing their own style, they're feeling it, right? So if you enter that state or you're doubting yourself and struggling to win games, it affects you even if you're not someone you're a more logical player, right? You're focused on just we just got to improve, we got to play. It'll still get to you.
I'm trying to see if anyone's doing any of the fancy kind of shenanigans in their lanes, but not really. This is actually the most honest approach to the lane stage we've seen in a while, right? Like, just your typical blocks. I guess New has a really good block here on the Axe bottom lane. That's going to meet in a good spot for him, but...
The top, they were prepared for it, actually. SF and Undying were right next to their creep waves, doing their own blocking, kind of expecting OG to do that, like New Age range creep kill. They were in position for it. He blocks the camp, doesn't actually see that sentry. That one's behind the trees. Use that in your pubs, guys. It's a real good one.
He'll have to go
ZZQ will deward it later.
Yeah.
Mid lane, we saw Echoes have a great game last time on the Invoker. This time the matchup's pretty different. He is on the melee end of the range versus melee mid lane. Doing all right so far, but over time will just absorb a lot of harass from the Lina, and it'll come down to the rotations. Either support's coming to help him out, or maybe him going to one of these side lanes. I do think you'd like to punish Lina if possible.
You definitely would, but top lane, Undying?
He was in deep trying to stop them on the creep drag, but got a little lost in the sauce, a little too far in.
Ooh, okay. Well, on the other side, Hoodwink goes down. I mean, what was her death here from, really? 10 auto attacks. That's what it was. Took 10 auto attacks from the Mirana and then just got arrowed. Okay, that'll do it.
That's the value of Leap, that extra attack speed.
Yeah, and the quiver. The quiver damage adds up.
Much better start for OG this time around. Getting 2 kills in their side lanes. Let's see if they can keep it up. It's just easier to execute this time too, right? It's like Tiny and Mirana practically plays itself. Maybe the top lane kill should not have happened, but at least bottom, the execution's a lot easier to get things going.
Ooh. I like this. They've been trying to get the Battle Hunger kill onto the Mirana. It's gonna be close. They do.
Last tick.
That blood grenade timing, nicely done. I mean, every time the Battle Hunger has come out onto the Mirana, she throws the arrow onto the creep wave, and this time New tanked the arrow, knowing this was coming. And they'll just dive and take out Natsumi as well.
Preemptive tip. I'm sorry, distracted from the play, but we were saying Yopaj should not die here, and he almost just did. Echoes has been seriously playing this game, or this series, overperforming in the Invoker game, and if he ends up winning this lane thanks to tricks like that.
Well, Tim's dead in the top lane, ran down by ZZQ's Tombstone. They don't have the best way of contesting it, right? 2 melee heroes, plus, of course, Shadow Fiend makes it no fun at all. Bottom lane, though. Dude, we're in a bloodbath game. We're back and forth constantly here. Top lane. Dude, how many kills are we going to have just back-to-back each lane?
The last game was a little slower to start, so
yep.
They're just making up for it.
He's coming after Raven, kicks him back into the Shadow Fiend, the double raise. Oh my goodness. And he TP'd. So that is going to be a long walk back for Raven.
This Earth Spirit, he's doing totally fine in this lane, man. And he even assists in an off-lane kill for your SF. He doesn't even have 6. He didn't have the power rune. Just connects on a kill for that. I mean, that's the benefit of Earth Spirit, right? He is the mid hero who can actually make a play at this stage. Everyone else is like, oh, I need my level 6. You know, I need boots and travels, whatever. I can't do anything. I'll Sunstrike for you. But this guy just rolls in, doesn't care. Maybe Spirit Breaker mid when that's a thing. Like, he's the only other guy who's like, yes, I'll go. Please, I'm ready.
Please make it happen. I'd be super down for that hero to come back in the mid. Oh, maybe not. His Aghanim Scepter is broken, so maybe that would be a bad thing. Bottom lane, Natsumi taking a lot of damage. Tim's rotating in, realizing that there is not much left that they can do. They're taking a beating here on the Tiny. He does have the Avalanche. Another Battle Hunger here as the rotation from ZZQ. He's found the Marana. No way to take down the Tombstone. Oh boy, Resilience now. Just choosing which hero they want to go for next. Level 3 Battle Hunger. Planet's going to connect on the Bushwhack. That'll set up for the Battle Hunger and Tusk. It's going to be a slow and painful death for him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Okay, maybe not that slow.
What a strange series of events in the end. Like the Tusk TV's down.
Natsumi? Is Natsumi just dead? Yes. Okay. Solo kill in the mid lane though. They're trying to find her spirit.
The arrow hits.
The arrow connects. And they got him. Nicely done from Scam. Dude,
Planet?
we have 11 kills already. What is going on? I think both teams are just angry right now.
I'm just so mad. Look, Dota at TI is either everyone's scared to play or everyone's just out for blood. It's frequently on one of those ends. And last game was the slower start. This time is the out for blood game plan.
Well, this safe lane Tiny is not looking good.
No,
this was like took the tower, and he is level 3 on the Tiny. Shadow Fiend coming in. I think you need to pop that Requiem, sir. For now, in trouble as Ravens now showed up. The stomp onto 2. Shadow Fiend just lives through all of this, but constant damage now coming in from the Lina. 3 heroes rotating in from Resilience. They will take it away as Yopaj tries to find play. Actually misses the LSA. He misses the Dragon Slave. What is going on? No, Yopaj.
Okay, the Laguna was still enough to eventually take him down anyway, so it was just all for show. But, all right, it was very back and forth. Team Resilience getting the series of wins here now, including that Wisdom Shrine. But maybe it's maybe it's OG's turn now as they respawn. Their turn to get the next string of fights. I don't know where that's gonna be, because their Tiny needs to farm, and the Helm of the Dominator needs to farm, and the Lena's not a playmaker. This is the part that is very strange, and it is time for Skem and Tims to dig deep as under-leveled supports that didn't get their Wisdom Shrine. They have to dig deep and make it happen. He's actually magnetizing the farm. Holy crap.
I was going to say, one thing I noticed is he didn't have to pop magnetize at the Wisdom Shrine, so he still has it, and he's just using it to farm the enemy ancient stacks with an amplified
That was their
image.
recovery plan.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
All right, well, if last game's anything to go by, despite this rough start, OG will still have like 7 different opportunities to pull it back when Team Resilience goes a little too hard. So let's get ready for that. Let's start for the smoke here, seeing if they can find New, but this is where you don't have a playmaker and you just kind of got to walk in, and New, he manages to walk back. It's high skill, but it is doable.
I'm gonna walk the other way. I mean, they're playing very patient on Resilience when they're like not grouped, right? Like they're making a play elsewhere, so Axe backs across the map into his triangle where it's much safer. They've dropped the Tombstone mid, they've brought the Shadow Fiend. They just want to put the damage into this mid tower. And who do you bring over? Like both supports are level 6 on Resilience. You're dealing with Sharpshooter and Flesh Golem. I don't know about that. I don't think that's gonna work out at all. So you just give up the tower instead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it was just straight dead. If Lena was already there, you could maybe save it, but she was out jungling. It's way too late to rotate over now. It's not gonna work. So that's just the mid tower down really early. Mid rune control should be a lot easier for Echoes now. And does get himself a shield rune down bot. The supports are just contesting Lina. Like, what is happening? When the supports can just walk up to the Lina farming by her tier 2. Like, hey, what do you think you're doing?
I keep
farm
not
back here?
I keep not realizing this is not an off-lane Undying like last game, you know?
I keep forgetting they're not Radiant heroes this time. They're spending all their time back here.
Scam is level 6. Pops the Moonlight Shadow. They're looking for Planet. They're going to walk underneath the sentries, so they see them, but the damage from the Laguna as well as the Dragon Slave should take Planet. Well, down to 50 HP. Skem's going to come over, try and get the kill. The Starstorm plus 1 auto attack. It does it. So Skem walks away the victory. Gets a courier as well, but no more leap charges, and you are not getting away from the Undying now. So a little bit of a trade. I think overall, it's got, I mean, is that a win for OG? I feel like it's gotta be.
You take what you get. You get a little space, right? Well, I say that. I guess there's not much space top because Shadowfiend's actually doing so well up here.
He's level 9. Mask of Madness. Terrifying. Here comes the roll. Just barely too short. Stampede gets committed, so he's gonna be fine. Are they actually gonna pressure the tier 2? I feel like that's a little bold.
Know that it's really worth it. Like, even if you could, the time to kill it is actually so long.
That's what I'm thinking. I think you just take the triangle and farm.
Yeah, you just farm in the area. But don't stick around too long. Well, actually, I don't know. I was like, oh, well, they're setting up for him, but I mean, this guy doesn't even have 6, so maybe it's fine.
They had to unblock the enemy ancients. They're like, this is actually our Shadow Fiend's area to farm now. Well,
why did you block my camp, bro?
Yeah,
what are you
exactly.
doing?
I think Blade Mail is on the way. No, he has Blink Dagger. He just decided to rush that instead of finishing up the Blade Mail. Gonna get caught. Avalanche, toss, Laguna, LSA, everything into the axe. He's gonna try and pop the stick and run away here, but the damage from the Lina plus the urn will finish the job. He didn't lose much though. Like, he did buy out that blink, like we said.
Yeah, maybe it'll even catch him off guard. They think he's still saving for it, or they're questioning why this Blade Mail's taking so long.
Roll in from Echoes. A lot of damage coming in. The Magnetize actually missed the Sharpshooter cut. Really nicely done from Natsumi. I mean, that keeps him alive. That Sharpshooter would have done it.
Yeah, this is when you have to make these little plays, right? That keep you alive because you just fast on the buttons. This is when you got to do it to claw your way back. Down 3K, things looking rough. But they are not out as long as you can keep finding small wins here and there. For example, this Undying kill does drop the Tombstone.
Easy.
They're hoping Axe can get here with his blink. They're actually going to find a Centaur.
All right. I mean, quick Stampede, Stomp as well. Shadowfiend now maybe a little bit overcommitted. In comes the Boots of Travel. He's going to be forced to pop the Requiem. They cancel the Boots. All right. Sharpshooter, quite a bit of damage there, but Axe gets the Culling Blade onto Raven at the end of the day. Nicely done from you. See if they can find more. Roll in. Echoes. Maybe a little bit too far now. Stunned up from Tims. They get the arrow to follow it up. Skem catches another dunk on this side. Now Tims on the run as ZZQ's got himself that Flesh Golem holding in place. Make it a third. He's out of mana. No.
Don't you hate when you're just dunking too hard and you run out of mana?
Sad axe noises.
Just can't keep dunking, man.
Should have gotten the mana.
I was a little worried they were pushing too hard there, as has been the story of the series so far.
Yep.
But I mean, you lose your Earth Spirit, but your Axe gets a couple dunks. It's pretty worth it.
Yeah, and he finished Soul Ring, so he's not gonna have as many mana issues going forward. I mean, also through all of this, like, ZZQ is huge. He's like almost level 9 on this Undying.
That's pretty absurd.
Like, he's the same level as his mid laner almost.
He's only one level behind Natsumi. Which this smoke might connect in. Now the scan actually connects on the support, so they may have redirect.
They saw
see him in the lane. Oh
Blink,
no.
Call.
Oh no.
Bushwhack. into the sharpshooter. ZZQ's there as well. They're gonna pop the Stampede with the Vessel. I think he's gonna die here. And he was looking for that calling blade. Doesn't quite have the vision, actually.
There's no way. There's no way.
Axe is gonna go for a random blink call.
Feel it in your soul, new.
Okay.
Soul was
Not
misleading him.
dusting is a choice.
Yeah, okay. Step one of how many steps they need? Getting out on the Tiny. I feel like they run these Helm Doms a little bit more around.
Yeah.
Erica's farming them.
Yeah, Erica's huge.
Radiant's
Hurricane Pike plus the Mask of Madness. I mean, great mobility to have in this game. They're gonna smoke, run across the mid lane. Lina, pretty deep in the jungle. Not gonna be easy to find, but see, might run into Scam instead. Oh, there it is. Blink call comes out, gets the leap, but still managed to hold him in place long enough for another dunk for the Axe.
He's got 3, so 4.5 armor right now. Yeah, it's he's getting pretty tanky, I gotta say. Now, with everything going on, Tim's blink is actually not that far off, which is, I don't even know how. He's like bottom net worth, but his blink timing is not that bad, and he's gonna need it. You gotta do some like snowball saves, you gotta do these initiations through BKB, punch them. They're gonna need it, especially because first Aegis being easily secured by Team Resilience here. These are the undying trick that you're so fond of, Ricky.
Yeah, I like I said, this was one that I was surprised was not nerfed. I mean, yes, he one-shots the zombies, but the tombstone takes forever to die. So I was kind of surprised that he doesn't kill the tombstone faster. Blink call, bottom lane here onto the Tiny. Arrow, nicely done. Connects here onto the Axe, but there's the sharpshooter. LSA just at the last second. Keeps Natsumi alive, and they will take out that Axe. Good response from OG.
This is the 3rd or 4th time Natsumi has managed to just barely get away. And yeah, he's not farming the best every time it happens, but it's pretty big for his team that Resilience wastes so much time, like many heroes going for the Tiny and not succeeding. This time around, should be more doable to take this tier 2. Last time it was way too early. They just did not have the money. This time you got a 12k Shadow Fiend. You can take the tier 2s. Especially because you have time. You can at least whittle it, and then at some point you'll have to come for Tormentor. But if you can get it in the next minute, that's fine. Looks like they don't even want to spend the time on it. They're going to start heading bottom to kick out OG.
They have a good ward that scouted. Yopaj moving up here. He's closing in on his Aghanim Scepter, right? Like, he'll have the Flame Cloak somewhat soon here for the Lina, which is a huge boost in this hero's damage, right? 35% spell amp. Might be enough to try and bring down that Shadow Fiend before they can respond. But for now, mid lane tier 2 tower going to be the target for Resilience.
Yeah, there's tier 2 falling in kind of one creep wave, really. If they had done it earlier, it would have taken like 2 minutes to do, but now the Shadow Fiend is pretty big. And I definitely want to see them get Tormentor. Getting the Tombstone, for example, would be huge.
They really want the Lina. Sharpshooter does not connect the ward. He actually snipes Tiny. They'll pop the Stampede, and that is a full disengage.
It does mean you have to completely give up on position for the Tormentor, which the Sentry barely out of range, actually. Can you make a play with that? I don't know, like smoke back in?
The Shadow Fiend is here, right? He TP'd down bottom. He's got Mask of Madness plus Medallion. It's gonna die way too fast.
It'll be dead, but you might be able to get some kind of pick off in exchange.
Oh no, the shard goes to the Undying. I was just thinking, oh, maybe they can make a play because Undying doesn't have shard and he's going for like a mech or something, but now he just gets it for free. Sharpshooter connects onto Tim's, the slow might be enough, gets the silence, but they actually managed to trap Axe as well as the Shadow Fiend, and they just both die in a combo. That's gonna be Aegis down. Ravens gotta try and get away here. No Stampede, he's got that Heart of Tarask. It is a lot of health here on this guy. Bushwhack comes through, Requiem as well on the other side. Magnetize will go ahead and grab the kill onto the Tims. Tusk, CZQ, LSA into Arrow. Are they running out of damage actually on the side of Resilience? Natsumi goes in to get a huge LSA into a burst there from the Laguna to take down another. Shadow Fiend trying to keep his hands on these targets, but Yopaj is just crushing them one after the other.
OG
Tag
is doing
team
it?
doing a lot of work. Sharpshooter, you gotta be careful. Planet's got it looking for his target. Doesn't quite connect. Scab, it's him on the Essence Distiller, trying to hide from the Shadow Fiend. With New coming back on the Axe, I think they're gonna give this one up. They'll TP on out. OG, I mean, somehow getting the better of this fight into the Aegis. It works out.
It did cost a buyback, but all things considered, a pretty big win for them. Tim's setting a lot of that up, ends up breaking the smoke from Team Resilience. I don't think he even realized it until they walk past him, and he blinks out first, fast reactions. They chase after him. He does an amazing ice shard that leads to the double stun on Axe and SF, which is what allows OG to have a shot there. Like, that fight took forever. If you imagine Axe living, throwing out multiple battle hungers, multiple blink calls, that fight looks totally different. So the fact that he was killed so quickly is what gave OG a chance there. Daedalus is a crazy build-up, though, I gotta say. I know that's being pointed out. I was finished rambling my thoughts. Straight Daedalus is a wild build.
I don't think I've seen that one all too often, but hey, if you're this farmed, I kind of don't mind it, right? It is an item that will punish teams if you are really far ahead. You just have to be careful not to get caught out. And, well, Avatar's tiny Stampede and a Laguna Blade is pretty good ways of bursting down a hero.
He is trusting his team, which did not quite work out in the last game for OG, but let's see if this time maybe Resilience is a little faster with some of these tombstone saves. They have the mech, they have heals, so they've got some tools to protect the SF.
Well, Magnetize, Spirit Vessel onto Raven. Roll going into no man's land, but they have all the heroes. So nicely done. And this is what I kind of wanted to see out of the Earth Spirit last game, right? Like this Magnetized Spirit Vessel, you need to put this on cooldown constantly. He did 2,000 damage almost to the Centaur.
Resilience will now walk top, finish up the tier 2 that they were softening up earlier. Daedalus gonna help a little bit with that. No crits, but still a lot of damage. And then there's only one tower left bottom. It's a lot of map control already for Team Resilience.
Yeah.
Now, this is where they have, in the past, seemingly lost a little focus or go a little too hard. I don't know what it is. Let's see if they give OG any windows. Because right now, I think other top teams would be able to cleanly close out the lead they have, where you secure the map, you keep finding pickoffs, you get the second Roche, you use that to, like, end the game. That would be the standard play to close a game.
The fact that they didn't stick around to kill this tier 2 tower, like, you can see the difference in the patience. They're like, we're not giving anything. We're gonna use spells to just chip the wave and let our minions take out the tower. And it almost finishes the job, but not quite.
we've been hearing this caster flame us throwing too hard. We're gonna be a lot safer. Oh no. I mean, it makes sense. They want the BKB on the SF. They don't want to risk any throws. The lead they have is not massive, right? Like 7K is good, but that's one losing fight. We've seen it, right? We've seen it in our earlier series too. I think Vici had like a 12K lead. They throw one fight. It's an even game. So Resilience might have been watching that as they waited for their turn to play. Like, we don't want that to happen to us. We want to get our first win on the board, our first series win on the board. Let's play it safe. Let's get the BKB on the SF. It'll be really hard for him to die if he has that.
Well, Skem has the dream item, Aghanim Scepter, first for the Mirana, and has the Searing Signet with Greedy. So he's gonna have a good time now on this Mirana. He's chilling.
It's also a great stall tool. Just throw the arrow at a wave, throw a Dragon Slave, throw a tree, whatever, right? Easy peasy wave clear. BKB just about to finish. Oh, he's gonna be like 10 gold short. He really wants it before this potential Roche spawn, which if it was fast, it could be up. But fortunately for him, it's a bit of a longer spawn, so he's gonna have time to finish his BKB. And they have the damage to kill him if they can catch him before the BKB, like Blink Avalanche into Arrow or Stomp or whatever, right? If you can find the SF separate from his team, you can get the kill, you can get Roche, go from there.
ZZQ has a blink.
Oh, there's the blink. Yeah, I was just about to say, if you can do this before the Tombstone blink, that would be great, but it is done just in time. This is a really nice timing on the items for the second Roche.
Well, we'll see how the fight develops, right? No Moonlight Shadow quite yet. They used it to try and find a gank bottom. It didn't really connect, so OG...
This is sneaky. They're smoking, but Planet waited by the outpost to start channeling it. So OG's like, oh, they're by our triangle setting up. But the rest of Resilience is already in their jungle. They might catch sight of this courier.
Tim's is in a really good spot to break this. And oh, he gets zapped by a Stormcrafter. Oh, that hurts. Cancels his blink.
That's so unfortunate.
That is one of the main reasons I actually pick up that item all the time. Like, it is one of my favorite neutral items because it is a little, sometimes it's a double-edged sword where like you zap someone and give yourself away when you're not trying to, but that is a very
OG doesn't want to give this for free.
Dude, is he gonna die?
He's like, please hit my tombstone, what the heck?
Well, he's definitely dead now. Arrow comes out, they get the kill. Natsumi comes in, looks for new Avalanche toss. LSA Laguna just dumped on top of him. 2 dead. But Natsumi's just getting the crit fight. The Shadow Fiend, just 3 crits in a row. What was this? Bushwhack finds him. Echoes comes in. Big magnetize. Wants to keep his hands on the Lina as much as possible. Yopa's gonna try and dodge this one on the other side. They finished off Raven. The CCQ's found him. Planet doesn't quite connect, but the damage continuing to rain on in. And Lina's not going to be able to make it out of this one. Resilience clean up big. What is this damage from the Shadow Fiend? My God.
Dude, that was so unlucky to get crit.
Triple crit.
Yeah, like, oh my God. He would have lived if like any one of those does not finish, because he was like 2.5 seconds through his teleport. He just needs 1 crit to not connect.
It was,
oh, that is unlucky.
The damage recap literally shows 3 auto attacks for, oh God, 2,200 damage.
Yeah, we're gonna see it here.
What in the world?
So you get that Undying kill. Try to rotate in. This is like not a bad spot, right? Taking out the axe here, if you could just like fully retreat, would be not too bad, but oh my God.
that is absurd. It might have been a 4th attack. It looks like he Hurricane Pike to the high ground, which gave him a 4th attack, so it could have been 4 attacks, but still.
Oh no, they find the Tiny again.
That is, that's bad. He's dead for 50 seconds without buyback. They're going to look for Skem here as well. He's on the high ground, hiding with his brand new gem, which he's going to hand right over to the enemy team.
Has been killed.
These are death right outside the base.
Raven finds Echoes. Okay, they're going to get a kill onto the Earth Spirit. Oh, he gets the BKB Soul Rip. Just in time. Oh no, you needed one more auto attack. Instead, Raven is going to be dead, kicked away by the Earth Spirit back into the hands of the Shadow Fiend. Beyond godlike, 10, 0, and 7. And Resilience, they want to close this game out. They're going to go high ground. 4 minutes still left on this Aegis. And double catapult wave in the mid lane.
Banners here with a double catapult, yeah. I gotta say, I really like this catapult change. Having it spawn 5 minutes earlier made it line up with the second Roche way better. And it allows you to do things like this, which help you to actually close out a game. Arrow gonna help at least reduce one of these catapults. But this tower's almost dead. The job will be done. Tiny is up and Sender's not too far. So you gotta be a little bit careful here. But you should be able to at least get mid and then probably reset, make sure you go grab the other waves. You can push top. Top, actually, Centaur tried to delay top with a creep. It built a huge wave. So you can try to push with it in a moment here.
I'm trying to figure out what, oh, okay, nice Hurricane Pike there from the Shadow Fiend, repositioned down to the low ground. And with these catapults coming in, someone's going to have to deal with these. Shadow Fiend's just going to keep whacking away. And New on the low ground with this smoke, looking at any possible opportunity to go for that blink call. In comes the jump from the Tusk, just gets 3-shot roll in, forces back Yopaj completely. It will clean up the wards, but Echoes turns around, tries to find the Mirana, but instead catches a light strike away. There's a great tombstone save, though, from the Undying jump in. The call is found Natsumi, not again, he's dead. Huge stomp, though, the stuns are there, but the damage, where is it, baby? OG crumbling inside their base. Yopaj forced to BKB, turning around, trying to get anything but the healing, the saves, it's all too much. It's overwhelming, and another call from New. Lines them up, knocks them down. A much more convincing game 2 as Resilience will take it 2-0 over OG.
Natsumi barely lived so many times. I guess he used up his karma because of these final deaths. There's so many crits just coming in at once and deleting him before he gets to do anything. It's a bit unlucky, but if it's not those kills, Resilience would have found something else. They had a pretty commanding lead as the game was going, and they showed, like, we don't even need kills to do it, right? They knew Banner with the catapult, just hit these. Like, if they don't come to us, we'll just take all the buildings, and at some point we'll have the chance to go at them.
Yeah, I mean, there was this whole game, just, it felt like there was so much blood in that lane stage, but New on the Axe was the one who's having a great time. Like, this bottom lane, he took the tower when he was level 6, and Natsumi was level 3 on the Tiny at the same time. Like, that should, like, never happen.
It rarely does. It was just like this absurd sequence where, like, you get chased away from a big creep wave and the Axe survives and, like, gets multiple support kills along with all the creeps and creep cutting farm. So it was an extreme level difference. I'm honestly impressed that he kind of bounced back, right? Like, yeah, Tiny was still able to get some stuff done, partly off of, like, barely living 3 times in a row. So it was a good recovery from him. But that was your counter pick for the Axe. So the fact that you're in that situation means, you know, there were some slip ups in the lane itself.
Yeah, I will say Yopaj did a pretty great job this game in trying to do the damage, and we kind of knew, right? That's the whole point of this Lina pick, right? When you pick it as the counter to the Shadow Fiend, he was getting a lot of burst damage out, but just the difference of, you know, the Centaur versus the Axe, like, I wasn't 100% confident in the Centaur in the draft, and compared to the Axe, like, it's such an easy game. You just blink calls someone and Shadow Fiend kills them.
Yeah, I also feel that so I liked the mid Lina response to the SF. And I think some of the ideas, like, because you'll be able to flex it, you'll get a really strong counter pick whatever the other lane is, and then the mid Lina, or like mid or carry Lina, will do fine for its own lane. But the counter pick didn't really do it, which means then the Lina pick also seems to fall a little flat. And then your final pick is the Centaur, which, like, okay, yeah, like that lane was like okay to start, but that's your 24th pick going kind of okay. So it feels like, although the heroes, it's weird because when I just look at the draft, I'm like, yeah, the draft is fine, but I don't know, for the impact you get out of the pick order, like, for comparison, easy comparison, Resilience, like, what do we want for our first pick? Oh, you know, we want that Shadow Fiend. Damn shows why they take that Shadow Fiend first pick, right? 14-0-7 with that guy. That's absolutely worth the pick, the priority, and you've got 5 picks to counter it, and it does not feel like he was countered.
I mean, they also, like, incredibly telegraphed that it was going to be first pick Shadow Fiend. Like, if you looked at all of the bans over again, like every single one of the bans that Resilience went for in that first and second phase were basically Shadow Fiend counters. So they set him up for a great game from the beginning. Echoes gets MVP here on the Earth Spirit. I gotta say, this is a night and day difference from last game's Earth Spirit to this one. Like, you need your Earth Spirit to get active with this Spirit Vessel and find kills, especially on, like, the farmed heroes. Like, Raven on the Centaur was having a decent game, and then Echoes just hits him with the stunt, like, roll Magnetize Vessel, and suddenly your Centaur dies, right? Like, he needs to be getting active on the map early. And I just felt like last game, it felt a little bit more passive.
Yeah, I think Echoes had a great performance this whole series, which... this is his first TI. Like, he's been playing a bit. He's done a lot of qualifiers, but this is actually the first time he's made it to TI. And I always wonder about that. Like, will the nerves get to you? But I think this shows, despite being 0-2, despite first TI, right, he's playing pretty well. So hopefully for Resilience, this is the start of a comeback. It would be great to see some Chinese teams make it far in the Chinese TI. Off to a little shaky start on that, but maybe this is the start of the comeback.
It very well could be. And I think with Resilience, this team, you and I were familiar with them coming into this a little bit. I think a lot of people maybe not so much. Very recently formed. Chinese Dota hasn't been super popular over the last couple of years. And so, you know, maybe with less eyes on it, this team's coming in as kind of a dark horse. Like, they don't really know much about them. And it's a very talented group of players. I could see them doing well. I can very easily see them making it out of the group stage. It's just whether or not, like you said, those like the nerves of being at TI and not having as much experience is gonna, you know, make or break the team. But for now, they get themselves a much needed win. OG are gonna drop to 0-3, where they will be playing against the loser of HULIGANI and I believe Vici Gaming. No, sorry, Xtreme Gaming. Xtreme Gaming and HULIGANI later. I believe that one's happening tomorrow. So, yeah, we'll have to see what ends up happening, but we have one more series here this evening. For now, we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with that shortly. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you then.
are back here with some more Dota 2 TI 2026 continuing as we get into the nitty-gritty of things here for day 2 with some 0-2 squads in this Swiss system. Waga, we're heading into HULIGANI versus Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, it's time to perform, it's time to deliver, right? The pressures on these teams, you can really feel it, and neither of them are happy, right? I think Xtreme Gaming, the ones with more pressure on them, more expectations for the team, whereas HULIGANI, obviously it's an upset that they even made it here, so maybe they don't have the same level of pressure there, but they didn't come here just to bomb out and, you know, lose their rounds anyway. They want to get some wins.
Yeah, you absolutely do. Yeah, I mean, just looking at the run through here, you know, HULIGANI did pick up 1 game win against Vici Gaming, but for Xtreme Gaming, it's been 0-2s and a nasty surprise as they get themselves to TI. And it's, you know, Shanghai TI, Chinese TI. We would love to see some Chinese teams step up to the plate, perform, and get some results, because that's what the crowd demands, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And we'll see if the adaptation for either of these teams is going to come more through the draft or through the gameplay. We'll see what they do. You and I got to cast HULIGANI before, and against Yandex, it was pretty much a non-starter. They got run over so fast, and they really had to go back and question what went wrong in the lanes. How can we avoid this happening? We'll see if they take some of those lessons with them into the Xtreme matchup. I do think Xtreme are maybe a little bit less punishing of a laning stage team, other than, you know, certain strong impacts from their supports. I think they're more of an honest team and less so of a haha gotcha team like Yandex could do to them.
Yeah, it's those little slark picks from the mid lane.
Yeah.
Did you get kicked from lobby? What's happened here?
Nope. No, I'm still in. I'm in the lobby, Gareth. I'm enjoying really myself. Weird. I love being here. Happy to be in the game.
I'm going to restart my Dota.
Look at all the stuff. Yeah, hopefully you get back in here. I can tell you so far, though, the draft is looking pretty normal. We have Lone Druid and Tree and panned out. My little checklist here. Those 2 heroes should never be allowed in.
The nature heroes, little tree-like druid
green,
folk.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Listen, it's the summer power. They're too powerful in this season. Wait until it's... I guess winter's also good for bears. God damn it. But we're having a hibernation counter.
Yeah, nasty stuff. I mean, autumn's coming quickly as well with the hot summer we've had. You know, it's time to chill out a little bit. Just put them to pasture. Get out of here. Yeah, you filthy animals. We've got Mirana and Lina, the humanoids, coming into play instead. We've seen plenty of these heroes through pro play and in pubs, as this Mirana does very well from the position 5. Trading with Starstorm, Moonlight Shadow to traverse the map quickly. Lots of tools, you know, in addition to the classic Mirana arrow, which gives you that nice long-duration stun. And then Lina has been a powerhouse in her own regard.
Yeah, Lina has been absolutely shredding mid laners, and it still has the potential to flex as a safe lane. We haven't seen it in our games, but some teams sometimes will run it as a surprise flex. The thing is, she's so strong on mid lane, you never need to leave. So it's really just if your carry says, hey, I want Lina, that's the only time that Lina would really need to leave mid lane, because almost every single matchup, Lina will dominate. There's hardly any hero that shuts her down.
Is it time to bring out the sniper?
Yeah, you got to bring out some XM sniper or something, you know.
Where's XM? But, yeah, exactly.
But for nothing to say, I don't think that, you know, he's as comfortable on sniper. I've not seen it much. He's.
But that is one of the heroes that you could theoretically grab against Lina, right?
It is pretty good, yeah. It's pretty decent because you put the shrapnel on the range creep and zone out the Lina, and then you pull the melee creeps onto your range creep. If Lina wants to go up even to Dragon Slave, she will take a bunch of shrapnel damage, and your range actually rivals Lina and outranges Lina later on when you get a few levels. So yeah, it's one of the few heroes that can make her struggle. The problem is, do you actually want to be sniper against Lina in the mid game when she has the Aghanim Scepter and might sneak up on you with a sudden 2,000 magic damage out of nowhere?
Yeah, then do you want to be sniper against Spectres and Centaurs and stuff like that? There's a lot of stuff that can be a bit problematic for you. But they ban out the Centaur here, along with the Darkseer. A couple of those offlane heroes get removed. The Terrorblade and Dark Willow bans there getting taken out. You know, we've not seen much of Xtreme Gaming, but I guess, you know, TB and Arme Classic. And Dark Willow has been popping up from time to time as one of those cool position 4 heroes that we don't expect, but does a lot with her toolkit.
I just love Willow in general. She has so many disables. It's fantastic to play into. And a theme that you and I have seen in the games that we've been casting so far is a lot of the drafts have been very stun heavy. Like, we've seen games where all the 10 drafted heroes had disables, right? Yeah. Every single one just loading up on stuns. And so far it's true for this one as well. Lina, Wyvern, and Mirana. And with Mirana first pick, I think Xtreme Gaming are very likely to add more disables since it does enable the arrow combinations.
Elder Titan. I think Ducalis picked this up yesterday. We've seen a couple of picks through the tournament so far. I know that Fogged is consistently and constantly whining and crying about how this hero sucks now, because he was an ET spammer when the hero was good. And now it's kind of, now it's kind of just like, fine. But it's, again, another hero, like, along with Dark Willow, that's picking up priority.
Yeah, I actually think that in current patch, he might just tend towards busted. He's getting there. I think he's very slept on. I think that he will rise in popularity a lot. He got buffed in the E patch, extra movement speed or speed and armor changes on his momentum, and Astro Spirit change as well. So I think this hero could come back. He just needs the right heroes to play with. And he is being out-rivaled by Clockwork a lot of the times. So for me, the ET pick over Clockwork is a little bit dubious. Maybe it's easier to prevent... Like, if Winter Wyvern freezes someone now, Cold Embrace, then ET could ulti into it, he could stomp on it. It's a bit easier for him to counterplay Wyvern than it is for Clockwork. And Wyvern can also fly out of the cogs very easily. So 2 reasons not to pick Clock, I guess.
Yeah, and if we do also head into late game, that ETO splitter can get pretty pretty nasty with all that max HP damage, like 50% max HP damage you get from it. Just crush through some of these tanky heroes. And the fact that, you know, okay, Clockwork has Rocket Flare to scout, and he can tank things with his body, but having this Spirit, like, mid-team fight to find the Lina, or get a stomp on one of these turret heroes, right? Super good to be able to reset and have that ability to change where the fight happens. I mean, you've got Moonlight Shadow and Echo Stomp with Spirit. There's pretty cool ways to back and forth.
For sure. Yeah, they have good ways to provide vision with both supports, throwing random arrows, throwing the Spirit, but this is not the first that we've seen ET as well played earlier in the tournament. We've also seen it picked up by other teams, and I do believe we'll see more of him. Yeah. HULIGANI, they throw in some combo here with the Dawnbreaker, so now you have a nice ulti to protect anyone who does get gone on, but I'm not fully sold. It's a very strong combo in Dawnbreaker and Tusk. They lane really well together. You now can put the Winter Wyvern safe lane to protect any +1, but I'm not fully sold that they're going to have a good time against the Drow Ranger lane. We'll see.
Yeah, well, just nice to have, you see your enemy with these reset buttons. We've got some of our own now. We've got reactions to what you're doing. You've slept up our Lina. We're going to Solar Guardian. Oh, you've caught us here. We're going to Snowball save. I love when we've got multiple layers of saving from support, and then you add one from a core. Going on this Lina is freaking hard. Cold Embrace, Snowball, Solar Guardian. Yeah, good luck when you don't really have immediate nuke damage. Although I say that Drow Ranger mid game is actually just like right-click nuke damage with an ET Spirit.
It hurts. It hurts a lot. I think an important aspect of the Dawnbreaker Tusk pickup is that Tusk is going to go blink and then blink onto the Drow. Dawnbreaker is going to ulti in and chase. Even if you force staff yourself away, the Dawnbreaker hammer will hunt you. And maybe with a harpoon, you just cannot get away from it. So it does have good elements of jumping on Drow. And that is a very key thing to have when you play versus Drow Ranger. You need to get on top of her. Otherwise, she will win the DPS race.
Deep in thought there. He's playing the Tusk. He's thinking what his game plan's going to be. We're a double melee lane. We're playing into Drow ET. You're going to have to drag waves. Going to have to do this. Going to have to mess around. You can also play aggro once you hit your level 2 as this Dawn and Tusk. There's a lot of thought to go into these side lanes in particular early on, depending how things start.
Yeah, curious to see what Xtreme are considering as their option for the off lane.
It's always such a mind melter when I see Lanham on my screen. I'm like, oh yeah, he's their coach now, isn't he? And every time we switch the player cams, he's sat there chatting away.
Good old Lanham, experienced player, to say the least.
Do you have an
alchemist? Huh?
I was going to say, do you have a favorite LAN memory? Because I do.
I mean, this is a loud and vocal person. I don't have a particular one, but always funny moments with him. What's your LAN memory?
I'm trying to remember when it was, because this was like 7 or 8, like maybe even 8 or 9 years ago. LAN position 4, roaming juggernaut with brown boots at a high level tournament. It might have been at a TI group stage. It was so freaking funny. Like, what's going on? What's he doing? You know, we had these like roaming CKs, roaming embers, and then a roaming juggernaut comes out with healing ward as his maxed spell. Like, oh, cool.
Nice. He's bringing that energy.
Big brain.
Big brain indeed. Timbersaw banned out for Huligani, expecting that there might be more heroes to abuse the Winter Wyvern. Again, if you freeze up with Arctic or with the Cold Embrace, the Timbersaw would just shred any hero that is attempting to get healed.
Abyssal Underlord. There we go. Even more global presence. So you got Moonlight Shadow, this global gate from the Underlord, ways to get on top of people, adding on to this Ember Spirit's maneuverability. And catching onto some of these heroes could be a little bit tricky. And the way they can dogpile on top of you is very scary.
It's pretty good. They have a lot of AoE denial in the team fight. The Stomp, the Pit of Malice. I always just feel like when you pick Underlord, you get the budget version of Dawnbreaker. It's the Dawnbreaker that you didn't wish that you had to pick, but we'll see if they can make it work. The fortune here for Snowy, having the last pick, gets to counter pick into Dawnlord. He decides to go with Sven, a hero that doesn't get bothered much by the minus damage, since you will simply just clear out the creep wave anyway and go jungle. And when you have your ulti going, the damage reduction doesn't do nearly as much to Sven as it does to an Agi hero who has tons of damage from the agility build.
And Sven's been doing pretty well. 5 picks, 4 wins. Has been going pretty well for him. Dawnbreaker, this is, I think, the second pick so far. Lost a game, and this is the second attempt to see if we can get her up on the board with some wins. With game 1 of a best of 3. Some pretty cool drafts already.
I think Sven is one of the more reliable carries in the current patch. You do have like Spectre and so on, but I think certain heroes can be shut down a lot easier than Sven. Like Spectre can get run over in a lot of lanes. Yes, she's super strong when she gets to isolate her enemies and deal tons of damage, but Sven just has a game plan and he sticks to it pretty well. He shoves the lane and he will be able to join in for fights with a lot of different supports just by stunning and hitting a little bit. What he does isn't exceptional, but he's exceptionally good at what he does.
Oh, for sure. Like, in my head, he's in the same bucket as Medusa in terms of, you know, identity carry, has a very strong timing. You know, it does what it says on the tin, right? You're picking this hero because you know what it's gonna do, and it's gonna do it.
As described, yeah, for sure. They also did go for the 5 stunner lineup on Huligani, so that Light Strike Array has plenty of setup to play into here as well. And playing Ember Spirit against all these disables can be difficult. The Winter Wyvern Curse being instantaneous is one of the scariest ones. If that one lands, follow-up stuns can come in.
That's absolutely true, yeah. If you're standing next to Drow Ranger as well, where Winter's Curse into like a Stormhammer, Light Strike Array, there's plenty to get on top of you. We'll see how it goes, though. Game 1. And try and separate these teams from that losing position, as they need to try and pick up some series wins here to continue on through TI. They're currently sitting down near the bottom at 0-2, looking at OG, who are already 0-3 as, you know, potentially their next opponent. We'll find out how it goes, because we great expectations from Xtreme Gaming and Arme. Well, Huligani, you know, we were talking before the broadcast, right? The pressure, it's on Xtreme.
Yeah, certainly. Huligani, they're coming in the underdogs into this as well. That's their benefit for the entire TI, I think. That everyone is going to see them as the underdog, and still you cannot underestimate their potential. This team has proven that they can take down big names. Lina not joining the rest of the smoke, wants to go and put her mid ward under the effect of smoke. So she's going to split up from the party. Means it's only 4 of them going for this backstab move. I think they're already aware. They're smoke breaking really nicely on Xtreme. You see all 3 of them just splitting up like this. And FY does find them and runs to safety.
FY Mirana. Still getting walked at. The Huligani come the long way around. Xnova and FY going to bodyguard them back, and now potential trouble for Respect. Arme is going to zone Corrupted, but this Winter Wyvern's getting chased by Xnova. And the fact that FY is holding a point, you know, TPing out here is not a possibility. You need to run and hide, scatter and get to the hills as quickly as you can, but Respect, there's no elevation here. You're stuck down in the swamp, and this is their home. This is where ET and Marana belong. Yeah, fly to the cliff tops, try and get some distance from them, but the eventual arrows, flurry of damage from FY will kill him off for first blood.
It was a pretty awkward kill when Marana literally just auto-attacks you down together with the ET. No spell used, but it was that awkward situation like you mentioned. He could skill up arrow if needed. He just TP top and arrows the range creep instead.
Get that harassment back onto the Winter Wyvern. Pretty nice with the Celestial Quiver. Chipping away. Respect trying to make sure he has access to his small camp and block the large camp. But I'm going to need another sentry there. Yeah, 2 sentries from this Wyvern already spent in this lane just to safeguard the Sven and his farm.
It's the job of the post 5, right? You always got to bring 2 so that you can block the enemy and unblock your own. Marana has less pressure to do that, but she would enjoy having the big camp available just to be able to arrow something and get experience.
Yeah, because you need this lane to be sat in front of your tower, right? Because Sven into a wave with Firestorm is not fun. Like, laning into Underlord as a melee carry is kind of gross.
Yeah, in particular, Marana as well, kind of winning the support trade so far. The right clicks from Marana are actually winning out against Wyvern, and once that happens, the extra auto attacks will go towards Sven. If Wyvern runs away, Sven will be tanking that damage.
And bottom lane, as expected, Seosh on this Tusk, realizing double melee into a Drought ET. You're not really going to head-on fight into this until you have a few levels, or if you find Xnova out of position. So it's a lot of lane dragging, manipulating creep wave to put it behind tower and get Corrupted what farm he can find. Now, 3 last hits, 3 denies, it's something.
Denying his own sentry there, realizing, okay, if they're going to do shenanigans and pull the creep wave like this, we need to have the big camp open, and I need to unblock the small camp. So he opens both the camps, and this is the easiest way to counter this type of behavior. If Tusk is pulling every single wave, you just need both of the camps to possibly spawn, and you will be able to pull the creeps into that.
Absolutely right. And then the third lane, mid lane, how's it all going in there?
So far, Ember did very well in the first creep wave. Got a very good creep score. I think got 3 lasted and 2 denies on the first wave, and has had a little bit of an advantage all the way going from there. Playing around the Flame Guard. Some people skip Flame Guard and go for the Searing Chains, but I think against Lina, you just have to go Flame Guard to mitigate the damage.
Yeah, you've got to have that staying power. I'm going to drag the wave around as well. Try and make sure he doesn't get chipped by that Dragon Slave on the creeps and then hitting himself. Although, still going to get tagged as Mirage does a good job there. Applying that damage.
Oh, up top. Respect is dropping pretty low. Has to sal.
Final hit, not enough.
But it's a half-life now.
Yeah, buy another salve. Bring it out on Courier. I guess you can pull the shitty Kobold camp. Great. Like, that's the worst situation ever. No large camp to pull through to either.
Very costly. Of course, he can heal himself up a little bit. The Cold Embrace gives him some HP to work with, but this is good damage being done, and Marana showing why she was the first pick in this game.
Yeah, I was talking in the draft about the POS 5 Marana usually coming out. This position 4 equally as good with the amount of damage you're able to output. Making sure that
you have a bit more liberty on POS 4, and also enables you to go for that early Aghanims all bottom, going on to the ET.
Yeah, Xnova going to get trapped in the shards. And he's going to walk around it, though. Finds a bypass and get through the trees. And Arme steps up. Quite a forward position from him. And he's going to get tag-teamed and harassed down. Drow Ranger, very low. Fairy Fire popped and holding another, but with the Starbreaker landing, Arme just dies. Steps out into no man's land and gets punished heavily.
Seiyu was being really sneaky. He sat around the tree line. Ame walked way too far out. He thought that the Dawnbreaker was alone by now, but Seiyu, of course, was right there. And you see the potential of this combo. The tag team together with Starbreaker procs on every single proc of the auto attacks on Starbreaker, deals a ton of damage.
That's so good. And the mid lane, they tried again. They had already killed Mirage with his Mirana rotation in towards mid. This time around, he dodges the attempt with the arrow from the chains, but he's still very low, and they also forced a TP out of respect.
He's gonna get some value being here, at least healing up the Lina before leaving. But running back top is not as simple as just walking there now, as Mirana puts down a ward and is guarding the area. Make it difficult for Wyvern.
Another goal on the Elder Titan bottom, though. That's damage from the tag team Starbreaker. Yeah, you're right. Substantial stuff. Kills off X-Nova. And from a winning position in this bottom lane, it feels like the tides have turned. HULIGANI kind of favored now. So they got their levels and they got some kills handed to them. I respect.
Yeah, it started out really well. Supports just trading hits, but eventually Wyvern heals up and Mirana thinks better of fighting here.
Is under attack.
I think the one overstep there by Ame really cost him a lot, because CS-wise, he's still owning the Dawnbreaker, and they were doing fantastic. They just played too far away from the lane, and once you get far out, that's where the rundown of tag teams slowing you on every single auto attack really can be felt.
I think Ame might be thinking, okay, push one more wave and maybe dip back into jungle, because the ET has left that bottom lane, trying to get into mid now. Nothing to say, has been burst low, but they didn't have enough range to get that Laguna Blade out, or they didn't have the level on the Lina. Just looking at it, it seems like she got that Laguna Blade as the Ember Spirit was slipping out of her grasp.
Ember does his heal up play, gets to base, gonna come out to lane soon. We'll see if either of the mid laners are gonna be able to make moves towards the side lanes. FY trying to keep an eye on the Sven, who's farming very quickly in jungle.
Tracking back on him, respect giving that bodyguard right by the Sven. Lina even TPing top, and knowing this Drow Ranger has transitioned into this top lane because of the Dar Observer Ward that sees them coming. Flurry of spells onto FY, trying to burn him down, but that's 70 HP remaining thanks to the magic wand.
He missed the Dragon Slave. He only connected the Laguna Blade.
Oopsie-daisy. And now we're going to go through the gate. Oh, X-Nova barely stepped through the door. Stormhammer slams into the hinges.
Gets himself to safety.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Overall, laning stage working out really well for Xtreme, despite the deaths on bottom. But a fairly even start. 2 for 2 in kills, both teams getting their own wisdom. Definitely not an upset either way, and this is what HULIGANI wish they got against Yandex. A way to actually start the game.
Yeah, an actual playable laning stage. So now they've got that platform that can take them into that mid game. Sven's going to have access to all of his camps. Head into the Ancients, get some stacks going for him in the next few minutes. Get Snowy to that position where he is the big bad on the map. We haven't hit that point yet where Xtreme Gaming utilize their global prowess. And that's coming. Right now, we are just in this extended laning stage. 8 minutes in, we haven't really broken things down. Everyone is sat in their original starting lanes. But with an 8-minute active room,
here, though.
Things might change.
They're starting to think about these rotations. A DD rune gets snagged up by the Lina. So now bottom lane looks very gankable for her. She was spotted walking down here though. Ember knows about it, trying to catch her.
X-Nova's trying to face tank it as well. Sends his spirit forward to maybe catch a glimpse of Mirage. But Lina has slipped all the way back through to grab the bounty rune. And the counter gank here from Xtreme Gaming. Yeah, like we saw you, you saw us, and like, oh, okay, there you are. You've gone back to mid, have you?
Yeah. Back to mid with the double rune still going, the shield and the DD rune. Feels confident enough to deal some damage.
Got strength onto this FY Mirana. Slaps. And kills.
A quick takedown, and that will bring him very close to getting his entire Mask of Madness. Only 100 gold away. Once he has that, high levels in Great Cleave, already level 4, it's time to just fly through the jungle. So we can see them working up on getting some stacks.
Where does Sven put his third gauntlet?
Probably doubles as a shoe.
Yeah? That's where you think he puts it? I was thinking he's going to use it as a cup. You know, one gauntlet in one hand, one gauntlet in the other, one down in the crotch, protect yourself.
I see. Yeah, safety.
You're not going to put a gauntlet on your feet, are you? It's going to be uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'd do that if I was playing against Tusk at least. I feel like his uppercuts are aimed pretty low sometimes.
Yeah, that's low center of gravity. He ducks right down. Oh, you're right. Oh, Light Striker in this mid lane. Chain stun's a little challenging to land onto the Ember Spirit, though. That's why you were saying that. It's going to be like Winter's Curse into stuns.
Yeah, it's difficult to start for Lina. The arrow dodged by Lina, but caught by the Tusk instead. Not gonna lead to anything though, but the pressure is coming in on mid as Ame has already made a visit to every lane. Been top lane earlier for the gank, now showing up mid lane for the push. Very active gameplay from the Drow.
And nice to see them not kind of wilt under the potential pressure that we thought HULIGANI would bring. Xtreme making sure that they're making moves of their own. And making life a little more uncomfortable. Especially for Corrupted in this mid lane who's trying to defend the tower. But Ame exposed by the two dire supports, protected now by the Underlord. As the Lina misses Light Strike Array, nothing to say, goes for Mirage. A little bit of poking, but no real commitment yet from either team. And knowing that these layers of supports are still there with Solar Guardian, this Cold Embrace, the Tusk Snowball save. A lot of respect from both teams, understanding that a long duration fight can get quite nasty. Positionally though, still Xtreme Gaming, able to dive under tower, getting a nice aggressive move onto Corrupted, but there's the heals and the saves, and Sven's coming in onto Ame. Snowball lands and the Drow is dead. Hits the deck, and nothing to say needs to get away with his Remnant. But he doesn't. Mirage found that final touch of damage. 2 cores down as HULIGANI stand their ground, defend their tower, keep it alive, and get 2 kills.
They showed fantastic patience in that defense. They sat back and didn't choose to initiate on Xtreme, instead baited them to overstep. The moment they went a little bit too far, Snowy was watching like eagle eyes, you know, just watching, waiting for them to overstep that he could TP in and get the stun onto the Drow. The moment that happened, they popped the stun, they popped the Dawn ulti, and the fight is just turned around immediately.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That was a really, really big defense because Drow Ranger invested so much time being there, and during all the time that she was pushing mid, Sven was farming. He was getting creeps up top, he was getting a little bit of tower damage, but more importantly, his CS now, you can see, is 26 ahead of the Drow.
Yeah, you commit, well, like a minute and a half, you don't get the tower. They get your tower, and they get a team fight win. Like, so much down the drain there. And so much to lift the spirits of HULIGANI here in game 1. Now they're in a position where, you know, continue scaling, continue accelerating on 2 of these very heavy-hitting timing cores.
Yeah, their lineup is very good at playing a big map as well, so you want to keep these tier 1 towers alive when you have the travels. Lina, of course, she doesn't necessarily need the towers, but she wants teammates to play around with. So for Tusk and Wyvern to be able to set up kills on any lane with Dawnbreaker and Lina to help, these tier 1 towers are so important to keep. Underlord is going for the Aghanim Scepter Rush. Very common build. It's usually either Rod of Aegis or the Aghanim's Rush. In this game, the Gags makes sense since there's no spirit on the enemy team that you need to get Rod of Aegis super early against.
And it's going to be super nice against the Tusk in particular, right? Stopping the Snowball save. But even heroes like Dawnbreaker and Winter Wyvern who want to reposition and want to be able to skirt the edges of the fight to choose their moments, you suddenly find them stop that game plan entirely. Or hell, even finding the Dawnbreaker, right? We always talk about how Underlord, Dawnbreaker, Spectre, they play this little pocket of farm, right? Hiding in the corner. You go hunt them, and Underlord can come and help from long range.
Yeah. Mid tower may have been a failed pressure earlier by Xtreme, but now we're seeing HULIGANI set up for pressure down bottom. Already going behind, putting a ward, setting up for it. Respect, understands. No push is successful without information. I actually see the Drow farming. That ward may immediately pay itself off. Sneaking up, looking for a start. Maybe they can start with Wyvern and Tusk here.
Dawnbreaker. Yeah, Dawnbreaker comes in, of course. It's just so easy. You're right, that ward perfectly positioned to find the Drow. And now Xtreme Gaming looking to respond. They want blood. They lost their carry, but with the Winter's Curse there, they're going to break free with the Wyvern and the Dawnbreaker, getting some distance. Has another hammer to get away from the Ember Spirit's chase. And now HULIGANI could even think about fighting back, even with the Moonlight Shadow spent by Xtreme. They've got sentries, they've got vision, and they're all enclosing in around NTS. Snowy's here, but they don't have the full opening.
They're being slightly cautious now because they used both Dawn ulti and Winter Wyvern Curse. And with Drow Ranger respawning, it's not a free tower necessarily. So they're actually going to back out. But again, fantastic damage and so well played by Respect on Winter Wyvern. Setting all that up, going around with ward, getting a beautiful curse. And Lina might just get a soul kill, not quite enough damage.
FY again with a wand. I'm going to stay alive. It looks like now Xtreme Gaming trying to protect Ame as he tucks down into this little jungle in the corner. Stack and farm, while an Ember and an ET sit in front of him, trying to defend this tier 1 tower. Xtreme Gaming right now desperate to not allow the map to close in around them.
The majority of Aghanim Scepter is complete for the Lina and for the Unlord as well, actually. He only needs 1100 gold and he will have it.
Dawnbreaker.
And maybe he won't be the budget version of Dawn.
Thought that if she was safe farming over here, tried to go for 2 camps at the same time, but a good smoke maneuver into this ancient area gets the kill.
Yeah, had some good information from FY's ward earlier. Tries to put a ward on mid, but unfortunately there's already a sentry.
Do they have it for the Tusk? Ooh, they do. Ame getting on the board. First kill of the game after 3 deaths. A little morale boost for him as the rest of Xtreme finish off that mid-tier 1 tower. Map starts to open up a little bit for them.
Yeah, it's nice for him to get a kill. I still think he feels pretty bad about how far behind he is the Sven. Sven's sitting at 8.7k gold right now. Blink Dagger is just about to finish. And I think Xtreme Gaming can feel that it's coming soon, but question is how ready they will be for it being this early.
He's a monster.
Yeah, the Blink Dagger reveal is always a big thing to look for, so the first fight...
Radiant's bottom tower.
Looks like they're gonna go for a tower trade, go for the tier 1. Probably gonna forfeit their own tower and take the bottom one.
Lina already sitting in wait. They try to set trap top, but no one springs it.
Ooh, his courier died with the blink. So the blink reveal is actually on the courier, which it's difficult for a courier to do anything flashy with it.
What a great debut. I should be able to Dagon as well, huh?
Yeah, bring back the couriers using items. I loved that patch. That was hilarious.
The squadron of Roshan killing couriers.
It was the silliest thing ever, man. We had a courier warfare where the enemy team had courier with Aeon Disc flying around.
Oh, great, yeah.
They deserve love too.
What did you had to buy energy booster and soul ring? Or
Yeah,
something?
to get mana pool, yeah.
You had to get mana pool.
Yeah, and I bought Necrobook to kill the enemy couriers, deploy the range creep.
Are you serious? Like a StarCraft, what Medivac drop or whatever it was called, you know?
It became a different game. It was some, you know, the late game became very silly, but I'm all for 90, 100 minute plus Dota games going absurd. That's what Dota is supposed to be when it gets to the 2-hour mark.
Yeah, it's meant to be nonsense. And those were some of my favorite conversations.
Oh, the setup curse on mid. There it is.
Onto Ember Spirit. Start with the curse, then follow through with the stuns. Life Striker Ray lands. Sayers did get caught by the arrow, but he's still going to be able to follow through with a snowball towards FY. No more chasing though, so that'll cut things short. Killing the Ember Spirit is good enough already though.
Respect is doing so well on this Winter Wyvern, honestly, in this game. And this was an Ember picked into the Winter Wyvern. So Respect is punishing him for his insolence, going for this. The curse is incredibly good as a starter disable.
But yeah, some of my favorite conversations were with the staff at Key Arena, you know, like security guards or people serving food or whatever. And they're asking, you know, when does our shift finish? You know, when does our shift finish? When can we go home?
Yeah,
when does the game
until
end?
This game is over?
How long until the game ends?
No.
It's already been going for 65 minutes. Because do they go until they have 100 kills, or is it time based? And it's like, bro, this could go on for another 2 hours technically.
Poor people used to regular sports or something where you actually have limitations. Dota is just this crazy fun house of never-ending torture sometimes. Respect might get caught up top now. He showed himself pretty far out. Mirana leaves behind him.
Gonna get chased down by the Underlord as well.
Just be a matter of time.
Yeah. Unless Respect breaking ankles. There's no way he's allowed out of here. FY, come on, bounce him. Bodyguard, shut the door, close it on him.
Well, he doesn't have mana for arrow.
Hang on a second.
Is he actually fine?
Is he actually out of here? He's TPing? No way, that's illegal!
She ran out of mana. What? If she had like 15 more mana, they could have killed him, but yeah, maybe maybe miscalculated a little bit there, or maybe hesitated too much on the arrow initially. Unfortunately, the Wyvern, Respectus is owning this game. He's doing so well. 0-1-4 is an unassuming score, but his impact has been tremendous this game.
God gamer. He's just God gamer. Well, things slow down a little bit. There's a fair bit of time here, at least to Xtreme Gaming, to farm up on their Drow Ranger. And 200 last hits, 10k net worth. Arme, even with those 3 deaths, is still stepping up and hitting his mark. We'll see how they execute the team fight, though. That's where it all culminates. Can we get this Drow Ranger to unload the damage through the control of the Underlord and the Ember Spirit? So far, HULIGANI have protected their Sven very well. Snowy hasn't shown in fights whatsoever until he's needed.
Yeah, he's been
Dead
protected.
even, 50-50, basically.
More protected than his courier was. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to do anything with the Blink Dagger timing, but he does have the full BKB Blink Dagger in just a few creeps, so that's an even bigger reveal when he can join in. Drow Ranger, though, with the Aghanor's build, has caught up pretty well. The farm difference is actually shrinking.
The Arme effect. And now they're going to get a Tormentor with no contest. Tusk and Lina have smoked. They've gone past Wisdom Shrine and they're sprinting bottom right corner. Not going to get there in time for anything, though. Xtreme going to go through the gate as they all Moonlight Shadow up.
Oh, he catches them?
He can't see him. Any dust? Now,
Oh, it's so late.
What?
He saw the gate being channeled, but maybe he thought they were gating in, but that wouldn't make sense since the Tormentor was taking bottom.
Yeah.
So, a little bit of hesitation from Seiyu. I think, you know, from our perspective, looked really funny because we can see all of them. He just saw a gate that's channeling and was probably confused.
Maybe he thought they'd gone out and then coming back again. Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely
like, why are they faking that they're coming here? You know, like sometimes players will do that. They sit on the gate and pump fake it a bit.
Well, Moonlight Shadow, that's forced him to use dust. A little bit of expenditure there from the Tusk. Economic damage done.
Yeah, unfortunately, because
damage.
Anyone he would have caught there would have died for sure. They would have been left behind, left alone, and brought down.
To Ivan, drops pretty low there, and Snowy trying to guard his support. Used the God Strength, but held the BKB. Mirage trying to play around with that creep wave near the gate.
Maybe this God Strength pop could be abused somehow. They know it's on cooldown now. There's top Roche still for a while longer, but taking it against Dawn and Winter Wyvern is always difficult. I think they're just gonna keep farming.
Yeah, just chill, take it to late game. It kind of feels like what Xtreme Gaming are doing, right? Okay, laning stage, the early pressure, just kind of forget about it. Kill respect. Get this Winter Wyvern out of our game and off the map for a while. Get into this mid game. Get scaled up on his Drow Ranger. Get Arme happy, right? It's good for Arme when he's happy.
Yeah, he needs to have a lot of farm still, because Jasha and Aghanim's is nice, but Hurricane Pike is so necessary when you play against the Tusk, and of course the Dawnbreaker building towards Harpoon. You're gonna need repositioning for yourself. Maybe a Blink Dagger even is coming in the future.
I always get a little bit worried when I see Ember Spirits drop to the bottom of the net worth. In terms of core heroes, anyway. 10k for nothing to say. He's not super far behind. Right, I do worry if you don't get that action, you don't get those kills. You're kind of thinking, right, am I really a farming hero with this kind of build? Nah.
Exactly. That's just the chassis different right now. He's played fine, but the game hasn't been chaotic. It's been pretty structured, and Lina farms faster. Now, with the big smoke move in, they're gonna get revealed on the Spirit. Or rather, they will see the Spirit popping it. So they back out.
Straight Moonlight Shadow. NTS doesn't want that kind of chaos. Roshan's
providing his
available.
value.
There's not a possibility to head straight into the pit when 5 enemy heroes are alive. So the map kind of belongs to Xtreme right now. They're playing 3 lanes, making sure Roshan can't be taken, guarding their own ancients with the sentries and the Spirit. And spreading pretty wide, so getting a lot of efficiency on the map as HULIGANI didn't all gather up.
Yeah, they're doing fairly well at controlling what they have. However, the sheer farm pace of the Lina, it is concerning. She's getting closer towards a BKB. Already has the Aghanims and Kaya. Ember needs to get involved in a lot of fights when he gets this Aghanim Scepter, because Ags also is not a farm accelerating item by any means. All he wants to do is fight. Spirit Vessel Ags, these are fighting items, whereas Lina, the travels, very natural for farming. Kaya, even Aghanims can be used as a farming tool.
And you just got to watch your Drow and Underlord vacuum up the entirety of the map. Get what you can. I guess Ember Spirit's one of those cool heroes like all the Spirits and Puck, where you can play pretty deep on the enemy side of the map without too many threats. So you can sort of gather up that little bit of additional farm that no one else is getting.
Probably have to get a little bit more worried when there's possibly a Blink Dagger on Respect later on. He went 4-staff first to try and get his friends out of trouble.
Super close game.
Looking at the draft overall, though, I do feel like going late game that I really enjoy Huligani's draft. I think they have some strong tools. Having the multiple ways of saving that you alluded to earlier. Talking about how good it is to trap Snowball and freeze.
Oh, jeez, the damage out of this Sven. Harpoon him back. You're not getting away from here. And then Corrupted gets X-Nova as well. Tusk looks like he's going to be the trade out. There's nothing to say, and XXS both come in. You can't stick around any longer, though. The Sven is sprinting down to that bottom portion of the map, looking for this continuation.
Pretty cool to see him have 2 harpoons already at 26 minutes. Dawnbreaker has hers as well. This is going to be really annoying for anyone who doesn't have BKB activated to try and run away from.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same camp as you. And the multiple saves that Huligani have and the lack of saves that Xtreme has. If a fight breaks out, Sven could just solo kill the Drow Ranger, remove Arme from the game. Then that's, 15,000 net worth just gone if you're unable to save him. I assume the Drow Ranger.
I think they're feeling it, though. Look at them. They're making a move now. They don't necessarily just want to sit and farm, because it's so easy to get picked off as well if you're just farming for Xtreme. So they're being active, and they will find Tusk. Oh, the Searing Chain misses, though.
Yeah, chains up the creep wave. Don't know if it matters all that much, though. Tusk's still going to die.
Silence was on point. Otherwise, maybe a snowball into Blink was possible.
Is that enough to Roche? A Tusk kill?
Not really. I mean, if you hold the area perfectly, but they're gonna try. Maybe they recognize the timing, but surely you contest this for Huligani.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. We got some serious damage round of Xtreme Gaming, but Huligani getting ready to set up for the contest. Roshan at about a quarter of his health. Corrupted already BKB'd up as the Dawnbreaker tries to get some distance from the rest of Xtreme. Well, that's already been enough to halt the Roche attempt, force Xtreme back to the little staircase. And Huligani now flying around the pit, getting some vision down.
In a weird spot. They could maybe kill it here.
What's he doing over there?
They could use the Ice Charge to trap him there and kill him outside using spells only.
Are we hunting the Dawnbreaker? Well, that's really cool.
Yeah,
for
she's no
Xtreme. They can find Corrupted with no BKB and now no Solar Guardians. But does that mean Roshan goes to Huligani? They're in the pit. They've killed off Roche. Mirage gets the Aegis. XXS is here with a massive pit and Firestorm. They're all ticking to their Firestorm damage. Snowball out the pit there. Sayers tries to catch up. Sven going to BKB TP home. Respect. He's going to attempt to throw out the Winter's Curse to delay the advance out of Xtreme Gaming, but NTS picks up the double kill. Chasing and looking for more. Sayers on the run. Can't be found. And he'll have to wait 30 seconds for his TP.
It's an awkward engagement. Overall, good fights for Xtreme, but excuse me, as my voice is dying. You can take it.
Got a frog in your throat. Largo has appeared. Certainly jumping in. But yeah, like Lina getting Aegis there, getting Roshan, surviving on the Sven. Like Xtreme Gaming is good for them to go hunt that Dawnbreaker, but they needed more.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I could imagine they were gasping for that Aegis. Get it on Drow Ranger. Feel comfortable heading forward. Like overall, who actually came out ahead is just the Lina with the Aegis, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's the better setup trade for them, because from here they have a lot of confidence with the Aegis boost, but still good gold for Xtreme Gaming.
That's true. Yeah, good little move there. Make sure they kill off a core hero, settle things. But now, you've got to go back to farming. A pretty sad sign for Nothing to Say, who did finish off the Aghanim Scepter. Oh, okay, guys, now we go back to hitting creeps, I guess. I would imagine the next few minutes of play is going to be dictated by HULIGANI.
Yeah, I think so. And they're already setting up to make plays towards the tier 2 towers. We can see them creeping away and trying to use the top area more and more on Xtreme Gaming, kind of dodging this advance. I would like to see if they give Respect some space. Let him get this Blink Dagger. Again, Lina comes mid, steals these creeps. She's a greedy core. She wants everything, but at this point, I think having a Blink Dagger on Wyvern would be absolutely instrumental. Being able to get on to Drow with some good curses or catching the Ember. These are fight-winning maneuvers.
Well, he's gifted him a gem. He's given him back the gem, so that's enough of a gift, right? You don't need Blink Dagger. Here, take this.
Well, he bought his own Blink Dagger. He's like, you don't need it, I'll do it.
I'll do it, yeah.
In fairness.
I wish it still showed whose gem it was.
Yeah. I think it does when it's on the enemy team, right? Like, if Xtreme get it, I think then it will show the ownership of it still. Doesn't it?
It was broken for. So I know the last time I cast, it was broken then, where it didn't show for anybody. So I don't know if they fixed it or like.
Yeah, because it used to be that it didn't show owner as long as the original owner holds it, but then if the enemy team gets it, then it showed it. But I don't know. Maybe it's fully broken now.
Yeah, we got a little bit wonky somewhere.
Oh, look at this quick torment.
Torment time. Yeah.
Taking it immediately on it, respawning. Good value.
That's a good sign. Very crisp. Because that's something that, you know, takes a little bit of time to kind of walk across the map. You've got to signal to your team, okay, you know, in a minute and a half, guys, it's spawning. We've got to push out the waves. We've got to move across the map. Make sure we're not giving up any space. All that comms, all that confidence gets to another Tormentor.
Pretty good chart to
give
get
up
as well.
anything on the map either.
The Winter Wyvern getting lower cooldown and Cold Embrace, and also being able to buff up people. Actually, forget that it's a damage boost.
This is Aegis BKB Lina, and he's going to pop the latter and then lose the former. And comes Sven, though. Big jump on X-Nova to blow up the ET. And Lina's still being looked at, with now no BKB, but a Solar Guardian to save and a turnaround onto XXS for damage. Onslaught comes in to kill off the Underlord. Snowy picks up the double kill off the back of an Xtreme Gaming move, which comes up short.
I have to say, it's an unfortunate thing to be playing the most whale-looking hero while the enemy has 2 harpoons. You know, you're just kind of asking for it, XXS.
And then Tusk as well. He's got the little fish hook.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Tusk, if anyone should get a harpoon.
He's a whaler on the moon. Just disgusting damage out of this Sven. You make a move like that, you think, okay, we're near our tier 2. It's our side of the map. We're safe. Lina's out here alone. That's not how it's going to be. HULIGANI ready to defend. And now with a Satanic on the Sven. My goodness, Satanic Assault Cuirass. And of course, the Shard queued up next to give that Warcry a little buff.
Yeah, the AC is a bit of a deviation from standard build. A lot of times you would see a Daedalus here instead, but this is because he's playing against Drow Ranger. Get that extra bonus armor so you don't just melt to a few auto attacks from Drow. It's very nice to have Sven, in fact, because if you get Shard along with it, which he has queued up in his quick buy, very smart, Snowy's gonna amplify the bonus armor of himself and his teammates as well even more.
That's so good. Get that green armor.
His Warcry up.
I've been wondering, it came to mind maybe 5 minutes ago or so. We've, in the past, had these situations where, you know, Drow buys Butterfly, Sven has to buy MKB, but it doesn't seem like Ame is thinking, oh, okay, now, literally as I say it, he changes his mind from Silver Edge to Butterfly. I was really wondering, why would you not go Butterfly against the Sven and even Alina?
Yeah, Butterfly is a good next item here. I think the only other item I would see as an alternative is maybe the Agi Blink. Just due to how much positioning matters in this game in particular, due to the Dawnbreaker, the Tusk, and the Harpoons. But Butterfly, it's incredible against Sven. Not having MKB, he will struggle to fight her man fighting. And if she gets Shard along with Butterfly, I think that's Ame's play. If he gets that power spike, he can have tremendous range, be uncontestable on his hill, and just shoot in all the damage. Still a long way away for that, though.
Oh, for sure. I guess it makes sense as well to now be kind of adapting your item build. You know, he had Manta, Silver Edge queued up for a long time. Those items are always going to be good. And you're kind of looking at Sven, thinking and waiting to see what he buys. Because if he has money saved up for MKB and you've got Butterfly, he's going to shift into that and buy it. But you see Satanic AC and you're like, he's got no money.
Under vision, Sven goes, but loses vision.
Just steps away. And now a re-smoke from Xtreme. Still under this moonlight shadow, trying to reposition back to the top part of the map. And it's nighttime now, and Sayush from the staircase is going to break the smoke, walk directly into the middle of Xtreme Gaming. He has tanked the gank for the rest of his team.
That's a pretty generous gift there, getting a gem for yourselves when you're behind. Definitely a fantastic feeling.
Oh, he had the... Oh, dear.
This is a pretty significant turnaround.
I thought he was doing that on purpose to go tank the gank. I didn't realize he had gem. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he was playing very carelessly for a man with a gem. I think they should have been on to the fact that the enemy were moving in there. I think with Force Staff and Blink, he got a little bit too overzealous. He thought that he could always get to safety, even as the Tumbler's toy. But quick reflexes by Xtreme Gaming, and that nets them a gem and a tower now.
He's looking in the wrong place. Lena, Scythe of Vice. It's ready. They know Underlord's nearby as he firestorms that mid-wave. XXS is going to walk back to the vicinity of his tier 2 tower. As Ember Spirit, he zips over, bottles the Arcane Rune right under the nose of Lena. That is such a sick play.
Wow, that was actually
It doesn't look like much, but it's so good.
Yeah, the presence of mind to do that. A lot of players would just go onto the rune, but he knew he has long cast range. Oh, fighter up.
It's Sayush again. Wrong neighborhood, but hang on a second. XXS gets blown up. Even in the midst of all these pits, we've got Snow Incorrupted, but Earth Splitter's landing in the pits. They're all rooted up. The damage lands. Tremendous hit from the ET, and now Ember Spirit chases Corrupted. A few slices of the swords, another Sleight of Fist. Gets a mega kill streak for NTS. Can they find the Lena? She's BKB'd up, but it's expired, and the Starstorm's landing. Arme's picked up the kill in the back end, and up the front, FY kills off Mirage. And a flurry of spells, HULIGANI start on an Underlord and pay big time.
They actually just got destroyed by the AoE effects. The Underlord with the Pit of Malice is there, but also ET with the Stomp follow-up. X-Nova got a 3-hero Stomp into a beautiful Earth Splitter, doing insane damage for an ET just from far away. Sometimes you'll see ETs go in and punch and do a lot of damage. This was just a fantastic layering of spells. And unfortunately for HULIGANI, they clumped up a little bit too much. You can see it here. They all go on an Underlord who is a bit of a bait hero to go on. And now they're just stuck in the soup, man. Look at this. Even Wyvern blinked in, got trapped as well for a little while.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying earlier on, right? When we get into that mid to late game, ET Earth Splitter, right now, level 2, with the 42% max HP as damage. It's no joke against a Dawnbreaker and a Sven. That's crazy stuff.
Yeah, it was insane damage, and they actually make the most of it too. Pushing immediately back in live, they do get the melee racks. Drow Ranger working on the range racks as well. So one lane opened up, and I think they should probably not push their luck too much.
How much did he actually take from ET? Just 1,000 damage straight up. Because 42% of 4,300 is 1.8k.
That's some serious damage coming in. They have to be cautious about stacking up too much. The unfortunate part for HULIGANI is that Tusk and Dawnbreaker naturally will stack up, and Sven is also a melee carry, so he might go on top of the same targets.
Things do not get easier. And I do find a little snipe on the Mirana bottom right corner, and this is right before Roshan respawns. Pretty good timing here for HULIGANI. Xtreme Gaming in the area. So Underlord can join globally, of course. The rest of the team going to be sat near the pit. Just need to keep the spirit in there. Let the Roshan roll.
The random remnants just sitting there burning you.
Yeah, true.
It's not a lot of damage, but it does actually tick you for a bit.
There's no way you can commit into it. HULIGANI realized that. They've just got to sit and farm in this area while Xtreme Gaming have actually spread pretty nicely. They're waiting for Mirana to respawn. It's like a standoff around a pit, but not really a standoff. You know, they're kind of sitting here milling around, twiddling their thumbs, like, oh, okay, I guess we're not doing this then, guys. Back to lanes.
I think both teams are so good at punishing Roche takes that you have to go for pickoffs. Right, against Underlord, against the ET, we saw what they can do in a clumped area. But the same thing is true with the Winter Wyvern Dawnbreaker if you stack in there. So both teams are going to do the logical thing, group up, play the rest of the map. Smoke comes in quickly from Xtreme Gaming. So they're the ones hunting. Oh, he actually changed his mind on Drow as well, going for that Lincolns instead of going for Butterfly. Really respecting the power of the Hex from Lina and some of the other targeted disables here, Svenstone.
Yeah, Winter's Curse. Some pretty good tools.
And, you know, a potential for Tusk to go Aghanim Scepter. You would expect it, but...
Tusk again, smoke breaking. Sven, God Strength up, thinking about going on someone, finds an illusion, which he's going to make pay, but meanwhile, Tusk is being slain by nothing to say. I've got a Laguna Blade up at the front, aiming for the Mirana. FY going to get healed up a touch and leaps away from the Sven, who tried to keep tabs on her. Drow Ranger and Ember Spirit now with pretty free reign to chase down whatever target they want. Respect to the right, Snowy to the north. Everywhere they look, there's a juicy target to be found. The arrow lands onto the Sven. NTS with a double. XXS with the Sven kill. And HULIGANI getting run over in this mid-game team fight where Mirage, BKB Lina are going to have to run and fly over the cliff tops.
Oh, I'm not sure he can make it out of here, but he's trying to blink dagger himself in just 1 second. Barely dodges the multi-shot.
Just about gets away.
He got away and did not get punished, but TPing out without using BKB there was insanely greedy. He sticks around, thinking if he can maybe pick off someone who comes to clean the top lane, or maybe even thinks about stealing.
No way.
That is difficult to do.
There's no
Underlord. This could be Pit Malice, no?
There's no way you're going in there, Mirage. Stop thinking about it. Intrusive thoughts. Get out of here.
Something I like seeing is Tusk players, when they take Roche recently, I've started adopting the play of always snowballing Roche right before it dies, and timing your snowball to be on Roche the moment he dies. So if someone blinks in to steal, they insta get stunned by the snowball. It's a cute little thing you can do.
Or all the Undying players putting the tombstone in the pit. not being able to click the Aegis because you're getting put in the tomb with a shard.
There's the 5-head counters and then there's the 1-head counter, you know, it's easy. Just press
not my fault I've only got one neuron, come on.
I mean, do you have Underlord? They can put the Fiend's Gate in there. That big, always loves to be targeted, the Fiend's Gate.
Oh, yeah,
every right click going on it.
Oh, here we are now, a 7k lead for Xtreme Gaming in a match which looked like it was getting out of their hands. HULIGANI have kind of slipped up at the most inopportune moments. And now we're looking at another Tormentor, potential 10k lead. Drow Ranger top of the net worth now with an Aegis for the next 4 minutes. This phase of play is going to be very strong from Xtreme Gaming.
Ooh,
and every team fight is going to get harder for HULIGANI.
I think the Ame shard could have been the shard for ET as well, but it rolls up towards the Drow Ranger instead. Very good vibe to have the Glacier now.
ET with Partisans brand. Earth Splitter level 3.
Oh boy. That's gonna chunk you.
A lot of damage.
Make sure you don't get caught.
Yeah.
The scary thing is it pierces the debuff immunity as well, so you really have to dodge it.
And how do you not get caught against Ember Underlord, right? Moonlight Shadow, Slug, Invis, walking towards you.
So there's a difference between the two teams. HULIGANI need a very, very quick fight. They need burst. They need to go on someone with Lina or someone with Sven and insta-delete a hero. Whereas Xtreme Gaming are happy taking a dragged out fight. Drow Ranger, with their continuous damage output, doesn't rely on an ulti the same way Sven does. They actually want to drag it out.
FY.
It's a ward.
Blinking right into the middle of that dire jungle. They don't get the kill on the Mirana, and now Solar Guardian into the pit. They've got the Fiend's Gate here, and the chase forward with the Drow Ranger slowing down Corrupted, and the Ember Spirit getting onto the Winter Wyvern causes massive problems for HULIGANI. They have no recourse here. Corrupted has the help of the Sven, but he's getting caught in the pit again. Has the BKB, does it late, getting onto nothing to say, who got hexed up. Ember Spirit getting shredded, finally. HULIGANI gets something, but they've got nothing left in the tank. This extended fight you were talking about, Drow Ranger stands there, the rest of Xtreme Gaming rally around her. Make sure the HULIGANI cannot continue. And now that's God Strength gone.
It was pretty impressive, though, how they took that fight. It's very difficult to get the catch on Ember, and with them having BKB Shiva's Lincolns, he's a hard hero to bring down. At the same time, nice play from the start of the fight, but nothing to say. The Lincolns pass over to the Mirana, keeping her alive. Looked like they were able to maybe set up a fight from it, but Unlord ulti didn't really have the impact it needed.
Unfortunately, they all ran away from it.
Unlord, by the way, level 25, so the Pit of Malice route is increased by 0.4. 2.2 seconds of sitting in the route is a horrible, horrible feeling.
I think I've mainly seen the gate DPS. Is this now the normal thing to go for the route duration, or?
Oh, both are good. I think either of those level 25 talents are pretty insane, but the DPS talent is the one I've seen most because people don't think about it. They straight up forget about the Ultra Radiance on Fiend's Gate. 160 DPS in a pretty big AoE. It does a lot in a lot of fights.
Yeah, the amount of times...
Blink Daggers as well.
That's nasty. The amount of times I've seen Underlord's damage legit get doubled when we get into late game just because of that, just because of that talent. And he goes from like 30k damage because of Firestorm to then like 60k through 2 team fights. Crazy. Xtreme Gaming here though, pressing up the high ground. Lincoln's popped on the Drow. In the back, Mirana's being focused by the Lina, but with the Fiend's Gate, Pit of Malice coming in, ET Stomp to reset. FY has died to the burn and killed off by Mirage, while the rest of Xtreme Gaming deal with respect. We've got the Drow Ranger on the Sven to the left, and a Solar Guardian trying to land in, but Arme is able to stand there and deliver the damage. Standing on top of the Glacier, as nothing to say goes deep by the tier 3. Tusk is gone. Sven now with no BKB, trapped in another Pit of Malice. No, he's gone for 100 seconds. I think Xtreme Gaming have just done this. They've cracked it now. Lina, without many chances left, tries to do something with her final breath, but down she goes. But with buyback available, maybe another chance to hold on and defend. Xtreme Gaming claimed the lane of barracks, though, as HULIGANI, they fall short, even with the double buybacks.
Yeah, they commit buybacks and they die with a lot of heroes. No Aegis on the Drow anymore. I do think they took the fight too early. Drow Aegis was about to time out and they take the fight into it. That made it so he couldn't go on her at all. Now without Sven or Winter Curse, Lina and Dawn have to somehow muster up a defense.
And good luck against this Lincoln's Butterfly Drow Ranger. Very difficult to pierce through Arme's defenses. And he's complaining about him not having any saves while HULIGANI have tons. Now he's itemized for himself to save himself.
Yeah, you can just pass the Lincolns on to anyone here. And the Hex from Lina is not really going to do anything.
Tier 4's crumbling. Sven's still dead for 30 seconds. I think Xtreme Gaming can taste it. And HULIGANI, they know they've got to make a move some way, somehow, to hold back the hordes.
A Winter's Curse is the only thing that can solve this, but look at them. Xtreme Gaming are standing far away from Drow. They know the strongest hero on the field is Drow. They don't want to get killed by her.
Oh, he tries to Manta dodge the stun, still gets off the BKB in time, and Arme's perfectly fine. X-Nova's getting battered by the Dawnbreaker, but they've already lost Mirage. Sayosh in trouble now as well, as HULIGANI bleed out. One last chance to defend this throne, and they don't get it done. The Ancient will die, and Xtreme Gaming will take game 1.
Very strong comeback coming in there. I would say that they were looking pretty rough in the early game. The mid game was controlled really well by HULIGANI, but Xtreme Gaming just time and time again saw them make a little bit cleaner moves. And itemizations were really smart too. I think the Lincolns, the double Lincolns purchase addressed HULIGANI's strength really well.
Yeah, maybe some tightening up to do in laning stage. Some sneaky move from Sayosh killing off that Drow Ranger definitely helped the lane stage of HULIGANI, but X-Nova and Arme seemed, I don't want to say sloppy, but it wasn't super clean, wasn't super confident in the first 6 or 7 minutes of gameplay. But then obviously going into mid to late game, they're all warmed up, they're ready to take this, and looked incredibly strong, confident in the overall draft. Maybe a good sign there for LANM, right? Transferring that draft idea into actual execution and gameplay. That's the most challenging thing about Dota coaching in general. You have the idea, and you need 5 players to follow it.
Oh, this fight. This was like the beginning of the comeback. They clumped up too much, and the punishment came in. Everything started just falling from this. Sven dies first, and even the Dawnbreaker doesn't make it to safety, and the Lina gets run down as well. Every single core dying in this fight.
BTS, but one hell of a damage dealer.
Also, by the way, I do want to take a special moment to praise, nothing to say for his performance on Ember here, he had a pretty slow start, right? 2 kills and 2 assists at 25 minutes. It was just farming, and he was the slowest farming core. He was bottom of the net worth. Even here, you can see his bottom of the net worth of the core still. But he ends the game 12, 3, and 14. Ooh. And every single fight, he was opening it. He was jumping in. He was starting it for his team, providing all that vision, providing safety, stopping blink daggers from going on to the drow.
It's a really difficult thing to do, right? Because you're an Ember Spirit and you get kind of itchy. You get this feeling like, oh, I've got to go and do something. I need to go and play aggressively. I've got Spirit Vessel with charges. I'm trying to put Aghanim Scepter. Let's go. And then having to, be told to chill out, calm down, farm, wait for the other timings, and then immediately switch it on, right? You're kind of itching, ready to go. You're being made to hold. You're a dog being told to sit, basically, with a treat being dangled in front of your nose. It's great.
It shows great understanding of power spikes, not individually, but as a team. Yes. They understood when they, as a team, will be strong enough to deal with it. They said, listen, Amen needs more items. He doesn't win the fights early on with just a Yasha and an Aghanims. We can't really do it. But once he got his BKB and his Hurricane Pike, that was when they started turning it up. The moment they started getting their key items, and that's also when they just started grouping a lot and making very good smoke moves.
Yeah, a lot of trust and understanding to take that game a little bit later there. As we see the scoreboard, you're right, 12, 3, and 14 on that Ember Spirit. 6, 3, and 7 for Arme as he started 0, 3, and 0 out of that lane stage.
Look at how hard Snowy got kited as well. He only did 11,000 damage on Sven. It felt like every single fight, we're just watching Sven run around and try and reach someone. For reference, 11,000 damage is the same that X-Nova did on ET. So he really, he didn't get to connect at all. Sven got kited. He did less damage than his Winter Wyvern did.
What?
Yeah, it's a crazy stat.
That's crazy. Yeah, he barely did more than the other. Oh God, you're right.
I think the targeting was tough for him in this game. Didn't really get on the targets that he wanted to, and unfortunately got kited really well by Xtreme Gaming. The itemizations and the positioning, they dealt with him so well.
Yeah, and then having to run through all the pits and stuff was very difficult for the Sven. Like having to BKB defensively, never a feel-good moment for him.
Ooh, look
and
at
maybe in this game,
96.3% kill participation. What do you mean? He missed 1 kill.
Yeah, 26 out of 27, isn't it? Oh, that's incredible.
Crazy.
Good.
No, very, very impressive game from him and his squad. Nothing to say. Definitely delivered.
But yeah, like having to walk through pits and stuff like that, just like nasty stuff for the Sven. Like, and what, double Lincolns? You can't really go on the Ember or the Drow because all of a sudden they're self-protected and protecting others. Now, maybe wishing his Tusk was like a lion or something so he could start and break Lincolns or something. But yeah, then we get into the 2020 looking back on things. Anyway, Xtreme Gaming, they take game 1 in a nice comeback victory, shutting the door on HULIGANI, as we'll head to a break and come back with game 2 to see how it pans out.
X-Nova, welcome back to TI, but it is a TI under much different circumstances than last year. Because last year, you were coming in as a stand-in. When you were getting on that plane to Hamburg, what was your mindset like about getting into that TI?
Last year, I came as a stand-in, so basically I felt really no pressure going to the tournament, to TI. So I was really enjoyed throughout the whole tournament. Until the finals, yeah.
The whole tournament, because that's what I was wondering is, at any point during the run, were you ever like, oh, this is getting kind of real now? Like, it's no longer just for fun, like, we're going quite far. Or you're saying the whole time you were like, whatever happens, happens.
I felt the most nervous on the first game against Tundra at the playoff. Yeah, that was probably the only time I felt like not myself. But I immediately adjusted into it.
Nice. I like that you're saying that you felt not yourself, because that to me sounds like you're usually quite easygoing. Like when you come to a tournament, you're not that nervous. Is that true?
Not really. Sometimes you do feel nervous. You do feel pressured sometimes. But for me personally, I felt I played the best when I'm really calm and really like enjoying everything. The atmosphere is the vibes and everything in gaming.
Okay, so then if you don't mind me asking, how are you feeling right now coming into Shanghai?
Right now, I think I'm actually adjusting into like trying to catch back up how I felt last year. I mean, it was a long season for this year for me compared to last year where I just played for 1 or 2 tournaments. So yeah, I'm slowly catching back up, and I hope I can enjoy it like last year.
So for you, when do you feel that rhythm? Like you were saying that you were nervous for the Tundra game last year.
Yeah.
After you beat them, you got back into it. What does that feel like for you? Like do your clicks feel better? Do you just know what to do? Can you even describe it?
I think I just stop at everything.
Okay.
Like basically everything. Like I'm enjoying like what I'm doing. I'm so clear-headed, and like every spell casting or predicting what the opponents are doing, like everything is on sync.
How often does that depend on you syncing up with your teammates? Are you usually the kind of player that like as long as you're focused, you can worry about your game, or sometimes if your teammates are off, you can find that that affects you as well?
I think as long as I'm focused, the others doesn't matter at all. Like I can basically like control everything.
Xtreme Gaming has a lot of attention this TI. A lot of people are looking at you guys. Does that pressure from the public, do you feel it at all, or does it do the opposite? Does it energize you?
We are playing at home ground, for sure. There would be a lot of expectation for us, and the tension would be there, for sure. There's no doubt.
You think that home field advantage, you're going to be able to feel it, like not just with the crowd, but like I was talking to Bach earlier, and he was even saying that just seeing the signs and like you're seeing the Chinese script for text and stuff like that, it makes you feel at home.
Yeah, for sure. I think being here just feels like comfortable.
And then how about your team's state right now? How are you guys feeling as a group of 5 in the current patch, current meta?
Throughout the year, we had some struggles. We had some up and downs, but now I think we are like getting ready mentally for it.
Nice. Well, I think that mentality is going to carry you far. Xnova, looking forward to your Shanghai experience.
Thank you.
We're back again. Here we are. More Dota 2 for you as we get into Game 2 of Xtreme Gaming versus HULIGANI. Both of the teams at 0-2 as we headed into this series in a Swiss system. And you need to get some wins. You need 2 series wins to stay in it, Waga.
Yeah, need to start somewhere. And it started pretty good here for Xtreme Gaming in the first game. It looked kind of rough to begin with, HULIGANI taking the lead, but then we saw them come together and play into each other's combinations. And I think Xtreme Gaming just looked like a very, very structured team, whereas HULIGANI, they were flailing a little bit, trying to get on the right target, sometimes stacking too many heroes and getting punished for it, sometimes just getting kited overall. We'll see if there's going to be an adaptation in the draft to try and solve what problem they had there, or if it was just a communication issue.
Yeah, it felt like there were so many little problems as well. Like this Ember Spirit was difficult to latch onto because we didn't have this, Lion or Shadow Shaman kind of hero to start the fight. You mentioned, relying on its Winter's Curse or a Fog Stun to come into play. We had, Sven against Drow Ranger trying to get on top of this hero and then getting kited. Underlord with the Pits was a super massive annoyance to try and deal with. But overall, you pointed out this necessity for short, bursty team fights out of one team, long team fights out of the other. And then the fact that it felt like Xtreme Gaming were, and maybe not toying with HULIGANI, but they were definitely aiming to go to that mid-late game period where they knew they'd have the items that their heroes required to play the game and make every fight a nightmare for HULIGANI, because they didn't really have the tools to break through some of these defensive items which Xtreme bought.
Yeah, I do think it's execution, though, because overall, I said it at some point during the previous series as well, that I kind of liked what they had going for them heading towards the late game on the side of HULIGANI. I thought that they had a lot of nice things, but they just didn't manage to deliver, right? And literally, the courier trying to deliver that Blink Dagger gets killed, delays the Sven impact. Then we don't have any Sven play until Blink BKB comes in, and even then, he just got kited as well a whole lot. So I really think, unfortunately, they didn't get enough value out of the Sven, and they need to unlock their carry more in the next game, whether it's by better coordination or a different hero approach.
Yeah, try and activate him one way or the other. We'll see how it goes. Heading into game 2. Lanem in the nothing to say seat, drafting away for his team. Already removing Treant, Puck, Centaur, Dark Willow, Sand King, and Lone Druid over on the other side. So far, no real respect bans or anything. Yeah, from sticking to their guns and banning out the meta heroes.
Yeah, very, very standard bans overall. I'm pretty happy that Lina gets removed there as well. I think it's a hero that, can be problematic to deal with at times. Worked out in the previous game, but maybe don't run it back.
And I think we'll always see this Puck in that first phase of bans against HULIGANI, just not allowing Mirage to have one of his, actually his signature hero. He looks spectacular on that through the qualies.
For sure. And this might be one of the problems for HULIGANI, that they're a little bit predictable as a team. The Puck was obviously spotted by all the teams having done their research, but also this off-lane Darkseer, a hero that they leaned on a lot, and Corrupted plays it insanely well. But the first pick, Darkseer, to me feels like you should be able to tailor a draft that works pretty well against. And already with Tiny, a carry that just lanes really well against it.
And a carry that doesn't necessarily care about having a wall dropped on him, right? You think about all those Agi carries or Terrorblade, whoever it might be, Drow Ranger. And Tiny just says, okay, cool, whatever.
Yeah, you get a Tiny illusion. It doesn't really do anything. Doesn't get a tree grab, of course, on the illusion or anything like that. So yeah, it's quite weak.
So combinations they've used in the past have been this Darkseer Clockwork as a lane duo. Darkseer Alchemist has popped up a fair number of times, or Darkseer Lifestealer. Darkseer Ember Spirit. They've got a few little combos in the pocket. Oh yeah, Bounty Hunter, right?
Bounty Hunter.
Did they play it though? That was
It wasn't them playing it.
It wasn't them, but they could.
They wouldn't put it past them. And one thing about it though, if you do go bounty, is you need to create those active games. Last game was a little bit stale. It slowed down quite a bit. You need to create a lot of chaos to make bounty worth. Otherwise, he underlevels really hard. He cannot farm the way a hero like Mirana or literally any other support, right? Bounty is probably the single worst support you can imagine ever since the removal of through and through. You don't have any AoE clear, so you just slowly auto attack creeps to death.
That's not fun. Not fun at all. All right, what are we banning now? Taking your sweet time thinking about it. I got rid of the Largo. But is there something you need? A Drow Ranger? Don't want to get rid of it? You see the Tiny already?
I wonder if it's worth considering something like Oracle, even as a ban. You did telegraph this Darkseer, and Oracle, I've heard a lot of support players say that Oracle is actually better than people expect right now. He's not in a bad spot. And it is a very, very annoying hero for Darkseer to lane into. Can dispel the Iron Shell, can dispel the Surge as well. So kind of just counters your hero entirely.
It just so often feels like you pick Oracle at like an early spot, and then you get Storm Spirited or something, you know? There's some guy's going to jump on you and squash you.
Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, for sure.
Or maybe they can build something to protect it.
The ban the Caudal. The hero that can enable some nice activity. And of course, that annoyance, nothing to take in play at the mid lane. You don't want to have to deal with a mid Caudal. It's super strong early on.
And they banned the Lawnmower Ember Spirit. Yeah, Flame Guard with the Iron Shells. Pretty nasty. And go back for the Mirana. Could be in the hands of FY again. Could be flexible. Could be 5. I think we're very much looking at a lot of magic burst damage from these two heroes already. Sayers being kind of vocal there. They don't want to play Tusk, don't want to play Bounty Hunter. Clockwork, what am I going to do? A Hoodwink, okay.
Usually we see the Hoodwinks pos 4, and Hoodwink Darkseer is not so much a combination lane the same way. You can, of course, do stuff. Hoodwink can hold them in place with Bushwhack, and Iron Shell can have its time to tick them, but not as natural if that's the combo lane. More likely it's this, Tusk coming in.
Yeah, they did do this before. They had the Hoodwink
swap the players.
Yeah, swap the players, put respect on it.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good thing to feel comfortable being able to swap the lanes for the players, but sometimes, you know, a lot of teams will say that this is, you know, heresy. You should never do it. You should always play your lane, always play with your lane partner, because you build your synergy with your teammate in the lane, and there's a lot of understanding that you miss out on if you suddenly swap the player away. I think it's better as long as players can shine on their best hero and it makes sense to put the hero somewhere else. I think it's good that you can be flexible, but every team is different.
I definitely agree with that flexibility. So last time they did this trio of offlane plus 2 supports, they rounded it out with a Lifestealer and a Pangolier. And they were against a Tiny, actually, funnily enough, in that Vici Gaming series. It looks quite similar, honestly. So it was a Darkseer 8-pick, opening pick. Tiny was the response. Then we had a Mirana with the Tiny. Then we had a Hoodwink and a Tusk.
But the Pango coming in for Xtreme Gaming.
Stolen!
Yeah, so they take it. A hero that works pretty well for them here in this situation as well. But yeah, I think you're right that they're maybe considering going for a Lifestealer. Very good carry later on with the Iron Shell and against the Tiny. You can just run in and smack him. One of the few carry heroes who don't get blown up so easily by Avatar's combo out of nowhere as well with the Echo Shadowblade.
Oh, where is this Pango heading? Like, do we see offlane Pango at all anymore, or is this just nothing to say, mid Pango? Here you go, buddy.
I think it can be either, but it's like 80% that it's a mid. I think.
Okay.
It's most likely mid.
And then my follow-on question is, if it is a Lifestealer coming out, how does Pango do? Like, is it Pango Mirana against Lifestealer Hoodwink? Is that going to be okay?
Yeah, it's pretty good, actually. I think that's fine, because you have 2 heroes with repositioning, and Lifestealer can struggle staying on the target and actually being able to hit them. So Pango being able to reposition with the Q or the W, and Mirana, of course, having leap. I think it's a fine lane.
That makes sense.
Also quite a bit of physical poke coming in with the Swashbuckle plus the Mirana auto attacks all the time.
It seems kind of annoying, honestly. The more I talk about it and ask questions about it, the more I want it.
Oh!
Spirit Breaker? Oh, is this the anti-Lifestealer hero? Like, it already counted?
It is very good against him for sure. And pretty nice to have this BKB piercing disable hero in your team. I honestly think that Spirit Breaker is a hero that should be prioritized a little bit higher, but we'll see if we'll get more out of it. Perhaps if Xtreme Gaming have a win with it here.
It still kind of sits in the meme hero realm, doesn't it? Spirit Breaker is such a funny little dude. You know, there's the identity heroes, then there's the identity meme heroes. He's kind of in that Venn diagram.
You always think of this hero as just a, noob hero sometimes when you play in high-level games, but then you see a Spirit Breaker just casually do get some bash procs in the lane, wins the trade, and then ganks towards mid with a charge, and suddenly game is not that easy. You can't really keep the pace if you're playing Tusk or Hoodwink. You have to TP to get there. He just charges around and ganks.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, so you go for another hero that's common against Tiny, not the Lifesteer, but the TB instead. I think TB makes a lot more sense against Pango, since you can actually kill Pango during the roll, and Lifesteer would just have to, ignore the car, basically.
That's quite nice, yeah, having that Metamorphosis, stand there and deliver damage. We always think about Drow Ranger, Lina, Terrorblade against Pango, Sunder against Tiny, with all that.
10 seconds
all that HP just gets turned on him.
There's a fair bit of AoE control and AoE magic damage, though. That's also something to check when you think about, is it a good TB game? How much magic damage is there and how much AoE disables and control is there? I would say there's quite a bit of both for Xtreme Gaming. They certainly have a nice mixture in their draft.
Xtreme Gaming's turn to ban.
Thus far, I feel a bit more comfortable with Xtreme Gaming. Yeah, TB is terrible against PL.
So where would they put it? Oh, I guess they could just move like Pango off lane, Tiny mid. Yeah. Put
the lanes a bit differently. Tiny can mid and Pango off, like you said, or even do it the other way around. Send Tiny to the off lane with Mirana. It's not strong, but it's passable.
So is PL back to being the TB counter? Because PL kind of fell off the face of the map for a while there, didn't he?
No, PL's just insane in this patch if you don't have heroes that are good against PL. And they don't. Tusk is awful against PL. Hoodwink is pretty bad against PL. TB is really bad. And Darkseer is pretty good, I guess, against PL, but not fantastic. So on average, they score like a D- for PL countering. And you need to be at least up in B+ tier if you're gonna be fine with PL. If you don't have anything against him, I've seen a lot of games in this patch where PL just bullies.
One more pick to go. What are we going to get for our mid lane? Mirage, there's no Ember, Invoker, Lina, Puck, Storm. Your entire hero pool has been banned out. Mirage has got to dig so deep.
Earth Spirit.
Slardar. A bit of minus armor. Can be a nice pairing with a Darkseer as well. Now you have a bit of a combo there. I kind of like that pick.
It's a pretty good pick, I think. Yeah, good against Tiny with the minus armor. Pairs nicely with the Terrorblade. You have someone who can catch people and stun people.
Oh, it's a Timbersaw. I was going to say, are you going to get Necroed or something here? It's a Timbersaw. Big damage at the TB. Is that going to be the lane against the Slardar? No, it's going to be Pango. Nothing to say. It's going to be mid lane, of course.
Yeah, the Timber is more so addressing the TB than the Slardar. It's a fantastic pick against Terrorblade. You get all the pure damage, shreds through TB and his illusions. Will make Snowy's game a little bit harder, and with all the already existing disables, I do think that he has a harder time as a carry in this game than Ame does. Sure, there's minus armor from Slardar and so on, but Ame's lane looks pretty easy against the Darkseer, and I think overall they don't have that many counters to him.
And it's
plus he has a really cool cosmetic set, so, that's a bonus for him.
Does he? Very nice.
Yeah, he's got the fortress on top of him. We'll see it when we're getting him.
Good stuff. Yeah, it's going to be super annoying trying to sunder or snowball or react and do stuff as this dire team when you're getting rolled on or charged at, bashed up, and being hammered around by some of these nasty heroes, or even just that Moonlight Shadow, right? We've got this position 5 Mirana who's going to be doing well in the lane and trading, but then transitioning out of lane stage, having this invis to hide you and maneuver into positions where you can set up for the Timbersaw just to dish out damage. Or the threat of Tiny. We so often look at this Tiny carry and think, oh, his timing is Shadowblade. No, his timing is Moonlight Shadow now. He just goes in and kills people.
True. The moment you have Echo Saber and Moonlight Shadow, you can go and do something. Also, you got to keep a close eye on the mid lane this game because of if they trade down to low HP, the Spirit Breaker charge could always come in. If he finds a low moment, go off the map and not get spotted. So, I think we might be in for a more active game than the previous one. Previous one had the makings of being fairly aggressive, but it slowed down a lot. This looks way more aggressive to me from both teams, honestly.
Should be action-packed for sure. Should be some exciting Dota 2. At least that's what we hope for. Here as we head into Game 2 of a best-of-3, Xtreme Gaming against HULIGANI. Both of these teams 0-2 in series wins as we head into this series. Looking to see who joins OG at that 0-3 mark, or who can grab a victory and try and rally around that to maybe push up into the upper echelons of the standings. Xtreme Gaming so far with the upper hand, a game to the good against HULIGANI and looking for that 2-0 victory. Stand around this mid lane as 5, while HULIGANI trying to figure out where they're meant to be sitting.
Yeah, for now, kind of chilling. We don't even have a smoke. Oh, we have a smoke passed already to Slardar. Oh, never mind. We do have a smoke on HULIGANI.
Smoke into smoke. Is it the same wraparound again? We're going for the...
Xtreme are going for the same reveal, right? Revealing against the gate smoke that did happen in the previous game. Xnova walks a little bit too far forward. Didn't react to his smoke breaking.
Oh, he levels
Has
leap.
the skill leap. Already painful to do that. I know he has one more charge, so no point ice sharding him, really. You can hold off on leveling that and just save yourself tag team instead.
Currently under that Radiant Vision, so Xtreme Gaming know they're all down here. And instead, they can go for the top runes, where XXS is having a tete-a-tete with Tsunoe. Who's the quicker clicker? It's XXS. Offlaner, better than carry.
That's embarrassing right there, right? Carry players, you gotta be fast.
A great man should be just like this, able to click a bounty rune faster than this.
That's what the voice line says. That's the full one.
Missing the second
he skilled
verse.
reactive armor level 1 as well in Timbersaw, by the way. So he chose not to go for the Whirling Death and instead just going for the survivability on level 1. Just feel free to see us.
Yeah, I guess in a double melee lane, they know that the trading onto Hoodwink is not really going to be there. Just go for the last hits, and maybe FY thinks about dragging waves and being a nuisance.
I think it's fine to do it. You're not looking to get aggressive on a Terrorblade on level 1 anyway. If you had a hero that could like maybe threaten and look for the kill on TV, or if you have a lane that wants to push, like a Caudal lane, right? Caudal Timber, then you definitely skill the nuke.
Just want to point out the double Dar Observer wards from mid lane up to top jungle, watching for the Spirit Breaker charge angle. They've already prepared.
Entire angle. Yeah. Continuous vision on the train.
I mean, what is that, like a 45-degree angle? If you go right to left from the mid-tier 1 tower. 315 degrees from the other direction. Well, melee versus melee mid lane. Slardar going to feel right about this situation. Sat in the river and doing a good job against nothing to say.
Yeah, it's a
lane
pretty good matchup
challenging
for
for
Slardar,
Pango, right?
Yeah, this is a great matchup for Slardar. He should be very happy. You can't ask for many better lanes. At the same time, nothing to say. He's getting what CS he can.
That's Nova losing his courier down bottom to the Tusk, who yet again, Sayrush hiding in the trees, being very sneaky, lurking around and looking for that additional bit of damage.
Oh, he's been tracked up.
Applied to Arme. Put in the shards. Iron Shell is there, but Arme offering so much damage just through level 1 avalanche and tree grab. They can't stick around and actually kill him.
That was a little bit awkward. He popped the tag team, wanting to auto-attack him, but the trees and the ice shards blocked him entirely, so he couldn't get in and auto-attack the Tiny, so they had to back out, disengage.
It feels like HULIGANI lost way more than they gained in that trade. Now they will grab the ranged camp, ranged wave, but the small camp is there. A weird little situation, as Xnova still has access to it.
Yeah, you ended up just pulling for your opponents, so they're not too mad about that. Tiny will come over, get some of the CS, and then back to the lane. Starting out pretty decently on the lane, but every single core getting pretty good CS so far, nobody getting fully shut down. But Lotus is going to be a 1-for-1 trade as well. The Tiny Miranda lane doing fantastic so far.
Yeah, and top lane, not really a lane anymore. Looks like you pull into small camp and wave dragging. Means Respect gets that. He'll just pull all to himself. They will charge in onto the Hoodwink. FY going to get caught by the Bushwhack on his way through. And this has just left the TB to sit under his tower and farm very safely. So Snowy having an incredibly comfortable time.
Yeah, this Timbersaw is already feeling unkillable though. 2 points in reactive armor and full HP. So even if you do pop meta, they're gonna try and go for it, but I don't know how much he cares.
Great, 200 damage dealt. Great chip damage onto. He's going to regen that back up in no time.
Yeah,
oh, farming metamorphosis.
Regening 17 HP per second is kind of crazy without using a tango.
Yeah, 3 minutes in, 4 minutes in. Pretty good stuff. Well, speaking of 4 minutes in, Water Rune's about to pop up, and we've got Hoodwink and Spirit Breaker both arriving to guard it. Respect grabs the Northern Rune. Sayers down at the bottom spot, sitting there, and Xnova will watch him take the other. So Dire supports
like, what the hell happened? Where's our runes?
Yeah,
Supports just took everything.
Well, Pango's the one with bottle, though. Sladar's like, cool, I guess. I've got Bracer. I'm fine.
Yeah, he's going for the Bracer into Power Treads build instead. So he'll be pretty alright. Nothing to say, though. We'll stay thirsty for a while.
Dire structures are
Dance here. It's not as simple as just cutting back into this wave. It'll take a lot of damage out of Xnova. Just level 1 Starstorm. And already we're seeing this kind of breakdown where Darkseer's being left alone. Tusk is trying to rotate back in towards mid. And Hoodwink is still trying to find a home for herself as well. Because like, Respect doesn't want to stay top when you can't do anything to the Timber. So we might just see like a full maneuver around and lane swap here from HULIGANI.
Yeah, we'll
Maybe
see a
in the
lot
tri-lane
of bottom. Mid lane dropping pretty low. Slardar has to be careful about this charge coming in. He does have vision on the Spirit Breaker, but
it doesn't matter.
Crush? Oh, he doesn't have mana.
He doesn't have mana. There's 9 mana away
boy.
from it. Wand was on cooldown for another 3 or 4 seconds. Yeah, not a chance in hell.
Yeah, that's the concerning part. You're not allowed to trade yourself to that low HP against the Spirit Breaker in the enemy team. And now the Iron Shell Tusk giving FY the rundown.
It's a good arrow, just comes a moment too late. And now a snowball, try and dodge away from some of this damage, but nothing to say. Has arrived on the scene of the crime to clear things up. That's Pango, now level 6 as well. Although I say that as if he's going to level ulti. We usually see Pango just skip it until like level 8 now, don't we?
Yeah, it's quite common to just go Shield Crash and Swashbuckle. It's decent still for fighting, and it allows you to be more efficient about your mana. If you skill ulti, you're likely to just use one spell and then ulti. So it'd be nice to have both.
He's been bushwhacked.
He's just caught.
Bashed and crushed. Our chain disables were perfect there from HULIGANI. Oh, level 6 or not. Dead is dead. And they did this little lane swap. Yeah, Tusk is now defending Snowy up at top lane, trying to stop the Timbersaw and the Spirit Breaker from doing too much there. And they've left the Darkseer completely alone against the tiny bottom. Not doing too hot, Corrupted. Arme just keeps avalanching and slapping him.
Oh, he ran away. Get on the Spirit Breaker. Oh, he
charged onto the TV. Straight onto Snowy to chakram him down. Snowy gonna be real sad about the state of affairs.
Yeah, he was tracking him and had a Tusk nearby, but then he just ran the other direction on Slardar. Unfortunately, TB pays the price.
It sure does. And that's the state of affairs that you were kind of explaining in the draft, right? Arme going to have a very easy laning stage. Pretty simple and straightforward for him. Now being helped by Nothing to Say at the Wisdom Shrine. Corrupted tries to steal it away from them with the help of Respect, but Arme is going to stick it as Corrupted gets rolled on. Still chased by Nothing to Say and probably going to get finished off here with a final slice of the rapier. He's gone.
Oh, that's so clean. Very nicely played. And even gonna go for the steal on the enemy big camp afterwards. Slardar's here though. I think now that just spells the doom for Pango. No way out. At the very least, they got the wisdom and they dragged the enemy back here as well. They did lose their own wisdom on the other side to the Tusk rotation.
I was kind of surprised they didn't get the double there. XXS still pressuring his tier 1, I guess, didn't have the space or time to track back for the Wisdom Shrine. Well done by the Tusk to take it.
He's eyes on the prize, working on the tower as fast as possible.
It definitely feels like HULIGANI are trying to, kind of wriggle, shake, whatever they can to the map and the lanes, just moving things around. They're shoving pieces this way, shoving pieces that way to try and find what fits. It doesn't feel like there's a concerted plan to what they want to do right now. It is just very much scramble, farm, do what we possibly can before Xtreme Gaming are ready to move across the river. It's like they moved Slardar bottom, now Darkseer's back here, he was mid, they put Terrorblade in jungle, now he's back up the top.
Yeah, I think the moves have felt pretty clean from Xtreme Gaming, and that's also why they result in them getting this top tower already, with the continuous pressure of the Timbersaw. Hastrun on the Pango. He's definitely thinking about joining for any of these fights. Wouldn't mind seeing them just let Pango jungle for a bit and give Spirit Breaker his level 6. That would enable a lot of kills, but maybe he gets his level 6 by leeching experience on the Ancient stack. Stacks up Ancient one more time. Timber can clear this.
Yeah, doing some big stacks. Gathering them all. Top net worth Timbersaw. He's already got his Kaya. Level 8 on XXS. And is he going to get all the stacks? They belong to him. This Timber's going to be massive, man.
I think so. He's got the Kaya already as well, so he can farm them pretty fast. Damage is there, mana is there. And he will get the solo experience for it, so that's a level and a half, basically. He's going to be level 10 so early. This is a crazy timing.
Oh, he's so close to it. That 22 experience away.
Basically cracking level 10 before minute 10. That's insane pace.
That's wild. He's a monster. And we're looking at like eyes on the Timbersaw. We're looking at the Timbersaw, kind of forgetting that there's an Arme Tiny, you know, also 5.2k net worth. Echo Saber done. We could see a big fight break out as Xtreme Gaming ready themselves. But Rolling Thunder mid lane is going to be a defensive tool for Nothing to Say to get away from that mid lane. And it seems like Xtreme, not, of course, not in a rush to do anything. They know that they're comfortably farming, getting to this point at which they can just hit critical mass and press the big red go button. Or green go button, I guess.
I almost feel like with the Rolling Thunder on cooldown, you could try something with TB, show up to a tower and push tower. Like, if you TP mid right now in meta, with the Siege Wave, I think you could probably just take this tower without too much of a defense. Even had the shield rune on Slardar, but it's just back to farming. Maybe an opportunity missed.
Yeah, it could have been.
The problem is Timbersaw, right? He's so strong, like we mentioned earlier. I guess he's the deterring factor.
Yeah. How many times have we seen this matchup as well? Like, all the way through Dream League, we had this TB Timbersaw kind of nonsense. And Timbersaw, I guess, in that iteration of the patch, whatever it was incredibly busted. Very unkillable. Infinite damage kind of guy.
Yeah, he's still good if he gets off to a good start. The only thing about Timbersaw is he can be a bit vulnerable in early lane, but they actually take down Ame, who's all the way out hitting tower.
Yeah, he was very far forward. Full response out of HULIGANI.
I mean, that's a good punishment. They were showing heroes in every lane. Showing Spirit Breaker mid, showing the Timbersaw top. Being way too aggressive.
Dire structures are fortified.
It's just this general thing that teams look for a lot. If you see heroes in every single lane, then you can basically go and make a play on any of them.
Yeah, group up and go for it. I feel like Arme was there thinking, well, they're not doing anything to me. They're not doing anything to me. Just step forward and do it. But then Xtreme Gaming go and do something to corrupt it instead. A quick little slay on the darks here as they play through XXS, right? The strongest hero on the map, you get into his lane.
Oh, FY, trying to keep the catapult alive. Using the glyph as well. Oh, catapult dies up top, so tower will be completely fine.
Was he trying to bodyguard it, putting himself in harm's way to tank?
Yeah, he tanked so much and then glyphed it, but then miscalculated a little bit, and the third shot from the tower managed to finish off the catapult.
That's upsetting. Well, yeah, it's like the state of the game, right? Even though you punish Arme bottom lane, like, okay, you kill the Tine, you get a bit of gold, but it doesn't feel like it does anything for you or your game. It's a kill for a kill's sake. You're exploiting something that the enemy team has done, but it's like a bit of extra farming space, a bit of extra time to get you into these initial items. It just feels like every move has been much better from Xtreme Gaming, and it's just much easier to execute. And playing into these kind of, Falcons-esque tanky cores, right? With the gap closing mid lane and support, you just allow them to push waves and then connect. You join with them.
There's a power spike hitting now, though. Blink Dagger coming out for Slardar, so looking to get active with this. I'm not sure where they're going to try and activate, but They don't have the biggest window ever to make stuff happen with this blink. Timber already having a plate mail, starting to get pretty tanky.
Hey, good luck dealing with him. They're probably going to have to go an angle for a support kill or hunt the Pango or something.
Yeah, you could go Lotus here, but Shivas looks really, really good. Minus attack speed against the Slardar and against TB. Not a bad choice. Can they find the Pango? This is a big smoke. So many heroes invested in it. If it's just going to be a Spirit Breaker, it's not a good find. They need the Pango.
Oh, Moonlight Shadow. Do they have reveal?
Oh, they grab him.
They see him. They've got him. Kill the Pango and move on to tower. Finally, HULIGANI getting to step forward, get a kill, take an objective.
And also a blind nuke by Respect. He saw the smoke breaking and realized there's not too many places this guy could be. Sends the bushwhack. Then they just get him.
Very well done. And no response out of Xtreme, yet again, just being patient. I remember a few interviews over the past year and a half with a bunch of the Chinese players talking about how the European meta ramped up very quickly, playing fast-paced, out-of-laning stage with good aggression. And I think it was XXS saying, yeah, well, the Chinese meta were kind of waiting for 3 items or waiting for minute 35. Snowy going to get jumped bottom as Arme does have 2 of his items. That Blink Echo Saber. Oh, Snowball!
Oh, good
the
snowball.
save. Can we stun now and turn this around? Do we have any more stuns to play with? Snowy, he's going to give it to him. Arme gets stunned and killed. FY going to drop as well. Terrorblade almost died, but Seosh, right place, right time. X-Nova might be the next one on the menu here, getting crushed and bashed up. Caught by the bushwhack. Down you go.
What a good turnaround. Tusk making a strong case for why this hero is still high priority. Getting a snowball save. And unfortunately, they already expended their disables, right? They committed all the stunts, and then TB can just get them the Sunder off. Onto the Tiny as well.
Yeah, the big ticket hero, the Tiny. But yeah, to finish the point, a lot of the Chinese players were saying, yeah, we kind of play slower than they do in Europe. We're waiting for this mid-game timing. We're all trying to speed up, but it's kind of difficult to break that mentality that's been kind of built up over years. Now, with a couple of items in their hands, trying to play back, and a lot of damage thrown onto Mirage, but not enough to finish him off. Nothing to stay rolling forward, though. He's going to connect onto Corrupted. Ice Shards are good to block out the Pangolier, but the Darkseer is still going to die. And this is XXS joining them, chasing up the high ground, knowing how invulnerable he is with the amount of damage he can dish. FY will lead out with the charge. Snowballed on, though. Snowy, with the help of Mirage and Respect, could turn this back on them with a good Blink Crush. They're just going to get the support for support.
Yeah, just support's getting taken down repeatedly. Nice escape by TB. Just keeps walking. Doesn't overstay or anything. Getting greedy to try and turn around the fight.
Pretty scary sign that Timbersaw can just walk 6,000 units on the map through 4 enemy heroes and just not care about anything.
Yes, he's getting to that point. I mean, we're 16 minutes in. He has Kaya-san's Shivas just complete. Level 15. And he took the extra stacks as well, talent. So he's building to be an unkillable target. Yeah, they have a major Timbersaw problem. Timbersaw problem. I'm not really sure how to deal with it. They have break on the sharpshooter, but you need to apply the break before you auto attack him, because it doesn't remove existing stacks. It just makes it so he can't build more stacks.
That's a good snipe on X-Nova at least. A bit of territory reclaimed by HULIGANI. And keeping this Slardar in fighting shape as well, super important. Because it's the same kind of conversation we had about the Ember Spirit. I think both Pangolier, Slardar, and add Ember in there. They can struggle if the game slows down and drags out. They're not really farming heroes. They want to be active. So you need to keep Mirage, and I guess Nothing to Say in this game, in that active situation.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's already shaping up to be so much faster than the previous game. The kill score isn't something crazy. We're having just about 1 kill per minute, but the activity is very high. And XXS going for the bottom tower. Again, I don't think they have the tools to deal with him at this stage of the game, so probably just gonna have to give it up.
Yeah, looks like it. Let's let that tower die. Double damage top for Mirage. A pretty nice pickup there. They're losing their Tusk.
Unfortunate.
By the outpost.
A lucky spot to be for Tusk, who is not having the best of games. This Blink Dagger is gonna take a while to complete.
Dire's middle tower is under
I feel like Serge has had a rough one.
Yes, the problem about playing saving supports is you don't get paid to save someone, right? You don't get a bunch of gold for saving your terribly down bottom.
Jeez. Respectful on a mega kill streak? Okay. That's a ton of money just handed over to XXS. Something gets like 600 gold for him and his team.
Also,
Hoodwink.
That's why he had so much money, right? The Hoodwink gets all the last hits, getting all those kills.
So I'm not sure how to bring up this topic. Like, I'm not sure what my thoughts are. This is just like a topic off the top of my head. Thinking about the way we've seen Sayush play recently, he really reminds me of what Zayats was doing for Na'Vi when he was there. And I guess he's doing that kind of Zayat Schofield role where he's playing this Tusk, or he's playing a saving support, he's sat by his carry, or he's playing behind enemy lines. When you have this kind of player, it feels like a double-edged sword, right? You're getting a lot of information. The player is doing a lot for you to disrupt the enemy team. But he's also, putting himself in harm's way, where he's losing his life and handing over gold. Is this a situation where they're doing that to cover other issues, or is this something that is necessary for a Tusk to do?
I think he's... oh, hold up. We have a smoke move immediately with everybody. This is a big move. Can he connect on Tiny?
That's straight up to high ground. Doesn't connect properly, though. Next Nova's going to break free. Gets the leaps away. Sharpshooter lands on the back of the hand, but that's not going to matter. Smoke comes to nothing in the end.
I saw the Spear Breaker for a while, but he's pretty far away, so I'm not going to be able to grab him. At least they get the rune, but that's not what you make a 5-man smoke for. You want something bigger. As Roche moves up top, I think Xtreme Gaming have to mirror the movement. And yeah, to go back to your point, I think Seo is a very... he reminds me a lot of Fly, how he plays. He's like a very good saving support player. He's a bit less aggressive than someone like Schofield. And he does more actively go for the save rather than the gank tank approach.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. Like, is it... other teams get away without needing that person to go and tank the gank, or they're just better at reading the map. Like, is him being in that dire triangle a case of HULIGANI like not being confident with their map state, and then he's having to be there to see what's happening?
I think in this game it's just uncomfortable in general because both Pango and Timbersaw are monsters, and then you have Tiny who's about to be very, very strong as well. It was kind of surprising to see Tiny not go for the Shadow Blade. His build is Echo Saber into Blink Dagger, and then he's gone Blitz Knuckles into BKB, so not finishing up the entire Shadow Blade.
He got stunned once and he's like, never again.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good BKB game. It's not bad. A lot of magic damage in there, a lot of disables you want to get rid of, and of course the Sunder. There used to be a time when you could Sunder BKB targets.
Oh yeah.
Gone are those days.
Oh, thank goodness. The Timbersaw problem has still not been...
It's not solved. Yeah, I've closed my eyes a lot of times, Gareth, and it's not going away. What do I do? I have a Timbersaw issue. Please help.
That's the thing. Is it like a mathematical problem that just hasn't been solved yet, or is this one of those paradoxes that cannot be solved? It feels like Timbersaw.
Oh no! The charge. It stops the torment.
Coming in. Gonna get vacuumed back in, but FY he's gonna set up for a Tiny to arrive. Spirit Breaker getting bashed up mid TP, but in comes the Avalanche. Tiny finds Mirage with the help of the Rolling Thunder. They kill off the Slardar, and now Tormentor's theirs to take.
Mirage, he got baited. He was the fish and he took the bait. He went for that juicy little Spirit Breaker. Looked like an easy kill, but then Pango comes in, keeps him in place, and he gets turned into a bonus kill on the Slardar.
Slardar's meant to be an ambush predator, but apparently Tiny and Timbersaw are better jumping out of the tree line and surprising him. Yeah. You dangle that little light in front of us? That's not going to work.
Yeah, you know anglerfish. You chase the angle, the Spirit Breaker angle.
Immediately through the gate up the top as well. They haven't seen Snowy. There's no wards here.
Did you see that greedy last hit by FY on the banner creep right there? That's a full minute worth of GPM gone.
Lovely. Full little respect. Again, just doing this face tank the gank. Protect your Terrorblade. It feels like that's what the name of the game is right now. Just keep Snowy happy, get him to the top of the net worth. Because he's the only hero that can feasibly deal with the Timbersaw.
Yeah, he is on one of his comfort heroes as well, TV, but
dead.
This
Quick as that.
Spiritbreaker is absolutely owning the game, by the way. I said that maybe if Spiritbreaker has a good game, we'll see more Spiritbreaker, and he's been involved in every single kill except for one.
I love it. It's so sick. Just action, non-stop. Again, playing into the whole draft, right? Playing into these heroes that offer tons of damage and are tanky. And Tiny and Timbersaw can just shove lanes. You charge across, you play into them. Pango can connect nicely. Moonlight Shadow helps. But just overall, it's that web of synergy, right? Every hero, every player has this connection, has a thread that joins them together. They can play in tandem, play in trio, play together, play alone.
We could see something really funny later on. There's a shard on Spiritbreaker, and he's playing against TB.
Oh.
I'm gonna be on the lookout for if he manages to counter the Sunder in this game. So Sunder wants to target someone to get full HP. If Spiritbreaker puts himself low HP and then uses shard wisely, he could counter TB entirely.
That could be so sick. Has that always been possible? For some reason, my brain told me Planar Pocket was only projectiles, but
it used to be different. Yeah, it used to be that you activate it and any targeted spell in general got retargeted to you, but now there's a different version where you can target an ally or an enemy, and you take the spells that are targeted on them.
Yeah,
it works a bit differently now.
Oh, that's a really cool tool to have.
Yeah, he could steal Surge as well. That's a funny thing. If they like gank Darkseer and Darkseer wants to run away, I think he can target Darkseer and then steal the Surge, if I'm not mistaken. I don't play a lot of Spiritbreaker, but I think that's how he can do it now.
That sounds crazy, honestly. Tusk in a crazy position himself. Blinks away after the snowball, but nothing to say. Gonna roll up and catch onto Seuss. Tusk dead in the same place that he died 5 or 6 minutes ago. And HULIGANI once more on the back foot, just running. Look, you got 3 cores behind your mid-tier 2 running to the same jungle camp together. That's when you know the game is done.
Yeah, they're feeling the effect of not being able to split up. There's a very strong ganking lineup on the enemy team. You're playing against them. Oh, they're gonna go on Tiny.
Yeah, straight in.
Aegis carrier though.
Yeah, he's got 2 lives. And Arme, barely losing the first one, finally dies to a TB illusion. And Snowy, repositioning, trying to figure out where they want to fight now. Mirage was getting charged up momentarily, but it looks like Xtreme is going to go for the hard reset and fall back. Maybe trying to bait Mirage into another bad fight, but the Slandar's not going to fall for it this time.
Effectively, you committed Metamorphosis and you got the Mirana only. The Aegis was timing out in 50 seconds anyway, so I don't think it's too bad. Over for Xtreme, and they're actually going in.
Just going in. Just going in again. XXS 9-0-0.
Yeah, this is just this is a case of we have mostly physical damage. We have we have Stardar with minus armor, TB with the right clicks. Sure, there's some magic damage in there, but it's nowhere close to sufficient to burst a Timber, let alone to stop him from using his BKB and just walk out of any issue. So this game feels completely like the XXS show.
It's like when you're underleveled in Baldur's Gate 3, you get to Act 3 and you meet the Steel Watch for the first time, and a massive robot slams you with a sword, sees into your soul. That's what Timbersaw is right now. He knows everything.
You could technically fight them, but you're not supposed to fight them right now. Yeah.
The little message pops up saying you're not high enough level, you may want to reconsider.
You're underleveled for your area.
Yeah, exactly. Think twice about your actions. That's why, thinking twice about himself going into this area of the map, but apparently he's perfectly fine. Just to Ghost Scepter and shift away.
Chasing for a little bit. Timber was thinking about making his way over there, but then he just says, nah, I'm gonna play on the Wisdom. Make sure the opponents don't get their own Wisdom rune. And he nearly has a heart. I mean, it's getting very problematic. The one hope they have is TB. And TB needs a lot of items. He has Skadi, this great component, right? Getting one of the puzzle pieces for TB to solve the Timber problem. But I'm not sure how to deal with it. He's queuing up the Hydra. That might be the right play. Big percentage damage against the Heart Timbersaw. Might actually be the way to deal with this.
Yeah, I remember this discussion came up because we saw in quick succession Satanic play TB and beat a Timbersaw with the Hydra's Breath, and then Yatoro tried TB against Timbersaw with a Bloodthorn, and the Bloodthorn just didn't look good enough. The Hydra's Breath actually looked pretty decent.
Problem with Bloodthorn is that it gets dispelled in many different ways, right? There will be someone picking up a Lotus Orb, one of the supports will have it, the Timber will always have BKB, there might even be some Wind Waker in late game, so at that point the Bloodthorn becomes largely just an attack speed item. It gives you attack speed, which is nice, but it's not going to have its active effect. Soul Rending is never going to happen.
It's too difficult. Well, does it make you physically ill to see brown boots 30 minutes in on a core? Because I'm a little bit unwell right now. Yeah.
Depends what hero actually. On Timber, I don't even think twice about it. But if I saw it on a hero like I don't know Tiny, I would feel pretty bad. Yeah.
I guess I've just been trained and conditioned to buy upgraded boots.
I do have very physical reactions to stuff in Dota though. Sometimes stuff irks you and.
You get itchy.
Breaker gets the vision for the charge. This is very far away though. Slardar already created enough distance. He could get charged and ulted, but doesn't really matter.
Just the fact that Tiny and Timber were trying to get there though, just like a signal of how quickly Xtreme Gaming are ready to play. And right now, 10 seconds away from fast roast spawn, they would love to have a kill to head into the pit.
I am at the edge of my seat for when Ame is gonna do something with this Blitz Knuckles. It's been there for so long. He's going AC now instead. Is this a Bloodthorn coming in eventually? What's gonna happen with this Blitz Knuckles?
Find out next time.
Will it ever upgrade? Is it casual?
Who was this?
Ame has a vision.
This was something Yuma used to do on Chaos Knight, was buy Blitz Knuckles.
I mean,
oh, who's this?
It used to be valued.
Timbersaw got initiated on? How dare you? How absolutely dare you? Well, Chaos is dead, respect is going to fall, and I think that answers the question of, can we go on the Timber, guys? That's a resounding no. Don't try that again.
SP still going. It's not over.
They're still going. Now the strike onto Mirage. Arrow through, forces the BKB. Out the Slardar. Back into the wall, but Ame's in onto Corrupted. With the avalanche and the damage, he'll get dragged back in with a harpoon and killed. Terrorblade trying to open up with his Scardy slow, but the damage also slow. Can't do too much to Ame, and XXS is literally standing there as though he's in a spa, getting hit by the Shiatsu massage.
Yes, please give me more HP regen. Just regening 130 HP per second, A few more auto attacks. Feels pretty good. Yeah, they brought him down to about 70% HP, Gareth. So they're about almost a third of the way there, right?
Yeah, that's how that works.
Or they need to be 3 times stronger than they are now.
Yeah, they need another 40 minutes. I mean, another attempt here. Not even killing Spirit Breaker, and the Timbersaw just walked straight through them. A meat grinder has arrived, and you are all sausage in his eyes. FY did die in the end, though, so at least Snowy able to hold a bit of territory there. But you lose your tier 2.
Pretty happy getting a kill at the tail end of his metamorphosis. Feels pretty good.
Kind of bittersweet, though, isn't it? Watching the rest of your team die.
Yeah, the fact that Tiny is keeping pace with the TB and farm as well. So it's not just you have a Timber problem, it's also that the enemy carry is pretty unaddressed overall. Ame is getting stronger, got the full AC now, 3,000 gold in hand. He's holding buyback, but he doesn't need to necessarily. They have tier 2 towers, so if he wants to, he could definitely commit the gold and buy out. We might even see him go for like an MKB, but no butterflies being queued yet for TB.
Looking back on things, we're in this state of the game now. Like, would you consider this to have been an outdraft?
I think the Timbersaw was a beautiful pick. Yeah. I do think that solved a lot for them. I expected the Slardar to have more success early on, though. I guess the Pango and, together with the Tusken Hoodwink.
Jeez.
I do think there was a difference in how well they activated their supports. FY has been playing phenomenally this game. Sure, it's just Spirit Breaker, point and click. You charge someone, that's it. But the way they've found activity in this game has been very impressive.
It's been very quick as well. Right now,
with the illusion.
And the catch. Terrorblade, you're going to have to early Sunder back onto the Timbersaw.
There's a gank train coming. Never mind. It stops.
They're ganking Roshan, mate. They're in the pit.
Apparently there are brakes on this train.
Roshan roars. I'm not really going to signal any kind of contest, though, from HULIGANI. Tusk is farming the outer ring of jungle camps on the left, Terrorblade to the north, Darkseer to the east. They are spread as far wide as possible.
They don't have an absurd Roche lineup, but they do have enough. The minus armor coming in, and AC being there as well for a bit of extra minus armor and attack speed.
Those are also tanky. Not really too bothered about Roshan's damage. And that's going to beat Arme with the Aegis. So he can actually think about going high ground and hitting tier 3. You've now got 2 heroes that...
Upgrading his Blink Dagger, doing everything in his power to keep this Blitz Knuckles from evolving. It is now a Swift Blink. Of course, he has Aegis in the inventory, so...
Are we waiting? Like, are we waiting to see Butterfly on TB and then thinking, MKB, maybe? Oh, he's Darkseer dying here. Oh, Timber Stalk. Trying to get the damage out. BKB's up for Corrupted, but that doesn't help against the Pangolier. Every time we see the Darkseer get past the tier 2 area on the map, he dies.
I was a little bit surprised to see the MKB being purchased on TB. There's the Moonlight Evasion, of course, which can be pretty annoying, the 20%. But do you really buy MKB over Daedalus for 20% evasion? Every now and then? It's not always.
Still magic damage, right?
Yeah, it's magic damage for Timber.
Against Timber? Oh my god, the damage from the Timber, though. That's pretty substantial. Nearly kills off. Mirage, Seosh getting stuck in the mud a bit there. And TB used Metamorphosis, so Xtreme can just hold back and say, right, we wait it out.
Yeah. The thing about, if you think about it for damage calculation against Timber, the MKB, the Illusions only get the attack speed from this, and they don't get the crit effect from the Daedalus and your own attacks. I don't know. I feel like he's never gonna kill the Timber by just auto-attacking with the MKB anyway. Maybe it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, but... So
that's where we come back to that discussion about the old satanic Yatoro. They were also trying different items to find a way to deal with it. I'm not sure there is an answer.
Surely the Hydra would have been stronger if you wanted to counter Timber, though. And he didn't buy the Hydra yet.
That's true.
He's trying to finish it in the jungle now, but High Ground Siege is here. Timber does not care about anything in this base.
Nor does Tiny. With 3 minutes left on Aegis, Tiny's fine, and Respect is not fine.
It's taken down. Now Timber has the upgraded Timber Chain.
The trees offer no protection for you.
Trees, meat industry, man. It's looking like an average Factorio run.
Revolution has arrived, and it's not a good one. It's the industrial one. Where's the labor unions when you need one? The poor squirrel needs to join a freaking union. Well, that's 2 lanes of barracks without so much as a whimper from HULIGANI. Corrupted, he's going to go in here with a jump and a Shiver's Guard. Just trying to tickle away at XXS and Arme. Vacuum them back into a crush as well. By just doing so little to them.
They absolutely... you know, normally you say shrug it off. They don't need to shrug. They just keep walking. Timber didn't even feel that anything happened there, really. Walking around with this cloak of flames as well, so anyone who comes close is just burning down to the flamethrower, burning cloak.
Wow, this reminds me when I was like 15 years old playing rugby in Southeast Asia, and the opponent team had a Fijian boy. The enemies. He was also 15, but he was twice my height, weight, size. He would legitimately, man, some of these Pacific Islanders
full beard.
Legit just walk through you. And this is what Arme and the Timber Store are going to do. Walk straight into your base to kill off Mirage. Steyo's trying to do something to this Tiny, but again, he's got a second life with that Aegis to back him up. Snowy, Metamorphed, Terrorblade tries to stand tall. Top the staircase. Can't really dish out any damage, though. And the base just getting dived by FY and nothing to say. Killing Respect all the way in the back of that tree line. Snowy and Corrupted maybe now can look at the Spirit Breaker as an actual target to kill. He's going to get snowballed and slayed. So something for HULIGANI, but it cost them so much.
Yeah, double buyback, losing your mid-racks, bottom already gone, and now it just feels like an inevitable thing. You cannot stop industrialization by XXS here. 12-0 and 6. He's about to have a strength blink as well. He's 6 slotted at 38 minutes.
This is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's just an insane hero at this point. I think if all the others just left and let Timber push, he would still be able to push high ground here.
Probably. And Corrupted already down to a third of his health and BKB gone. Sunder down for 50 seconds. They've got Slaughter alive now at least. And Xtreme Gaming, again, without the Spirit Breaker, but Timbersaw literally stands on high ground. Arme will give him a little bit of help. Vacuum into Crush. A nice start here. Snowy moves in with a BKB Terrorblade, trying to do something in melee form. Sayer's already dead, and Corrupted going to get chained. Arrow flies in from X-Nova to slay him. A snipe from the Mirana. Now you're down a touch for 60. 50 for the Darkseer, and hell, GG's just called. Huligani tap out. They say enough's enough. We've been beaten and battered by Xtreme Gaming in this series. We'll just stick it with a 2-0 victory for them.
Yeah, and a well-needed victory for Xtreme Gaming, recuperating a bit after a rough start. Of course, these teams fighting, having already lost before this. This puts a little bit of wind in their sails, and of course, you can see they feel pretty good about that. Especially X-Nova looks in pretty good spirits after the game.
Yeah. X-Nova, you want to play Mirana? FY wants to play Spirit Breaker this game. There you go. Chuck it down in that +5. Have a go at it.
FY, I mean, the impact he had on the Spirit Breaker was absolutely enormous. I think when you have these active cores that can all look for kills, having the Timbersaw, having the Pango, and even the Tiny on the safe lane, all of them are so nice to set up charges with. I think the recap here is going to be a lot of Spirit Breaker charges into kills. This was actually one where it backfired, though, really hard. Nice save.
Yeah, snowball, right place, right time. Yeah, it's just non-stop like side lane action, right and left side of the map, just consistently getting peppered by charges. And that's Spirit Breaker now, what, 2 games, 2 picks, 2 victories, 100% win rate hero. Looking very good.
Not as broken as this Timbersaw, though. They went on him here, and yeah, I think they regret it, but you can't ignore him forever, right? It's the problem with Timbersaw is, for a while, you can procrastinate. You can say, okay, we'll deal with Timber later. But then later comes around, and it's like, oh, he's on our high ground, guys. We got to do something, and you still don't have any solution. It's just unfortunate. He was so free the entire game.
Yeah, I can't imagine having a game like this in a like a high-level pro game, game 2 and best of 3, where one hero at TI, one hero legitimately doesn't care about the enemies at all. Crazy draft last pick there. Lanham, the big Timber Lanham brings it out in game 2.
For sure, yeah. I mean, XSS, time of his life, for sure. I like the item build they went with as well. Some people go for different builds on the Timbersaw. We sometimes see early Blink Dagger, trying to be aggressive. I think he understood the assignment in this game. He said, okay, I'm going to be unkillable. I'm going to farm a lot, and then we will win the game. He went for Blink Dagger, but only as a 4th item. Only after Shivas and BKB, securing everything first.
Just felt extremely easy for Arme and the boys. And rounded out with that GG called. When you got Darkseer with buyback and then called GG, you're just like, okay, well, yeah, it's been over for a while. They know it, we know it. Time to call it.
It's one of those situations where I wonder about that Darkseer and Slardar. I don't really mind the combination, right? The vacuum into stun is really good. It's actually a combo that we saw VP Polar use many moons ago, right? Probably a lot of people getting some flashbacks from long ago. But unfortunately, the minus armor from Slardar doesn't amplify anything that Corrupted does here in this game that much. So 2 of them just don't have a way to deal with Timbersaw. And then TB, of course, got countered by it as well. So it's just all 3 cores kind of scratching their heads.
Yeah, another situation as well where there's this, lack of immediate nuke damage. The immediacy from Huligani not really there. It's slow to build up a Terrorblade. It's going to slow to build up a Slardar to blink. Slow to get Darkseer out of lane. And then when you get out of lane, you realize, hang on a second, we don't have the map space to do anything with these heroes because there's a freaking Spirit Breaker Timbersaw just walking and sprinting wherever they want to, going 1209 with 1,000 XPM, doing whatever the hell he wants.
I do think some of it comes back to individual mistakes, though. Like on mid lane there, the Slardar overstaying a bit, getting caught by the Spirit Breaker charge. That should have been, communicated or at least somewhat obvious when he stayed on 200 HP on mid lane. Also down bottom, they tried to take the Torm. He turned around for the attempted kill on the Spirit Breaker. Could probably just have run away, but got greedy with it. So I don't necessarily think it's fully a draft win. I think Xtreme Gaming just outperformed overall.
Yeah, looking extremely good doing it. Another morale boost there for Xtreme Gaming. Again, Chinese TI, Chinese teams, they've got to step up and perform. We need some big stuff from them, as we'll see some of the other results from the other games. HULIGANI, of course, they got 2-1 by Vici Gaming, and OG got 2-0'd in that earlier series today in a pretty nasty defeat to Resilience.
Yeah, Resilience putting up a very good performance there. And I think that was an important win for them, but Xtreme Gaming equally important for them to beat HULIGANI here. And we'll see how the games are going to develop as we head further into this. But that was a pretty fast series for us, Gareth, and pretty one-sided affair. I thought this would be a closer match between HULIGANI and Xtreme, but HULIGANI just a little bit felt like they got outplayed here.
Yeah, I mean, I had HULIGANI in my predictions, going through to the elimination round, being an elimination round loser. Well, we'll see if they're able to pick things back up. My prediction's already looking a little bit rough, but good for Xtreme Gaming to get themselves at least a victory under their belt, as we do end up the day 2 here of the groups with HULIGANI going 0-3, OG 0-3. They desperately need victories tomorrow. We'll see if they're able to grab them, though, as we wrap things up here on the D stream and head you on over to some more Dota. We'll see you tomorrow.